Welcome back, one and all, to the Mediterranean poker party here at the Merit Royal Diamond, where today we have day one coverage of the MPP main event, that 5K, 5 million guaranteed. But before we get into that, Jay, I want to look back at that incredible EAPT Grand Final table last night.
Yes, yesterday we saw Boris Kolov take down a field of 1,565 players for $468,000. Coming into the final table, 9 of 9 as the short stack. Terrific performance, great turnaround, and one of the best final tables I've seen in a long time, James. Was a great watch.
Yeah, very, very exciting, and as you say, an incredible comeback from just 6 big blinds at the start of the final table. So then, we will of course go forward to today. We did say day one coverage, but it is in fact day 1C. And Jay, I gather this one's been rather popular up to now.
Yes, it has. So far, 698 runners up to now. Still got the flight today, looking like this guarantee of 5 million is going to be smashed out of the park, and can't wait to get into the booth and cover it with yourself and Andrew today.
Well, there we go. It is now time to get that day 1C underway here on stream. So guys, keep it close. Here we are then, the Mediterranean poker party, and the event we've been looking forward to the most. It is, of course, the main event, that 5K, 5 mil guaranteed. Myself, James Dempsey, and the one and only Jay Harwood on the call for this. Jay, some deep stack poker ahead.
Yeah, it's going to be nice. Not often you get to watch poker like 100 BBs deep, usually jumping into FTs day 2. So going to be nice to see and how these players navigate. We got a headliner of Mustafa Kanit. It's going to be great to be able to watch him play at this stage of the tournament, see how he accumulates that stack, and going to be a fun watch.
Certainly is. That is the plan of play today. As you see, we skip out the main event tomorrow. Going to pick up action at 10K high roller day 1, and then of course the final of that very same event the following day, and then we will return to the MPP, as you mentioned, as we often do, the final table. So this will be a little bit different to what we expect to see next time we pick up this event. But yeah, this is going to be fun, and a great name in Mustafa Kanit. Obviously a guy synonymous perhaps more with the biggest buy-ins, the high rollers, and maybe someone who's not playing as much poker as he once did, but still going to be a fun watch here, coming in with 58 blinds.
Yeah, exactly that. Not just for us, but for the viewers as well, because you're used to seeing him on final tables with stacks, but actually seeing how he gets to that point and how he navigates through all these players.
Here we go. Look at this. Obviously, we're pretty deep. 300K being 60 blinds as we play the 5K big blind. But look at this. Simon Bujok with double starting, over double starting here with his 635K leading the way. Darko Persic with, what, 85 blinds in second. But really only Robert Schiffbauer with the short stack. Everyone else can kind of play freely. And, you know, there's no ICM consideration. We're in a re-entry period, not suggesting everyone's just going to go blasting it in, but hands are going to play for their value, right?
Yeah, I expect that. And just expect to see more multi-way pots at this stage of the tournament as well. Usually deeper, we're going heads up. And interested to see how it plays out over the next couple of hours.
But you can say like here, the important is just you put your card.
Mr. a veteran of the feature table, explaining the mechanics of it.
Sometimes I know what is the board, sometimes I don't.
And Mariam Mitra, the man on his right. But the man on his left, Henok Mariam, a man that we saw ever so briefly in the first event we covered here, the 1K Mystery Bounty, where he just, the best way to say it, Jay, would be, went for it.
Went for it. A man with a lot of heart. I like that.
Here he is then. Star attraction, perhaps. Musta, 2 frees from +1. Letting us down on the action front.
Exactly that, but he must have known, because right behind him, Mariam's got the 4s and leaves room for him to open.
Open he will.
Making it 11K and over to Persic, yeah.
Yeah, lovely little hand, but I'm loving the look. This man looks the business.
Sharp.
Little jacket, sunglasses, the swept hair. I'm always jealous of hair, Jay.
So it does go for 3-bet here, making it 35k.
Let's get Barrett in the big. Jack 7-0, obviously wouldn't have been able to play regardless of the 3-bet, one would imagine.
Yeah, back to Mariam here and open DP, starting the hand like 33 effective, like this decision. Just get out of there. Difficult to go post or know what to do when we don't flop a set.
And I'm upset because as we pan around to seat 9, to Robert, there he is, was in the big blind left hand. I've known this man for the best part of 10 years as Robbie, someone I'm always hanging around with in the bars. Never knew his last name. So there we go.
Okay.
Last time we have with this, my sister, niece and nephews, if you're watching. What up?
Yesterday I never used one.
Yeah, I've literally seen him at every stop,
Oh, sorry.
all around the place.
And
Very, very close friends with Paul Newey.
Okay.
excuse me, ma'am. How much the
Often
baby?
travels with him. So you see Paul Newey a regular in the high rollers.
30 seconds.
Small blind, big blind, 8
I do gather Paul is here, but we haven't seen him as of yet on our streams.
3 pass. 4 pass.
Bujok, ace-king from +2. Chip leader at the table will be opening.
Raise 11. This is a box, please.
Can't see Faki doing anything here.
7 pass. 8 pass.
Looks like action going to be on the big, unless...
Robbie's just giving him a little bit of TV time. Let the man have his moment. There we go then, as you mentioned. He's round to Mitran in the big with the horrible-looking deuce-4 offsuit. However...
Yeah, we're at early stages of the tournament and probably one that still wants to get binned. But we're happy to defend like any suited 2. 4-3's probably in there. So fairly close, so he's going to have a look at the flop.
So attractive, the price being laid, of course, from the big blind end, relatively deep. And I always caveat this, of course, we are joining this action after the second break of the day. This is level 5. We're not privy to what's gone on at this table up to now. We see Bujok with a pretty healthy stack. Maybe he's been in there splashing around. Maybe Mitran thinks, hey, I can get this guy.
5 red. 7.5.
Yeah, just going to go for caught up on the Jack 7-3 rainbow.
Yeah, I was going to say, the graphics were suggesting a 75k bet, Jay, and I was going to question your mental arithmetic. But I know better than to do that.
Yeah, nice little size, fairly dry texture. Gets it done. Mitran can't do anything with the 4 height.
So, as we mentioned in that little intro, just shy of 700 entries on day 1A and day 1B combined.
Small blind, 2.5.
We are, according to our screen we have here in the booth, up to just shy of 290 today. So we're very close to hitting that guarantee with still entry available in this flight. And then, of course, a turbo flight this evening. So overlay vultures, you can fly off.
Yeah, not happening.
This one's hitting the guarantee. And that's great for everyone involved. People sometimes short-sighted wishing for overlays, but if you want the operators to keep putting on punchy guarantees, they need to hit.
Of course they do.
When they hit, you know what happens next time? They give you a bigger guarantee.
And bit of action here. Got Mariam with the King Jack suited. And the key with the 9s. Not going to be folding. Probably versus gun, just going to play flat here.
6 4.
That's exactly what he lands on.
It's just one, James, that's probably in there at the bottom if we 3-bet call against this stack size against Mariam, but we don't really love it, so...
Feels a bit grim, doesn't
yeah,
it?
it does. I think this is the best avenue to take.
9 plus.
Aaron Mitran could definitely get after it from the small line here. I expect to see Cool. I doubt he's going to attack the gun open specifically.
A little scary, as you mentioned, of course, because Faki can have these super strong hands here in the 2-9s at cool +2 against that undergun open. So he does call, of course.
Yeah, this is
one caveat is it does allow Musta to come in at a high frequency. Now, A6 suited, not the worst hand to take four-way because, hey, we can make the nuts.
Exactly.
However, of course, anytime you invite a player of the caliber of Musta Kanye in the pot, can be problematic. Let's see, as an ace in the window, reveals what is the best hand for Mitran.
Yeah, but should just be checking to the in-position player and open up as Mariam, and do have the ace high board as Mariam here, James, but difficult to continue into field once we go four-way. Like, likely there is an ace-x holding out there, which we're not going to fold out, but looks like still is going to go for the range bet four-way.
3-2 Royal. Looking to perhaps barrel off down the streets. Should he pick up a spade? Interesting, no player in this pot actually has a diamond, despite the 2 on the flop. I mean, obviously this bet should force 2 9s to have to relinquish. There's some benefit. We certainly can get bluffs through here.
Yeah.
We are in Mariam's spot. Does look strong.
Just think when we go four-way, it's difficult to get this one through. Like, we tend to just tone that C-bet frequency down. But looks like he's going to come along here for Key with the 9s.
Wow.
Now, this is actually really weird for Mitran. Getting a really nice price, over 5-1 on a call. Going to have to stick around, but not loving it here.
Is this a spot where A6 is better than a hand like Ace-9, just because of that backdoor playability?
Yeah, we've obviously got the backdoor straight draw, but once Mariam does continue, like, he's basically trying to say that he's got all the stronger ace-x as the opener. Don't expect him to continue hands like 10 through kings. And speaking of backdoor equity,
here we go. Mitran turning the open-ender on a card that should concern every hand in this pot.
Exactly right, James. And difficult for any of these hands to do any betting on this street once the flush draw does complete.
Yeah, Mariam concerned that either of these two players could have called diamonds. In fact, they're all concerned that any one of them could have diamonds. Everyone possible to have a flush here, the way this one's played out.
Well, for Key's not insta-checked. And one thing I have learned the last couple of days, we are at Merit, James, and
yeah,
you see some stuff that...
This is fun, but I kind of like it in the sense that, right, okay, ideally we want to have 9s with a diamond or something, but if we've somehow got here on the turn with these 2 9s, then this is kind of a good hand to bluff with in the sense that
I guess in like...
we're never going to win if we check, and...
In the theory side, yeah, it's probably one of the worst hands we are going to get to the turn with no draw. Like, if we had 8s, I'd just assume we check.
Now, I mean, what do you do?
Shot.
You've seen this action.
Probably just fold, James.
Mariam, yeah, Mariam's C-bet 4-way.
You can still...
He decided to call. That shows quite a lot of strength. Then gets overcalled from Mitran. Then when it checks him, he still wishes to bet.
Still has this 4s and 5s for sets for value, has the turn flushes. A lot out there as well when the ace of diamonds isn't on board.
Right.
We have all these ace-x of diamonds, so I think we have to let this one go as Mitran does exactly that. Mariam will do the same, and credit to Fakir.
Yeah, found the creative route. Picks up a pot. Nice, all right. It begins. Close up of all those chips. Now, one of those trophies, of course, is now missing from our table. The EAPT. That one has gone. It's in the room, belonging to Boris Kolev, who I bumped into earlier. He told me he hasn't had the most amount of sleep before jumping in this 1C, but he's in the mix. Understandably.
Makes sense. May have been some booze flowing yesterday after that victory. And referenced at the start of the show was 9 of 9 coming into the final table, so it's a great story.
And not just 9 of 9, but 9 of 9 by a long way.
Yep.
I recall he had 6 million chips coming to the final when the average was over 30. Umarov had 10 million. The next shortest was 30 million. So they were so far off the mark. But an incredible display of resilience. Saw him overturn a chip lead heads up. And, I mean, we saw one of the sickest hands on that final table as well. I think we're going to see for a long time. You were in the booth for it.
Course,
but
yeah.
Aquino, who came second, running Padachek, set of kings down with the old Jack-6 offsuit on a King 8-4 rainbow board.
Just never seen anything like it, James. Like, yeah, I've seen stuff at like early stages of a tournament, but of a final table of that magnitude playing for that much money, how much money that pot was worth in terms of equity, crazy stuff. And
yeah, hundreds of buy-ins on the line. Dusko, Mariam, going heads up to the Jack 9-4. Need a player too thrilled with this board.
It looks like Dusko is still going to go for continue. Continuing for 8K. And Mariam could definitely stick around for one here with the 6s. Still ahead of all this ace-king, ace-queen, king-queen type stuff. Is going to make the call. Facing just north of quarter.
King on the turn. Bad card again for both players to really see. So many of the continues have improved on that card.
Yeah, better card in terms of range here, though, for Dusko. Still will have all this ace-king, king-queen, king-10 stuff that want to elect a c-bet flop, whereas Mariam does have the 9x, the jack-x that we can potentially blast off by river.
And is this, we're really going after, especially with that size, I guess, the 9x,
yeah.
some of the weak jack-x here.
Exactly that, yeah.
Of course
No spade in hand either, so potential to triple on non-spade rivers.
On the turn there are 3 diamonds and an ace, so...
But when we had some ace-10 with 10 of diamonds, I don't think so that he called. Maybe.
Actually, 7 was wood, but not diamond.
Okay.
7 of something. Really? Yeah, it was good for me. Also.
We've got to be impartial. But my boy Robbie here's got the ace-king. 10 blinds, but looks like he's going to fish for a little bit of action. Makes sense. Obviously, we say, you know, no ICM consideration or anything like that. 13K the bet.
Trying to get some action, some sort of induce, like an ace-10 in the big blind to set us in.
Mitran had his interest peaked with that ace-7, but thinks better of it. Bujok. Queen 6-0, not one we often see defending against the big, especially to this sizing.
And does just choose to let it go. Not much to do there for Bujok.
300K starting stack in this MPP main event. We are now bringing you coverage from level 5. Players, I believe, Jay, are going to play 12 levels today on day 1. So we have hours upon hours of coverage for you guys as we play pretty deep stack poker, at least to start with. Late registration available for 10 levels. It's going to be a fun one. It's funny, those of you who haven't played at Merit before, quite like that the tournament clock in the room has this sort of usual tournament information in it, but on the left-hand side, it has the names of all the active players in the tournament. I'm just kind of like half gazing at that from time to time, Jay, and just getting a little glimpse of the sort of names that we see in the mix. I see Neil Farrell on that page. There we go, Ferraldo in the mix.
And just going to jump into this hand, Persic opening the sevens from under the gun, and over to Mitran here with the king, queen, and all options available, really. This is the combo that everyone knows about these days. To go for a 3-bet bluff, we can call. We think our opponent opening from guns very tight, can opt for fold.
Do we kind of lean more towards call if we're playing, when we're playing this kind of stage of the tournament where the under the gun open can be that little bit wider, so maybe we keep some of those dominated hands in?
Yeah, I guess I like what you're saying, actually. Like, maybe king 10 off and king jack off would open at this stage, but wouldn't open in 6-7 hours time, so maybe more merit to flatten. Like, because it does well free betting against the under the gun opens, because we do fold out the ace highs, like the ace jack, the ace 10, the suited ace X. But against an LP, when we're like on the button, it's good to flat, because as you mentioned, we keep a lot of these dominated holdings in, the suited kings, the queen jack, the queen 10.
Well, Fucky with jack 6 suited in the big. He likes the price. Doesn't so much like the 9-3-4. Persic in the best of it, but perhaps recognizing this not really supposed to be his board.
I think these days as well, James, everyone's just aware you do a lot of check into the in-position player, and I think people have just caught on to that and recognizing why you actually want to be checking it over. And Mitran actually with a nice one here to do some betting with, can fold out some ace highs, could already be thinking about a barrel down the line. 2 clean over cards, backdoor hearts and straight possibilities. That should lose Faki. Expect Persic to be sticking along for another streak.
Right, one of these, we're not necessarily like sort of trapping with the 2-7s, but we have somehow sort of undersold, I guess, the strength of the hand somewhat. And force us to call at least one street, but let's see what Mitran does. If a heart were to roll off specifically, there we go, the jack or 10 of hearts. Gives him a gut shot draw to go with those 2 overs, and he's now flush draw.
Is this the man that you mentioned was barreling in the 1K? Was it this man? It wasn't this man, okay.
That was Mariam in seat 3.
Okay.
It's too damn cold in November.
Yeah, it seems like too good a card here as Mitran not to continue getting after it. There still will be like some ace-king, ace-queen that want to stick along for one. Hands like this, 5s through 8s.
It depends what your standard is, I guess.
Yeah, a little bit different than Vegas.
It's not freezing, but it's pretty cool.
It goes to 34K. 34 into 73.
Very hard now for Persic, isn't it? So.
Yeah, it's like awkward, 45%. I think with a heart in our hand, we could actually go either way here. 7s with a heart seems kind of close on this turn.
Right, we can see here, though, even when we are good, up against hands like this, we are still only 6%. That's obviously a big number, but...
Dam's great. Great city.
Casino's also next, literally in the city.
Yeah, nice little play with the king-queen.
Don't play, you can always go to the park, it's across the street.
And we are in the YouTube streets today, guys, on DTD Player. If you have any questions for myself or James, fire away. Any information you want about the tournament?
I'm joking, I'm joking. I was joking.
This is 18 plus anyways, right? Or no?
I think it's 21 here.
21?
No, 18.
Oh, 18?
Yeah.
Of course, it's the American who thinks you need to be 21 to gamble.
8 plus.
The only problem with Amsterdam is too many Italians and Moroccans. I'm joking, I'm joking.
There's not too many Italians, a lot of
A lot of
Moroccans.
Moroccans, yeah. Like, I would say, like, I didn't take many cabs, but probably 60% of the cabs I took were Moroccan from Tangier, not even
Moroccans,
Two,
Turkish,
raise 11.
Mitran going after it once more, ace 5-0.
the Dutch you found.
Brave man
the
with
whole
Mustafa Kanit on direct left.
All Dutch
Yeah,
you
but
do
most
maybe
is
like
talking about Amsterdam.
Yeah, that is true.
you take like the Ubers and stuff, or like the Thomas Market.
Miriam, that man in seat 3, he does hail from the Netherlands. That must be the reason the topic is.
You live in Amsterdam or do you live outside?
No, I live in Amsterdam,
There we go.
close to the casino.
You ever played there in Amsterdam?
I've never played in Amsterdam. I've been to Amsterdam, but never played. I was actually too young to play when I went to Amsterdam. I was on a football tour, so...
Oh, wow, there we go.
So,
I live in London. Okay.
I would love to go and play poker out there.
Yeah, it's weird. I've never been, but it's somewhere that
Now I'm
for a long time. Certainly in like the 2000s was one of the biggest spots for poker in Europe. Still is, but just a lot of places such as Merit have far exceeded it now. Back then it was one of the hotbeds.
If you can afford London.
The Master Classics in November was always the big festival there.
Not too bad. Not much different weather than Amsterdam, to be fair. Very similar.
All right, Robbie, Ace Queen from Gun. I'm learning, Jay.
That's the one.
Down with it. Let's make it 11,000. A little smaller than the size he went with the Ace King earlier.
People
But
don't like it because they don't even live in London. Like London is so big and like 1 hour from
It's super huge. Yeah. I remember when I was there. It's
And ace
they
4
were
off
just
for
like 50 minutes,
Dusko here.
But then from the airport, I took
They
the
can be in a
train, it was
dominated
longer-
spot.
longer than the-
As
than
James
the
mentioned earlier, at this stage, people still just tend to defend all aces, certainly wide up at this stage of the tournament.
25. Like,
you wouldn't know with the stairs that it's it's the early stages. You can put through it a little bit here.
They give you security if you do them.
Dusko
The only place
does play cool.
is clear.
Oh, with the, yeah.
10 deuce
The only
deuce.
place that you file it.
A board that obviously we always say that the pair between the big blind has more of the small cards, but hard to have too much deuce X against the under the gun open, right?
There's actually like a lot of intricacies with this board because if we change this board to 10-10 deuce, we're actually meant to slow down the c-bet frequency because the big blind starts to peel like 10-7 off, 10-8 off, 10-9 off, whereas on the 10 deuce deuce we get a lot more c-bets because they fold all the like offsuit deuce X up to like ace deuce off is the only one they usually peel.
Right.
So it's something I see a lot of people just instantly continuing on like 10-10 brick, 9-9 brick when we are actually meant to slow that c-bet frequency down for that reason versus big blind specifically. But on the deuce-deuce, the 3-3, the 4-4, we get a lot more continues.
Worldwide.
I take it.
Makes a lot of sense.
Worldwide. Yeah, unless if a country has some special law that
Go small,
specific country taxes,
takes it down.
it's not the case yet. Maybe Spain wants to.
Everywhere in Europe is also tax-free, just everywhere.
That is Robbie Schiffbauer in seat 9. Am I pronouncing that correct, James?
Schiffbauer, could be Skiffbauer, I'm not sure. I just know Robbie.
I don't know him well enough to call him Robbie. This is the thing.
Trust me, when you meet him, you'll be fast friends. One of the most personal people you'll meet.
Very complicated.
How does it work if you're
And chip leader at the table, clear open for Bujok from the hijack.
Like, or you have like study really good schools. Like for example, in Italy, only 2 qualify.
to qualify out of how many people?
No, only 2 schools. You get the degree that for UK is fine.
Here we go.
Like if
Yeah, nice little spot to jam for 14.
and, like
Lovely timing.
Or they set the bar very high.
work visa, almost impossible. To study is much easier, I would say. If you student visa, maybe easier. Very complicated.
Robbie
Having struggled to
coming out with a non-all-in sizing.
workforce in the UK was mainly South Europeans.
That is effectively the jam.
Yeah, nice.
You know, the immigrants that work in the UK were Italian, Portuguese, Spanish. Like this was, you go coffee shop, you're a Spanish guy, coffee or Italian, whatever. Now since Brexit,
What did you get up to today, James, with your few hours before we started? Anything nice?
Yeah, left you at lunch and then I
text you.
moseyed on down to the beach, to the pier. Had a little swim. Lovely up there. Actually, at sort of lunch, I was positing that I might not do so because it had clouded over a little bit. By the time I got down there, the sun was out. Went for a little swim.
Nice.
He misses his watch.
With some of the boys who've bagged chips
Next time is your fault, okay?
for day 2.
They're nice ones.
That's a nice
Previous
feeling.
2 days flight, they're loving life, days off.
I just tell you.
One of them was Mitch Johnson, who has bagged a whopping 3.3 million, 10 starting or 11 starting stacks.
Nice. I think it's an hour.
That's got to be good for like top 10 stack.
I'm sure he was trying.
Like, oh, I hope you fall, and
I know.
you know, like
No, but
me was marginal.
sometimes you can lose a lot of chips. Like, and you'll see. Maybe I win, maybe I lose.
And then Faki
A little bit tension.
itching to get involved. Obviously did so well last time with the 2 9s. Now going to try 7-8-0 from the hijack.
7-5.
A little frisky perhaps. Let's see how this one works out for him with Dusko finding King Jack off on the button with options, Jay.
Yeah, definitely one with options here. This one does like to do a bit of free betting versus hijack, especially at this stack depth as well. Flush out all them ace-X, all the suited kings. Even getting like a hand like Queen 10, 2 live cards out of there is a win in itself. Seems like a nice free bet opportunity. And size is nice as well. North of 3x. Sitting 60 effective. And Faki punished for the light open with the 7-8 offsuit.
Yeah. Perhaps maybe just trying to save a little bit of face here. Of course, when I won out of 8. But maybe he doesn't want to perhaps turbo fold and have his opens attacked for the next few orbits.
And to be honest, what I've seen the last couple of days, James, I wouldn't have even been surprised if he called or 4-bet.
Right.
Some of the antics I've come across in the last couple of streams.
Yeah, we warned you, Dave, when you
did
came in the
warn me.
booth. but
MPO is a thing, it is real.
I think you still have to see it with your own eyes.
Small bad big line.
And yeah, Salim Faki, one of those who is definitely a proponent of the old MPO. Almost all his head and mob caches coming in this very venue, dating back all the way to 2011.
7+.
One of the OGs here at Merit.
8+.
And credit to the place, James, when someone's been coming for that long, not just one person, it seems like a trend every time we look at someone's scores online. They've been here for years and years, and why wouldn't you be? Why wouldn't you be? It's an unbelievable venue. Everything ran like clockwork.
Yeah, you don't see, don't hear many people coming and then not returning, that's for sure. It was nice yesterday. You see, we had Boris Kolev win the EAPT Grand Final, and he's a man who's been coming here for 10 years. First ventured down here in 2015, and that's what he said. He goes, look, trust me, guys, I play all around the world. This is the best place to play poker. The hotels, the food, the dealers, the tournaments, the action.
20.
It's an overall package. Cannot be beaten. Mitran, well, having a little look with the 9-4. Is this one that I'm looking for reasons to criticize, but if I see Mustakani on my left, I think I might just fold the 9-4.
Just let it go. Not one we can do any raising with as well at this stack depth. These more come into play later in the tournament. Offer like 30 as the polar raises, so just give the man a walk. Does an extra half a BB with the complete.
What'd you get?
26.
It's like
You know, mains.
yeah.
Get there as often as you can, and not later you.
Musta discussing there, of course, the very recent EPT Monte Carlo. He, like some players, went there first and then came straight here to get involved, and discussing, of course, a deep run he had there, finishing in 26th place. That's a little galling when you get that deep in a tournament like that. €1 million up top.
6 dice 11. 7+.
They're playing horses in our style.
8+.
Just when I can.
Fakir in again. This time Jack 8 suited from +1. Maybe an interesting man to watch over the next couple of hours. A couple of light opens we've seen already.
Never.
A7 off
Told
4.
me it's haram.
Mitran on the button. Expect to see fold, but at this stage of the tournament, people do tend to
Only
like
really big pots. Really big sometimes.
make lighter calls, see some flops.
You see?
That does let it go.
Hand easy fold.
And
This is
Mariam,
very watchable, isn't he? Not just for the play, but it's just a
the table talk as well comes
he's
across
just
really
a
well.
nice guy, very affable. There we go then. Heads up we go, and wow, I was going to say the window card was pretty good in the 5 of clubs, but the 2 behind aren't too shabby either. Mariam flopping top and bottom. Fakir with a gut shot, backdoor diamonds. He's going to stab this one, and
1,500.
with this sort of stack depth, Jay, against a very active player.
On a board that's all over the big blind as well. Like, it's just very frustrating when we do get check raised and don't get to realise this equity of a gut shot and 2 over cards, backdoor flush draw.
All the super high rollers right now.
Highest 28,000.
All the unlimited re-entries and all the crazy.
Huge rake.
But I like what you're saying, James. I think it's actually a nice one to check. Like, on first glance, looks like should just bet with our gut shot, but with the stack depth, it's kind of annoying.
3-day one, that's the best.
At 20 effective.
I think he was miserable in it.
25K. That our tournament, 300 people, like that's fine.
Yeah.
It's still going to come along. It's actually getting quite a nice price. Thought Mariam might have put a bit of added juice on this, but I'm guessing he's just setting up a nice, comfortable sort of 75–80% turn jam. Which is annoying for us as Fakir as well, because now, like, we're not going to get to realise equity to the river. It comes like the queen of diamonds on the turn, and we just have to fold to a jam.
Well, that's an ugly card if you're Mariam. Perhaps the ugliest in the deck. Counterfeiting is 2 pair. Obviously, praying he's up against overpairs on the flop. Now drawing very, very thin against those hands.
Yeah, it's a really annoying one to see, James, because I'm going to expect Fakir to be weighted towards these overpairs, because you don't expect the ace highs to, like, get sticky facing the raise.
Right. You really need it to... Oh. You really need it to be kind of somehow a hand like one of the A7 suited with a backdoor,
exactly
I guess, is... So we can see here the Jack 8 with a backdoor, but perhaps not expecting that to be in the open range. This happens to me all the time, Jay, when I got 2 pairs.
Oh, does it?
Yeah, every time. I mean, he does still go for it. Wow.
Now, Fakir just going to have to fold, but I'm not sure what this is from Mariam, because it's really annoying, and I'm not actually sure what we're supposed to do once this 5 pairs, when we got this like 80% back behind. Like, are we trying to fold out 8s, 9s, 10s, which aren't going to fold once this 5 pairs? I don't think.
It's a very curious one. I wonder if he's just seen a lot of hands from Fakir up to now.
Yep.
Perhaps been tabled in the first 4 levels of play, and is aware that his man is opening a lot of hands from under gun, getting sticky with these kind of hands on the flop, and therefore thinking, hey, I've still got to protect this hand, can still have the best of it.
Yeah, I speak Spanish.
Is that your approach as well when it counterfeits your 2 pair, James? Just, that's it, I'm all in.
I just moan really loudly and then check fold.
Oh, we don't mind it in the Omaha streets, actually.
Take it there.
That's right. But you know, I used to, in school, I make Russian and French. Ruski.
Any other languages for you, Jay?
No, just boring old English, unfortunately. I tried learning Polish for about a month, but I gave up. I wish I stuck it out, but yeah, I gave up.
What drew you to Polish?
The other half.
Ah, it's always the way, huh?
Yep. What about yourself?
Ooh, well,
come back to that.
Yeah, because Musta looks down at ace queen and takes a break from this conversation to play this one. Raising it up. Bujok with 960 in the big. A little bit more than Min, closer to 2.5. But connectivity enough for this one?
Seems fine, first in button. At 9-5 off becomes one that's kind of awkward, but 9-6 happy to be in there, facing the button open.
If we go to a 10-9-6 flop, 2-pair again for the big blind. Bujok will send it on over to Musta.
Yeah, and just ace high here. Going to choose to check this one back.
Check it back and find a queen. Gin-looking card. Very wet ball. Oh, Bujok finds the second check, Jay.
Yeah.
Recognizing that Musta's check backs, we're just going to bet this at a super high frequency?
I think so, yeah. I think like the ace-king, the ace-jack probably want to check though, but a lot of other hands, like if he's open like a suited king, which we will do on the button, this type of stuff, and then we can put in the old check raise.
Musta's bet big here. 35 into 31. Gone for the slight over bet.
Yeah, and now maybe facing this size specifically, maybe Bujok more inclined to just call here.
Right, the sort of hands we expect to overbet maybe the ones unblocking pairs, the King Jack, Jack 8 specifically.
Yeah, these type of hands, and I think Mustafa is going to have like Jack 8 pure from button, but has gone for the raise right off the bat, it seems.
Yeah, gone huge as well, requesting effectively for Musta to commit here or to fold. One assumes, I mean, do we get to have many calls for 90K with 140 behind?
Yeah, it's awkward, isn't it, James? It's probably an all-in here for Mustafa now. It depends what he thinks of Bujok, because this is what we're unaware of. If player dynamic, if they're aware of how each other play, like if Bujok is a firecracker and is capable of putting players in spots, yeah, we go with it. But we're up against someone that we don't think is going to check raise and overbet on the turn ever without value, then our hand's just always second best.
And I feel like it must be a case that Bujok must be of the opinion that Musa thinks he's capable, because if you think your opponent's not going to put it in one pair, you could never do this with bottom two, right? So there must be some sort of dynamic here, as he does decide to just call Musa, leaving half pot behind and finding a red deuce on the river. Surely not card we're ever going to fold on.
Gonna have to call now, getting 3-1 as Mustafa can't see how we ever get away on this river card now. But if anyone can.
Yeah, this pot just grew out of nowhere. Flop went check, check, turn and overbet, followed by a near pot. I think it was basically a pot-sized check raised. Setting up just 140K on this river.
Seems like ace-queen, no club, just too good here, James.
He does make the call. Bujok will table the two-pair. Musta is out. Our headliner departs for now. But as mentioned, late reg is open for 10 levels. And we know Musta will surely be hopping back in this one.
Yeah, not really too much he can do, but I find these spots to be so player dependent, James. Like, because obviously we know once our overbet get raised, Bujok's never got a worse value hand if he has value, so we're only ahead of the bluffs. And if people aren't capable of check raise and turn, especially against 120%, then maybe we can just make the exploit fold at the river. But Bujok, 3 starting stacks, 900K.
Yeah, I'm just kind of surprised in the fact that that pot ended up in an all-in, given it went check-check, given how deep we were. Yeah. Obviously, Musta finding that overbet, but then coming unstuck. Check raise. That's what's on the line. The MPP
Thank you.
main event trophy. A pile of kryptonite. Bujok, a player who certainly gets around the place. Recent caches. Malta, Rosvadov. From Austria, he was in the Bahamas, the World Series Poker Paradise, and then GUKPT Leeds. where he came 5th in the main event. I don't know if you were on the call for that one, or if you may have been and just don't recall. It's possible.
Oh, I do remember now, actually.
It was won by Konstantinos.
I remember. Last year, yeah?
Yes.
Yes, yeah.
Yep. Bujok getting 5th place in that one for 14K. Yeah, it's hard sometimes. I think you commentate, you see players, you can't remember where. Suddenly, these things come back to you at times. Mitran, ace-3 of spades from the cutoff. He's open. Mariam deciding to flat on the button with that king-jack. Kind of the spot we talked about earlier, where maybe you want to keep in some of the dominated hands, so understandably. But it does open up, perhaps, squeeze opportunities and perhaps leveling walls that come with them, when Bujok is invariably going to go after them both here with his 2 queens. And I'm not crying out for action, but Mitran, ace-3 suited, it's one of those hands, right?
Yeah, it's just this squeeze is a spot cut-off button that people do tend to take. You don't always expect them to be this high up. So when it is back on Mitran here, could he ever think about going for the old 4-bet as a bluff? I know we can see it wouldn't work, but...
Does it help that Bujok just played a massive pot the hand before, knocking out Muster with value? Now comes 3-bet squeeze of the next hand.
It's interesting. And looks like just going to go for call.
Let's have a little look.
Does have position, and that should lose Mariam from the pot now. Nice meaty 4.5x sizing from Bujok.
King Jack 9. Couple of clubs. Not the best board for Bujok to see, of course, especially when he holds no club. Mitran gonna continue with a fair number of these kind of upper combos.
Like Jack 9 suited, King Jack suited, maybe King 9 suited if he's coming along with the ace-3 of spades. It's just gonna continue for 31.
Can I order the orange juice and sparkling water, please? Thank you.
Yeah, surely not. Does let the ace high go, can't really do anything, and Bujok.
One of those, I guess, Jay, once that flop's come and he feels compelled to bet it, just happy he probably does get a fold.
Yeah.
So much badness can happen, right?
We're not a fan of call when we get call, because then we just check in and check call, and then probably have to check fold river, and
yeah, the relief. But things going the way of Bujok. Loving life thus far. Scalping Musta. Welcome along, everyone who is just joining us, wherever you are on the globe. It's approaching 6 p.m. here in Cyprus, and things are starting to heat up in our main event. If you do want to interact with myself and Jay, and of course Andrew, when he steps into the booth a little later this evening, then you need to head on over to the DTD Player YouTube channel. Shout out to those of you streaming us on other channels. You're very welcome along as well, of course, but unfortunately, if you do want to interact, we do need you in that chat there. If you're really enjoying the content, why not go ahead and give us a little subscribe? We still have another 3 days of coverage after today. You'll get notified, of course, every time we go live if you whack that subscribe button. And of course, not just here at Merit. Jay, you're a regular on this channel calling the action at the DTD Cash Games.
Yep, we have our Friday night poker, usually 25.50. And great action as well. I don't know if you've tuned into any of them games, and there's some mental pots that we see on that stream. So if you are watching on DTD Player, hit that subscribe button.
I'm like a lot of people, I think, when you tune in to watch poker. You load something up, you watch it for sort of 20 minutes, you go off, do something, come back, watch it again. And every time I tune in, I'm like, wait, is this a highlight bit? It seems to be that there's just always action in that
That's
game.
how it goes in the old Friday night poker. It's just the lineup that we've got for it. Players that aren't afraid to just put the money in and run big bluffs. But back to this hand, because we've got Persic here with the deuces. And gonna call with heart in hand. And the king on the turn here, and one that's likely to go check, check, unless Persic has got some lead ideas here.
Potential, right, with the second card pairing. I guess less so against button.
I guess when Bujok can just open any king with his stack on the button and may just c-bet small entire range here on this board. If it's a 4, for sure, James can start having some leads.
Looks like Bujok considering a turn barrel here. I guess designed somewhat to
Free showdown.
advance block, yeah, buy a showdown. Get some sort of value against the big heart combos.
Yeah, like a queen jack, a jack 10 with a heart, this type of stuff.
Persic.
Aaron, credit to Bujok.
Nowhere with the deuces.
Getting another street from the deuces.
They are live on the heart. Red card of the wrong variety. Oh, the glance at the chip. Now, if I'm sitting there and I watch this man do that, I'm like, this is scary. And they suddenly start looking at their chips. I mean, it's hard to imagine the plan was only calling and making the deuce high flush. Must be some.
I'm guessing he thinks he's good enough for the time as well here.
Right.
I don't think Bujok's going to get to value bet. This one seems too thin. Difficult to get free streets from worse with this hand.
Right, very, very few ace-x hands that are worse. Well, not very few, but can just be up against the king. Could be up against slow played flush as well, of course. You never do know.
Like, do we think a 4 heroes us? Well, he's going to use a bank.
Yeah, credit to him for this.
Like ace 6, ace 7, ace deuce, ace 3.
Right, I mean, even with the kings having paired, of course, the ace 4, ace 5 are counterfeited. So that kicker playing at a higher frequency than you may suspect. Still does feel very thin.
It does.
But again, he's feeling good.
Okay.
Oh, there we go.
Oh, I think our winner's Persic there when he goes, okay, I check. It sounds like a man that's shut down on a bluff.
Value is okay, but when you raise me, it's
Deuces.
not easy.
Table.
Deuces never loses.
Ah. Okay. They're referencing, obviously, the in-joke at this table must be in the last frame, perhaps before we brought these boys on air, that maybe deuces were doing some damage at the table. So there's some superstition going on. MPP main event, 5K, 5 mil guarantee. Do not worry about that guarantee. It is going to be hit. I gave a number the other day to Rob Young, the man behind the MPP, and he was asking me what I thought, and I said 1150. I think I feel pretty good about that guess.
I think that's a very good line.
He was not nervous, but there was some concern.
Yeah, I think at some point in this session, we're going to get very close, if not hit it. And then obviously the turbo flight later on this evening.
We had 698, right? From the first two, and I'm looking at our screen here. Looks like we've got 269 entries and 43 re-entries in this flight, so we are there.
Oh, we're there?
Yeah, there we go. Guarantee hit.
Nice.
710.
Yeah, and Bujok here just going to continue the aggression. He's got the chips now, 7-8 off in the cutoff, chooses to open over to Dusko here, who is going to go for the free bet here from the big with the king-queen suited.
You can start taking your seats. During your shuffle on the big screen.
I think one that probably likes flat off of like 60 here, facing cutoff of an opponent that's probably going to open all his suited queens, all his suited kings, but does just take it down.
Yeah, Bujok just tapping the table, saying fair enough.
No.
Get shown.
I don't have,
Yeah, I hear what you're saying.
Yeah. Like
He's thinking, hey, this guy's winning every pot post flop. I'm not going to let him get that far.
Can you change it? Oh, okay.
off of like 70 bigs, like from the big, we have a lot more condensed range of like 3-bet bluffs. It's like more around like the 7-8 suited, the 9-7 suited, the Jack-9 suited, 9-10 suited. This type of stuff becomes a lot more condensed with our bluffs from the big blind.
Okay. A dealer push means, of course, blinds are going up. 3K, 6K.
Then I have chance.
Yeah, to change.
You also have a table here.
No, it's better for you, the other table.
Thank you.
Here we go. Quick look at the
And
counts
sparkling-
as we move those blinds up. It is, of course, Simon Bujok with that monstrous million chips, courtesy mostly of sending Mustafa Kanit to the rail, playing his hand very deliciously, getting Musa to stack off with one pair when he had bottom two in a pot that didn't look like it was brewing to be a big one.
Yeah, it's just that queen on the turn, and as mentioned in the pot, is Mustafa Kanit thinks that Bujak's capable. Don't think we could have been folding that combo. And to be fair, James, I think it's a bit of a respectful call. Like,
really is.
You're good enough to bluff here, so
right.
I'm going to call. I think you will find the correct bluffs.
Certainly is. I mean, very respectful. I promise you, Musta's going to fold that to large parts of this field. Come on, motherfucker. Hey, Trent. Up again, and look at this. Persic in here with the deuce 3 suited on the button, allowing Robbie to complete from the big with 7-6-0. Are you there yet with Robbie, or are you still going with Schiffbauer, I guess?
I'm going to go with Robbie.
Yeah, there we go. I've got him. I'll introduce you later.
Yeah, and does flop the up and down, and 2 overcards.
Coming out with a lead, understanding perhaps that this board rates to be his.
Yeah, this is actually very nice from Robbie. One that we will get some donks on once gun opens. If it was just a button open, we probably don't get as many. But with gun and then the button flat, we're the player with the 6-3, the 4-5, 4 deuce suited, this type of stuff, whereas our opponents cannot have these hands.
Does it make it difficult for the A sides to continue with the button still in here against that lead, despite having overs in the wheel draw? There we go.
Exactly that.
And ironically, obviously, Persic in here with a hand that can continue in a pair of deuces and the open-ended, even backdoor hearts. The 2 powerhouse hands
Yeah.
continue down the streets here. And the pot pretty shallow. Oh, wow. That's amazing turn card. Finding trip deuces. And does Robbie maybe think, hey, look, my opponent might just have some sort of ace high here calling on the flop?
Could be the idea.
He leads again. Betting 22 on the 2. Some subliminal meshing going on here. I like it.
No,
What, we just run it now for the additional 33? I mean, it's only a quarter pot raise, right?
I think with deuce 3, it's actually fine to just flat because we have that interaction. Like if it comes a 6, we make a straight. If it comes a 3, we make a boat. Ace, we make a straight. So we're not really worried about any river rolling off here. So fine to just flat. And the times that Robbie does have a bluff and puts in on the river, we do actually get them last few chips off of him. Interesting to see what Robbie's going to do here.
Oh, wow. He was making a joke about deuces before. Backs into quads.
Literally, the last hand he said deuces never loses, and this happens.
Here we go. Wow. Well, he does see a check. And, I mean, obviously, with 125k out there and 33.5 effective, the bet is surely for all of it.
Yeah, very good awareness from Robbie here, though. Recognises that we're not folding out of 5 now.
He's gonna
6
show.
and 7s, this type of stuff.
3 deuce.
Oh, 3 deuce. How do you call that?
Deuce never lose.
7-6.
Well, they got a 3 to cut. Well, yeah, definitely.
7-6.
But when he push on the turn, you must call. Or
Yeah, cool.
Yeah.
yeah.
You call and push on turn.
Yeah, he must. He had a 30k. It was huge pot. Quads.
No, yeah.
7-6. Yeah.
Yeah, 7-6.
It's good. Makes sense.
I should have
Makes
checked
sense.
it because I would have forwarded your bet there on the flop. But
Oh my god.
That's the way I.
Nice feeling.
I figured you had that 3, but...
Good river.
Oh, yeah, good river for you.
Everything about that was terrible. All right, back to where I was a bit ago. Let's get back up to 100.
Probably happy off the nub, maybe. Just chilling.
I'm sorry. And for King, ace queen in the hijack.
Yeah, and a man we've seen open a few speculative ones. This one is, of course, qualifying, certified. Jay raises this one, boys and girls.
What are you trying to say with that comment? Are you trying to say that I play tight?
I'm just trying to say you might not be in there with the 7-8-0.
Oh, yeah, of course.
From early on.
10-8 suited here.
I'm not trying to shut down your action, don't worry.
It's all good.
Robbie says, let's run it. Some pretty cards. What, just 5.5 blinds?
Yep.
Looking to spin it up.
Sounds crazy, James, but we can actually flat here as Robbie.
Right.
And it's simply like the computers, when we have like 5, 6 big blinds, it likes flattening like the 6-7 suited, the 7-8 suited, because we can then see a flop get away from some boards, leaves ourselves with some equity within the prize pool. And the times that the big blind squeezes, we're getting the direct price to just put it in anyway. So it's one that we could actually even go for flat with, but just going to run it as Robbie, hoping for the spin up.
And it's a reasonably fair fight. I'm called. Live cards.
Good luck.
Jack, 8. There it is on the flop.
Not bad. 4 stop.
Schiffer taking the lead. So that's the fade 2. Ooh. Did he just say the 10 of diamonds would be a terrible card? And then it rolled off.
It's easy.
Wow.
Now got the catalogue of outs.
Too many outs,
Too
Jay.
many.
Come on, that's never hit.
Now you have a little more chip when we clash next time.
That's all good.
Nice one.
Thanks, man. Ace queen is my nemesis. I usually always lose to ace queen, so it's extremely lucky there for me.
Did you have a hand you usually lose to? I mean, people usually complain about hands they lose with, but...
Aces.
Oh, I knew you were coming at me with that. I should have. Why did I go to the poker player on that one?
The 10 of diamonds for the big sweat.
But you know, it was too much out. It's easy, yeah, too many, yeah. It's like when was the some 7 on the river, it's very dangerous. Just ace coming.
Did I? I'm just going to replay there. Did I see Faki? Is he? It looked like he was swigging a Guinness.
A Guinness?
That can't be right. It must be like a pint of Coke or something. But it looked like a Guinness.
In Cyprus?
I'm excited. Get me at it.
Yeah, and Bujok's excited because he's got aces now.
Yeah, that's a pretty good hand.
Slight simulation confirmed this table. Deuces never loses. Quad deuces next hand. Robbie just calls in the 10 of diamonds. We're speaking about aces. Aces down next hand. What's going on?
I'm trying to manifest now on the winning lottery numbers. That's how it works. Mariam, 9-6 suited in the big. Man who will surely look to defend. In pretty good hand to go after the aces with. Suited, somewhat connected. That flop, not so useful.
Yeah, nothing going on. So probably just going to be check, bet, fold. With Mariam with 21 bigs here, probably be looking to go small here. Such a strong hand as Bujok. Get this over 3 streets rather than 2. Yeah, 11's nice. 30% up, does the job.
I still need to know if there's Guinness on the property. There can't be. They've been hiding it from me for this many years.
Is there any Irishmen here? Maybe they packed some with them and brought it along.
I think that's what it is.
Sharing it out.
Possibly.
Sorry?
As the names rip through on the tournament clock I mentioned earlier. I see two of them on this little portion of the board. Boris Golov, Christopher Purtz, first and third last night in that EAPT Grand Final. They're back in the action today.
He take the...
Yes, but we have then just 2 overs.
It's definitely a poker party here, with the emphasis on the word poker. A lot to be played over the 10 days or so we're here.
Yeah, just because
it was.
Yes.
I wouldn't have wanted to, but...
I did think to shove there, but they also can let you to bluff there. It's better for you. You can bluff, also good spot to bluff there.
Trust me, I thought about shoving there because, I thought about shoving the river because
you cannot put me on 2-3 suited, you know.
It's hard to put him on 2-3 suited.
Oh, man. Ace-3, does he have the ace-3? And ace-2-3.
Lucky from under the gun. Player who's been giving action, going to get some here, but from the superior holding, Buzok's ace-jack in the big.
I like decision just to defend, facing gun. Nice one to just flick in the call with.
You know.
Nice hand to see.
These guys are having some fun. Love to see it.
You survived it. I had it.
And Buzok potentially thinking about a donk here. Is a board that we will have some donks on facing gun, but I'm not sure about the hand selection here. Maybe we want some stuff like Azar bluffs, the 6-7, the 5x. Maybe something like 9-6 of spades, but it's just gonna attack with range. And does go for the lead.
Well, you suggested he may, and I'm starting to believe that you and Buzok are one and the same, because you've called every one of his actions thus far.
You're surprised to see it with this hand, as noted, James, but I think it's a board that we can have high frequency donk on, and the key going nowhere with the wheel draw, 2 overcards, backdoor clubs.
Yeah, almost a slightly better hand in fact it's got those backdoor clubs, albeit a weaker holding. Well, that turn card changes everything. Both players now very involved in this pot.
And now we have the betting leaders, Buzok. I guess we just get to go bet now.
Right, really hope you're up against sort of the 7s, 8s, 9s, 10s type holdings.
Goes for 41 into 68, just shy of 60%.
And SJ Faki with no decision with that many chips behind. Having turned nut clubs, or is he perhaps ever considering moving this upstairs? Seems like we shouldn't get to raise it,
I don't think we do, simply because once now Buzok goes for the double barrel, he may dog some 4x for value, but once he now continues barrel in turn, he's still going to have all this 5, 6, 4, 3, 4 deuce suited, maybe some sets for value as well. Still will have ace 5 pure, all 16 combos.
We give him too much.
So I think it's a nice little spot to just play callers for key. And we can still have some ideas on certain rivers, James, as well, like the offsuit king, the offsuit queen when check 2.
Well, offsuit 10 rolls off. Buzok with the old 100%. Top pair, top kicker. Built this pot in a way he wouldn't perhaps have expected, having led this flop, led turn.
Yeah, and surely just got to go for 3 streets here now. We're not check. Whoa, that is a tiny little check. Give him for key some rope here.
And I mean, we've seen in our hour or so of play, Faki being pretty active. Again, these guys are on level 6. Perhaps Buzok's seen enough of this kind of stuff where Faki maybe sticks around and then ends up bluffing off later on. Let's see if this one works. I mean, this seems like the hand to bluff with, right?
It seems like it once we get here. I guess we don't really want the clubs, but I guess through the back door it's not as bad.
Right.
The spade's a lot worse facing the donk.
Right, I suppose the 7 of clubs specifically, right? You kind of want maybe your opponent to have had something like 6, 7 of clubs.
Yeah, 7, 5 of clubs, this type of stuff.
Yeah, but I mean,
It's only a
There's
couple.
still plenty of bluffs out there,
Of
right?
course there is. So, terrific check from Bujok here. The man is
Nice.
playing.
Oh, has he gone big here?
Yeah, one chip.
Oh,
Easy call, 40%.
I would like to snap call, but it's
Take your turn.
but it's too low.
Yeah, it looks suspicious. And that is a Guinness. I'm confirming that as a Guinness.
Okay.
Well, he does make the call. Wanted a snap, but was suspicious to the sizing. It looked very much, didn't it, at that point, like, oh, maybe this is like queens, kings, aces, having opened from under the gun.
Yeah, man, playing great. What a check on the river there, James. It does now make sense once you actually delve back and think about it, unblocking the clubs and the spades and maybe trying to give our opponent, who can have this ace-x of spades, ace-x of clubs, a chance to bluff.
125.
Bujok on form.
60, I think so. Maybe sometimes you have a king.
I was thinking about it.
But I had this too strong.
I tricked
Fold. Yeah.
Almost.
I did like that. I want a snap call.
dealer.
Take your time.
Maria.
This guy's a cool customer.
No, Maria.
No, Maria.
Yes,
Seems like I got a really nice
dealer
bunch.
was Maria.
Yeah.
Just one time I fold
I
nuts.
find the day more fun when you're at a poker table, when you got one of these tables that are chatting away, you're talking about other things that aren't just poker.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's such an opportunity I think is missed so often at poker events, especially in these large field main events. You're going to be sat there for many hours. You sat with people who ultimately have found their way to the same table as you, but almost always have very interesting backstories, and you can just learn, meet people, make friends. Yeah, really learn some stuff, especially in a place like this where we see so many cultures and countries combining to play in Cyprus. That there's a lot you can learn. And it's better than just sitting there getting bored between hands, you know? Obviously, so often you walk around a poker table these days and as soon as someone folds their hand, the phone comes out and they're just in there reading, texting, whatever it might be.
Did you end up winning the package or any good?
No, I have only 3 hours drive to Bratislava. I'm from Poland. And it's a good place to play.
I really enjoyed it out there.
Which casino?
It was the one in January, the EAPT. It was that.
Okay, it was the card casino.
No, not card. It was.
It was Banco.
Banco.
Banco, yeah.
Then card had that real big event. They got loads of runners.
So King 7 suited for mid-try, flops
But
top
it's
pair.
some
That guy with bottom
Norwegian
does have
event,
some
it's
backdoors.
So good. It's cash games, it's so good. But, you know, it's I have family. I must, you know, balancing this because...
understood. It's my first time in Bratislava, that trip, but really
it's a really nice city and good casino.
Here they smoke a lot, but like that casino that was a smoke pit. No ventilation, so it's just like walk in.
Yeah, it's true. Where are you from?
Vegas.
Vegas, oh my God, nice. I've never been.
Should come out for the summer sometime.
Yeah.
Oh, poker players never been to Vegas, huh?
Or is it the tax bad with Poland?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I have my own business and I have a huge tax. When I am played in London, I must pay for the tax. Yeah. That's.
Being in U.S., I'm taxed all over the world. It's terrible.
Yeah,
it's so stupid.
Yeah, but what we must doing? We must choose some better place like Bratislava or Cyprus.
Yeah.
Very nice.
Yeah, just letting the guys chat there.
First time here, but.
Letting you guys listen into the table talk.
I hope so a lot of time because
it's a great place.
Yeah,
We're coming here for a little while and
everything is good.
the casino takes fantastic care of you.
Yeah.
Poker takes fantastic
Yeah, and
care
the
of
beach
you.
and the hotel, everything is good.
Yeah, the service, the people,
Yeah.
just it's tremendous.
Service is amazing.
King's Casino in Czechia is also
Yeah.
good, but not like this.
No, I've been to Rozhadov, and you know when they did the Prague and changed it. I mean, yeah, it's great. The service, they treat you fantastic, but
King's Casino special.
yeah,
In Rozhadov.
yeah.
It should be in the hand here.
Anything else to do there? If you can come here with your wife, with your family.
Oh, you could bring
There's the
kids here. It's
fold.
amazing.
Yeah,
Hey,
here.
Crystal Cove
Yeah.
they got loads of stuff.
Nice one.
They even have like a daycare here for kids.
Yeah, they got a
like
daycare.
kids club. And
Like a petting zoo.
You have
I take it. I take my family next time.
You can play something.
Button, наверное, поменять.
Yeah, there's like a petting zoo, a sea turtle.
Everything here is just. It's the best place to.
The EPT
take
here in October would be last October was
Yeah.
huge. It was.
This one, I think.
This is gonna
Must be.
This will probably. Because a lot of people came here that never been here before
Yeah,
and they experienced it.
That's true.
There we go. Ringing endorsement once more for the Merit Complex and all it has to offer for those who like to travel, play a bit of poker. Certainly very family friendly. Unlike a lot of poker stops.
Less than this year.
No, not Paris.
Terrible this year.
And as Jay says, where possible, we will always allow
Paris, it's just too much
the table
kind of
talk.
shit over there, so taxes on machines and taxes on stuff and
Barcelona is nice.
yeah, Barcelona's good. They get a massive turnout and plus you're right down the beach, so it's really cool, you know, you got a lot of stuff to do there.
Just go popping it up under the gun.
Also the main event, 10K main event.
Mariam.
Whole event is good, I think.
With the free bet.
Oh, the WSOP in Roswell. Yeah, I've been there before for that, yeah.
I have ticket. I'm playing there, but I play every week.
I mean, that cold free bet
But you are in with friends here?
comes around to
You
Persich.
are with friends here? Yeah. Oh,
Got
okay.
a buddy here, yeah. Yeah. Plus, I've been coming here so much. I know a lot of people in the casino now. And sometimes they're like, "Do you live here?" I'm like, "No."
Those are getting a nice
Do you
price.
fly here? Or only
Well,
you must fly to London?
96, 5
I
behind.
do London Larnaca, but this route I came from Larnaca.
Yeah, very
to,
nice, James.
Istanbul. So I did
okay.
Istanbul
Just
to Erchan. and then
Over 3.5 to 1. That is going to let it go.
Yes.
I was in Bahamas with my family, and it was so expensive, and nothing to nothing to a kids club or something like that. It was only the biggest sliders, and
They
it was so
charge you.
expensive.
They charge you insane prices there in the Bahamas. You're
Yeah.
stuck there, so you got to pay it.
Yeah.
And the
We
service
don't-
is horrible.
Yeah, so yeah, it's true. And the ice cream, I paid for the one cup, $11, something like that. It was so sick.
I can confirm, Jay, that in Merit the ice cream is free. And I've tested a lot of it.
I've tested a bit as well. I've only been here 2 days, James, and I've had a bit already as well. But the lads talking about how great this place is and just everywhere you go, talking about service. Everyone gets looked after. The tournaments are run like clockwork. Great guarantees as well. If you've not been to Merit before, why wouldn't you get yourself out here?
It's just like, as you mentioned before, you see people's tender mobs. Once they've been once, they come a bunch.
Exactly that.
You're going to be hard-pressed to find someone who came 3 years ago, had a couple of cashes and hasn't been back.
Yeah.
They don't exist.
Yeah, I paid for the hamburger and the fries, like $387,000. Yeah, and Revolut agree about that, without PIN, without confirmation, 387K. It was like 1.5 million Polish zloty.
Yeah.
And it was so huge problem because, you know, they said me it was mistake. I said, okay, but give me my money. And it's the first mistake why Revolut agree about this transaction. It was too huge. I would like to talk with them, but they said, no, your balance is like a minus, and you must have a pro business club, and now we can call you. And when you have a plus on your balance, we can call you. And I don't have it. And it was so huge problem.
Yeah. It's a nightmare.
They gave me money back, but without the conversation, it was like a $6,000.
Yeah.
It was mistake, yeah. And some girls from GG helped me, and it was close to zero, but seriously, it was sick situation. Yeah.
I was about to say.
I said when was mom doing this, I don't know, maybe she died because it's very nervous situation.
I was about to say it was a sick brag that he had $387,000 in his Revolut for it to go out, but clearly implying that he did go into debt.
Where's he buying that burger from? That's what I want to know.
Someone just typed the wrong numbers on the pad, but... Silence, though, as he looks down at 2
I can
tens.
say that I don't like Bahamas.
He calls...
The islands are pretty, but
Yeah, but it was
pretty shit.
so
Overrated.
It's overrated.
Yeah.
Extremely.
Well, I have to say, they had the World Series of Poker Europe, I believe, at the Baja Mar Resort. Somewhere I was fortunate enough to go to a couple of times with the Party Poker Live Tour. And it is a beautiful place, a lovely resort, but I do understand that it is certainly on the pricey side, especially when you compare it to someone like Merit that is equally beautiful and everything is free.
Yeah, somewhere I've never been, the Bahamas. Never really interested me, that stop, to be fair.
No, it's beautiful. And at a beautiful time of the year. You know, they had the World Series of Poker Paradise there in December when, you know, most of North America is a little unpleasant. Europe, the same.
And Bujok should just be getting this one through with the tens with his overpair. Continues.
Sorry?
You're playing exclusively tournaments or are you playing cash?
I don't play cash games, yeah. I play in the casino. I don't like cash games that much. Just tournaments. Try to win something big. Then go spin it in the casino.
Maybe now it's...
And there is
You
the
don't
fold.
want to help, but it can happen.
You
It
chip
can
on the
happen.
chair, you have lots of money.
It can happen.
Lot more than chip and chair.
This man has got a lot of chips
Yeah,
It's okay.
and a chair. Jay, you got your
With poker,
first
they
taste
take
of the feature
care
table today.
and play in the casino.
Oh,
On
yeah,
air.
of
We don't want to
course.
spoil it.
I don't want to spoil it.
We don't want to spoil the result, but
It was nice.
you, myself and Andrew played a form of poker on the feature table.
A fun form of poker as well. It was. It got the brain racking. I'll tell you that. You did actually have to think quite a bit.
It really did.
It weren't like cruise control decisions.
Yeah, we played some format of poker that you guys will get to see a clip of at some point during today's stream. We'll play during one of our breaks. One of our challenges. For those of you who haven't been familiar, we have the three of us have been competing in a string of challenges throughout our time here. And
This buffet is nice touch.
the big one is tomorrow. We're going to play a little sit and go, the three of us.
You can
Looking
snack
forward to that.
Every time something, every pulse is... I like here.
Yeah.
I think Andrew mentioned about the a Jack 6 off bounty if you win. If you win with the old Jack suit offsuit after
In honor of Aquino.
Aquino's antics yesterday.
The casino's so small, so he can't do anything in there, you know. But he tries. He has his little restaurant, but it's, yeah, you're stuck there with that, the hotel food and that crap.
Monte Carlo, almost the same situation and a lot more expensive.
Bujok.
I was tired of eating food. in
2
Monte
nines.
Carlo the last
Played
2
very
weeks.
well, but has had some nice distribution this
And
session.
it feels to me like he's had a hand to open with every time from under the gun. It was aces last door, but wasn't it? Nines now. Wonder how much Mariam's going, really, dude? You find it every time on my big blind? Can be a little frustrating at times. I think it's someone like Mitran here, kind of fancy your chances on the table, and then you just see this guy somewhat sunrun. You can't get involved. When you do, he 3-bets you, you peel, you miss. We saw that when the King Jack 9 board when he had the Ace 3 spades.
Yeah, four starting stacks now for Bujok.
Oh.
Well, look at this.
Ah. Has he not realized there's a... Is this called 10,000? Oh, no, maybe he has realized. Yeah, he's just getting involved. Pardon me. 10,000 more, of course. Yeah, so maybe exactly that. Getting a little bored of watching Bujak win every hand. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no. King 9 tray. Set over set. Jay just called it. Bujak is running hot, but this is ludicrous.
This is crazy. Just this setup. Everything's going his way. These sessions don't come around very often.
Look at Mariam. trying not to give anything off. He's watching those chips go in the pot thinking, those are mine. Thank you very much. A super dry board. I guess we just want to slow play this one.
Yeah, I think we want to check call. Like, expect Bujok to be opening wider than most with his stack from under the gun. So maybe like dip into some stuff like ace-8 off, ace-7 off, all these suited ace-X, ace-queen. We want to keep all these hands in, which are drawing nigh on dead in terms of equity.
Right, but reason to believe, I guess, he managed is given that he bet this three-way with the small blind calling, he is going to have something a lot of the times. Therefore, just maybe let your opponent value bet themselves to death as well. Let's see. Somewhat of a filling card in the 10 of spades. Of course, Queen Jack getting there.
Yeah, both players can have the Queen Jack here.
Let me just look down at my cards again. Do I really have a set?
Second barrel coming in from Bujok. And 45k. Now, maybe a decision for Mariam, whether he wants to go with this one here or not.
Is there any part of him that'd be worried if he went for it here, he could ever make a strong one-pair hand fold? Is that...
Do we think, yeah, that Bujok would fold king, queen, king, jack, ace, king? I guess a question we got to ask ourselves. But it's just going to continue setting the trap, playing it slow. Like, we're going to get the money from ace, king, king, queen anyway on rivers, on like the brick rivers.
Oh, wow. That's no brick. Fills up. Yeah, I was thinking, yeah. We also want to protect, I guess, when we got like the 3x of spades combos, maybe the king x of spades with poor kickers. And so look at this. They both improve to a boat. With only 90k back, 161 in the pot.
No wonder Bujok loves merit so much.
He's moving in. He has moved in here. Mariam snapping him off and tables his hand first, only to get the bad news that he was set oversetted. Bujok, impossible to beat on our featured table.
And probably one of the chip leaders in the room, averaged just over 400k. He's got to have like 1.4 milli now after that hand, or at least close to.
Well, Mariam, his first visit to our featured table the other day, went out on a heroic bluff. This time, the coldest of decks.
No, never. On this turn, no.
Imagine he opens 10 king.
On the big.
So big blind only for Bujok now, taking us into the final 15 minutes of the session. But it has been the Bujok show, busting Mustafa Kanit.
Yeah.
And now busting Mariam. With plenty of chips to work with for the rest of the day. For Key, going to open from gun. Makes it 15k, goes for the 2.5xer.
Well, look who's in the big blind. Want to get him out the pot. He's unbeatable.
And it does go with the ace-8 suited here. I think one that could definitely just play cool. But looks like is going to go for the 3-bet here. Goes to 37.
Yeah, kind of a smallish 3-bet given the under the gun open.
Yeah, it does seem really small. And now this is really annoying.
Yeah.
For Robbie.
Oh.
But
he
is going to stick it in. Let's go, Robbie. How's he sniffed this one out, James? Because Dusko's going to have to cool off.
Right.
We've seen Robbie double up once already. And set for another one if he can hold.
It's 58.
Well, of course, going nowhere for 20,000 more. A chuckle as he sees it is the 2 8s he's up against. Figured he'd probably have 3 outs, though, given the way the action went, so not really that surprising. Spades are an ace. Robbie looking to get back to half a starting stack.
Good fold.
Queen 3 deuce.
When he don't three-betting, yeah.
Under the gun, yeah, 3 bets.
Running wheel, the additional outs.
And he goes all in.
Yeah, you must.
Here we go.
Clubs.
Materializing.
Never easy, never easy.
Supposed to be clubs.
5 live ones.
It's supposed to be clubs.
Nice hand.
Paired up board is good news.
Back to 1-4-3, and yes, back in the game indeed, sir.
He had just, what, 33k left in a spot where he could have bluffed the river. Decided to shut it down into quads. Now, thriving on the feature table.
Now I could run into your quads again and have a little...
I don't think so. No quads.
Quads, only once a day. Only once a day. Only once a day.
I'm glad when I have in one day one pair of aces. I'm glad. Don't need to have quads.
You just like to get some cards, be able to play a little bit. It's never fun when you're just so card dead and it's...
Oh, that's cool.
I think he was.
Yeah, I know.
Your start was under.
He busted your. Destroy.
Yeah. Oh, it went bad. It was terrible over there. I was actually getting a lot of cards over there, but the boards were horrible.
Bujok, another playable one for the man with the big momentum.
That's the problem when you're getting good cards and then you're missing other people are hitting. You're just...
Always continuing here as Bujok. Think we just start with complete the suited hand. And not one that's going to be able to. I think our opponent's got about 20 now after that hand. Oh no, a lot more. Actually got 30.
Yeah, and a very strong hand.
Yeah, but this just becomes annoying now. I think it's why we like to complete.
Wow.
Because, well, just goes with jam. Okay. Might have gone for the not all in sizing as for key, but...
Oh.
Only call, I call you when you raise. Ace jack.
Did he?
Jacks, wow.
I think he may have actually raised. Did he from the small? The graphics said cool, but the way he was talking, I think... Well, I'm going to go to VAR here.
No, he did raise. He did raise from the small. The graphics said raise, yeah.
Oh, did they? I thought he called from him. Yeah, so raise. Yeah, that makes sense. All right.
It made it 18.
Yeah, there we go.
But I think it is one that likes the complete call for that reason. It's
Right.
such a delicious hand, great playability, and the times that we open ourselves and the big blind 3-bets us, can't really continue. You have to relinquish.
Yeah,
decent holding.
As is usually the case. I misfollowed the action.
We've all been there.
You think the big graphics on screen and the massive TV in front of me might help me, Jay, but...
Yep.
Bujok, another playable hand.
He must be like V-pipping like 50% plus this session, surely. Like every other hand he's in.
And not one of them has been out of line. This time, getting Persich to fold 10-6-0. One of the sort of weakest hands we may have seen defend, but understandable perhaps against the form man. If he just wanted to get out of the way. Every time I look at this tournament clock, I mentioned it before, left-hand side of the tournament clock here at Merit, there's a list of the names of the players active in the field, and I just see another nice name that I may or may not have seen already this trip. There's just such a mix here of big names, or big-ish names, I should say. Familiar faces from around Europe here for the MPP main event. And then a whole host of names you only ever see here at Merit.
Yeah, they got someone coming in.
Yeah.
And we got Mitran with the ladies in the hijack. Been a steady session for this man. Hoping to add some chips to his stack with the queens.
Yeah, that's been a little frustrated to now, but maybe a little speculative with the 8-5 suited from the small blind earlier in this orbit. But queens. Certainly enough kit. He's seen a lot of action on this table, and now he just sees the whole table fold. Doesn't seem right.
We have it. Hello.
A new player coming in into seat 4 for the final 8 minutes.
Good luck.
Guy Bashar joining the party.
Very out.
I hope you keep it. Keep going. Thank you.
Ah, that's where you know you're running good. You're like, oh, take another player's rack. Anything I can do to help you. Isn't life great? Do you want to come for dinner?
No, 3.
How's the wife?
Starting stack. Yeah. We start now.
C3 it's here, no? C3 I think.
C3 it's here, yeah.
Is 1 or 2? I don't know.
Yeah.
C3. This one?
C3 is there. There's space on this table with the RFID readers for another seat for 10-handed play.
Yeah, because we're playing 1 dead. Seat 1's dead.
Normally it's a seat 4, but in normal table it's a seat 3. And it's...
Yeah.
Oh, we're gonna see end.
Capable to have a 10-handed action on this table. But of course, the MPP playing 9-handed.
It was the time that I really played like this.
Guy Bashar coming in here with what sounded like to me exactly a starting stack. So we assume a later reg, and unfortunately for Guy, probably a re-reg at this hour of day 1C.
Yeah, don't expect people to be on their unique and day 1 seat when it's been running for a few days.
This is 100. This is 25.
Are you, when you come to play events, as many as it takes kind of man, or do you sometimes just tap out?
I am. I'm one of them. If I'm there, I'm just firing as much as I can fire. But sometimes there is a situation where you don't feel it, or you feel like you're not playing your best and you're tired, and then you just got to step away from it and just go back to the hotel, get a good night's sleep and go again the next day.
Mitran. Popping his head above the wall once again, this time ace-8 suited. Obviously nowhere near the strength of the last hand, but reasonable nonetheless. And
Play so long.
it's getting action
Last time I played
from a man who, well, last time we saw him pull the button was deuce 3 suited.
Okay, nice.
Ace 4 off this time.
See if he makes quads again.
Like a hero.
Is it not daily quads? You're only allowed to make quads once a day?
Would you play the online?
I used to. Quick phone poker.
We play by our own rules down here, Jay.
It's very nice. Are from here?
I live in Limassol, the other side of the Cyprus.
So Mitran here does flop the gut shot
There are many events. Right?
with the backdoor nut heart draw.
I take the
Yeah,
card.
Jay, and a board I know you're going to tell me that we should usually hold some concern about the button peeling, but given that we've seen the deuce 3 suited in the range, it gives us more impetus, right, to bet here.
I think that's a very good point to make. A board that we will be doing a lot of checking versus button range, but against an opponent that we've seen peeled 3 deuce suited, then I guess we can have a lot more bets here. And it does get the ace 4 out of there. Did have the best of it.
Right. But it's an icky hand to play with the best of it if we check and face bets.
What is time bank?
You have 30 seconds for the decision. When you have more, you must give her the 1 card.
Like she told me when I needed to give her. So
And she told you when it's a 5
anymore and stuff like
5
this.
seconds.
Not those times that the call flow.
No.
I remember the time that when you take too much, one of the players call flow.
Yeah. Normally it's like this, but here it's better, yeah. It's faster game.
I'm gonna do 13.
For sure. On that fresh stack, opening up his first 10, and well, be careful because Boudrock's behind with suited Broadway.
Just a call from Boudrock with the king jack suited. Seems nice. At 50 effective to start the hand with Bashar.
Do it in the first.
Dusko got a nice one to just peel here on the button with the sixes.
Last 4 minutes, I think so.
Does play cool. Robbie will be out the way in the small. And Mitran with a nice little defend candidate, four-way, closing the action.
Yeah, he's starting to get something going now, obviously. Winning the last 2 pots. Now finds 6-4 suited and kind of a nice little spot to look down at it. Get to take a flop with those suited connectors. Always exciting. As you see the dealer just fan out that board. Pick me, pick me. And King Jack 8. Wonder who the dealer picked, okay?
Of course it was Bujok.
Relentlessly running hot.
And this doesn't happen very often, James. It's a rarity when you get a session like this. And sometimes you're just sitting there and you're like, what's going on? How am I running this good? This don't happen. This isn't supposed to happen. Whatever Bujok does, whatever hand he plays, he just seems to flop the best of it.
Is he getting to the point where he's running so hot now he starts to get upset because he wants to save that run good for later? That's when you know you're running good. When you root to miss. And Bashar, of course, seeing this bet, having opened under the gun, going four-way. Just not much he can do, one imagines. But he looks like he hasn't given up on it yet. There we go.
Does fold.
Again, he looks like a man who's sort of had the opposite day. Assume, just re-entered. Opens up sevens, goes four-way, sees 3 over us. Like, really? Continuation. Hey, look, trust me. You got 2 sevens. You need to be happy you missed a set against this man. The last man who flopped a set against him. He's on a different table right now. Playing a fresh stack.
Yeah, but that's King Jack 7. There's no way he holds for sure against Bujok. Always a king or a jack turn or a river. The way he's been running today. And from the table's perspective, probably just looks like Bujok's absolutely running everything over and finding these spots and winning every pot. But I can't actually recall a hand where he hasn't had it.
Right.
Can you think of one, James?
It's all been
value.
Straight up. He even tried to go for value, if you recall, earlier on with like ace-8 on on a, would have been a pretty thin line.
So Persic was just in with the ace-4 off, peeled on the button, but not going to open ace-7.
And
maybe wants to take the full 15-minute break with 30 seconds left on the clock.
Live pro moves, okay. As Jay mentions, we are heading up to our first break of the stream. Third break for the players, as they're just reaching the halfway point here of day 1C in this, the MPP main event.
Complete from Mitran and Bashar with the king 8. Is going to go for the ISO here, making it 16K just a go.
Yeah, only 10. I don't think so that maybe we can change the table. I don't think so that we will be playing this table like 6 hours or something like that.
And of course, players are quite correct. We will freshen up the featured table as we go through the day. So it will be a new lineup after the break, but for now, an ace-jack-5 ball between these two.
Do expect this just to go Bashar's way. Check, c-bet small on the ace-high board. Good for our range and hand over.
And as this hand peters out, and an interest to keep your attention, those of you viewing here on YouTube, let me tell you that a couple of players we have coming up after the break. One I'm happy to see again, Tom Axel Badel is going to be in the mix, but also the winner of the 10K PLO, Ludo Geilich, is going to be on our next feature table as well. So it's going to be a fun one. Can I promise you the action will be as furious as this table? No, it probably won't. But I can promise you that with Ludo and Tom on the table, there will be a lot of chat as we send these guys to the floor. That's how it looks. Monstrous stack for Bujok. 1.4 million chips.
Yeah, ridiculous. If we stopped the day now, you'd be more than happy to take that stack through to day 2. And what a session. It's just one of those that just flew for him. Nice stack for Bujok.
So guys, we will say goodbye to Jay for now and take about a 15-minute break. Please don't go too far.
On top of the morning, on top of the wave, on top of the team, on top of the days, on top of my purpose. I do, I create. Y'all wanna copy, but we're not the same. Sometimes when it can be dark, sometimes when it can be scary, sometimes you still gotta push on and just do what is necessary. You need that mindset, dog. You're just like a mercenary. You just gotta go push on. You just gotta go and get it.
Right, welcome back, guys. Merit Olympics. The next challenge, we're ready to go. Current scores on the doors. James has won 2 of the challenges. I've won 1. And Jay, you've won 0 so far.
Hold on a minute, I've played 1. You boys have played 3 each. You've got to remember that right now.
You should have been here.
Well, I was working. I've gone from work to work. I've got to catch up somehow. We've got to find some way for me to get in, surely.
Excuses, my friend. You'll have your opportunity now. Next challenge, we all love it. Pool, me against you, my friend. Not sure where Demps is. Think he's been called away to a business meeting or something, or that was what he claimed. Jay, me and you, let's get after it.
Good luck, buddy.
Good luck. Right, guys, we're getting ready to go. The challenge, as we already said, is pool. Jay, we're gonna decide who gets to break. I'll hold the white ball in one of my hands behind my back.
Yep.
You choose. If you get it right, hang on. If you get it right, you get to break.
We'll go with your left, my right.
This one?
Your left. Okay, up to you, sir.
Unlucky, what can you do? I get to break. All right, brilliant. Good luck.
Good luck.
Good luck, Jay, mate. The very best of luck. Let's get after it.
I'm sorry.
All right.
What are you doing with that cue?
I have the weirdest strategy ever. Everyone always comments on it. They call it the claw.
The claw.
Have you seen Scary Movie where the guy's got the weird hand?
I was more thinking Toy Story.
Unfortunately, that's me. I haven't left myself a shot, though. But we play to win in this game. Right. Let's go. Oh, he's made it. I hope you got that, by the way. That might be the best shot I've ever hit in my life. Right. Ooh. All right, you're in, Harwood.
Let's
Show me what you got.
See. Not much.
Show me what you got, bro.
Not much, I don't think.
Etiquette. I won't stand in the way. Very nice. Oh, get there!
No chance.
I might be in a little bit of trouble. Are you hustling me, Harwood?
I would never do that, Andrew.
I don't know, like.
There you
okay.
go. There's a no hustle.
This is what they do, right? When they play snooker, and they look pensive, as if they're surveying the table.
They definitely do that on the telly.
They do, right? Pretend to know what they're doing. Oh, it goes. It goes. Ooh. Bit of finesse, Jay. All right, I guess we have to take it now. Oh, you hate seeing that.
I love seeing that.
You hate seeing it. Oh no, could be in some trouble. Look at this, Jay. You've seen this technique from a man before. Oh, all right. It's a pretty good game, this. Maybe there's a future in pool, Jay, for us.
Yeah, a little double.
If the comms doesn't work out. Oh!
Not like that. Not like that. I tried to go off the jaw, but there we go.
Maybe we should stick to the comms, bro.
Yeah, stick to it.
It could be the way. Right. We broke. What's the rules? Behind the line?
Behind the line, I believe. Two shots.
2 shots?
Carries over to the black.
Carries over to the black. Right. Not sure what the play is here. Guess it's gonna be this. I don't know, I'm going to struggle to get up there, but whatever, we're going to go with this. It's going to be tricky. Got to get it out of there. Okay. Over to you, Harwood.
Do you not have 2 shots?
What? Nah, it doesn't carry. I'm a fair man. We're not doing
fine.
none of that.
I wouldn't
carry,
fancy this
know?
cut into the middle either, to be fair.
Oh! Whoa, whoa, whoa! That's been a gentleman.
No, good.
If I'd known that you were weak mentally and that you do 2-shot carry, you know, I'd have gone for it. You wouldn't fancy that cut into the middle, he says. Oh, that's a very bad effort. I'm letting you back in. Shot. Shot. He's all business stamps. Oh.
Was there a little nick on that?
I don't know.
I heard a little nick. Can we get a sound test?
You heard a nick. You heard a little nick.
No, here it comes. There, boom. There's the nick.
Oh yeah. A little nick. Controvert. Where's the rest?
Your little finger's the rest. From what
have you seen? Have you seen? That's my rest. All right, whatever. Oh Jesus. Little finger gets the job done. Just like in Game of Thrones. Do you like that pun?
I've never seen it.
Oh, for God's sake, Jay. Right, I don't think this can go in, can it?
Up and down.
You reckon?
Yeah.
Oh, the little, what, the little doubler?
Yeah.
Yeah, you might be right. All right then, let's try. Oh,
he fell for it. He fell for it.
You knew that was going to happen, didn't you? Hey? There's no carry, by the way.
Oh, no carry?
No carry. Oh! Oh, no! No! Bounce! Yes! Oh, what a sweat. It's all coming down to this.
I'm going to go here. Back down.
That'll do. That'll do. Oh, oh. Stop. Stop.
Keep rolling.
Stop.
Keep rolling.
Stop. All right, we've got a chance. It's not an easy shot, Jay, is it? Let's be honest.
It's not on the cushion.
We're not loving it.
Oh!
No! No! All right. That was a good game. Really good game.
GG.
Good game, mate. Okay.
Oh, pardon me. I got excited.
So did I.
I saw a player on their feet.
It's the man from Belarus again.
Yeah, that was nervy, Jay. I was scared for them, but nothing happened. Okay, so the deuces do find the muck from under the gun.
Yeah, it's a good fold. Very easy to get attached to a pair, but these small pocket pairs, ones that do want to be folded at this stage, better to open hands with good removal.
Better check here with ace-queen in the cutoff. Obviously, kind of a nice scenario. Obviously, plenty of hands to be raised, kind of getting it in with, but you're never that wild on FT bubbles, but deciding chip accumulation is worth a lot here. I was wondering where the line is in stack size that he might just elect to open jam that hand from cutoff rather than...
Yeah, probably at this stage like 13, 14. I don't think we want any jams off of 18 here with 2 tables of 5. Like, so much better to just open here, give the big blind a chance to shove like an ace-jack, an ace-10, get them to defend a hand that we dominate.
Ooh.
And even here, king-jack suited, these suited broadways are very nice candidates to choose here. And it wouldn't actually surprise me if Puts went for this here. Just because he'll recognise that Patrick has to call very tight here.
Right.
And even when called, these suited broadways do very well in terms of equity pre-flop. Like, even if we're up against an ace-king, still going to have that 1 in 3 shot to get there.
See, he's certainly mulling it over. And he does! Well done, Jay. Well called. Putting Padicek to the test. And... Oh.
What happened if two players lost in one hand in different tables? Yeah, okay.
Well, we aren't currently playing hand for hand. We can be 99% sure he's going nowhere with his hand. Right, Jay, but he just wanted to know if it's worth burning time banks, was checking the other table. They're not playing a hand currently. I guess cards that are being shuffled there. So he does make the call. No need to burn those time chips. And here we go. A monstrous pot. Padicek just doubled up a moment ago and a chance to basically tie the table chip lead if his ace-queen can hold on here. But as you mentioned, these suited broadways, they do all right when called.
Yes, they do.
36%. Not the hand he wanted to see, like you mentioned. No, he wants to see an ace-jack, an ace-10, an ace-5 suited kind of holding. 9-4 deuce. Clean for Padicek. But needs lightning. No real backdoor equity. Well, the outs change. Loses the jacks, but picks up the 10s, all of which are live.
Yeah, improved.
There it is. Clean run out. Padicek continues his ascendancy.
Yeah, and a great example there as well as why we just want to open these hands there.
Estoy impaciente, quiero comerte.
Quiero jugar, baby, una horas más.
Estoy impaciente, quiero comerte.
Quiero jugar, baby, una horas más.
Estoy impaciente, quiero comerte.
Quiero jugar, baby, una horas más.
Estoy impaciente, quiero comerte.
Quiero jugar, baby, una horas más.
Lasowski is going to have nightmares tonight about this man. Hard to believe he only has 2 recorded caches on his Hennemob database, Aquino. The first of which coming back in March and was 3rd place in a high roller in his native Brazil in Sao Paulo for $41,000. And then he found his way onto that WPT voyage, the cruise that, you know, a lot of people seem to have a good time on. He final tabled a turbo there, and then, hey, his next appearance on the live felt here as one of the 8 qualifiers to make this final table. So newish, it would appear, to the live arena, but certainly not new to poker the way we've seen him play. This is a man who's done some stuff. He's got some scarring.
Honestly, he has just been getting after it and finding pots that others wouldn't find. And very interesting one here for Strobel, James. Like, in theory, I think the computers like to do some jamming with these sort of suited broadways facing the button open. Like the Queen Jack suited, the Queen 10 suited, the Jack 10 suited, this type of stuff. Whether he'll taking it, he's gone for it, Strobel.
Oh, here we go. And well, with the folded cards, we see this one's actually a lot closer than the players will realize. The 2 compatriots all in. I know the chat, or a corner of the chat, will root for both these men. Unfortunately, they are all in against each other.
Yeah, I know we've run into ace-king here, James, but it's actually a high-level jam here from Strobel that not many people would find, in my opinion, on a final table. And unfortunately, just ending up running into that top end of range here, but still with a heap of equity.
And a chance now for a ladder once more for the players watching on. 8 deuce deuce makes that ever more likely. Strobel need a lot of help with just 2 cards to come. 43 million chip pot, and here we go. He turns a lot more equity.
And every out bar 1 in the deck.
Look at them live as you like. It's a cruel one, a trio of ducks. For those who like what they see, get after it. And I believe, as usual, these tours, you know, if you were to be fortuitous at one of these EAPT stops, it would mean that, hey, next year this could be you at the grand final.
And Brechalov opens to 2.4, and wow, puts...
How's your timing?
With the ace-king here. And these two, just a quick point to note, sitting second and third in chips. Wouldn't be surprised if puts did find a flat here from time to time, James. Like, on first glance, looks like ace-king, we need to 3-bet, but with these ICM intricacies, maybe we do play some flats facing EP against a stack size that can do a lot of damage to us, but does just go with the general approach.
I was going to ask as well, with Strobel, like, so short behind, if we flat and he decides to jam, does reopen the action. You have another short stack in here as well that would reopen the action where they couldn't to a 3-bet. So yeah, another reason perhaps to throw into the camp you suggest. But yeah, he takes the more obvious route.
Yeah, and probably just going to proceed with call here as Brechalov. It's close, ace-queen off, but I think as covering stack, we do get to come along. If stacks were reversed, probably lean more towards fold.
On the decision point for Crystal pre-flop as well, do we ever see perhaps just a 3-bet pile for this many chips as well with the ace-king, or is that too much given there are 9 left?
I think it's too much, just for the time that we do run into. Has he gone for 4-bet?
Ah, clicky 4-bet. Let's have a look. He put in a heap of chips. Look to be around. I mean, a stack of those greens is, what, 10 million? Yeah, here we go, 4-bet to 15 million. Dreamy scenario for Puets, in that he set up his stall to 3-bet and then have to 5-bet jam. Obviously, right now, right, he could be moving into the nuttiest of ranges, but understandable, Brechalov, with this ace-queen, you advocate flat, but it does lend itself quite nicely, doesn't it, to a 4-bet fold potentially?
Yeah, it's what are we trying to fold out though? Do we think that we get some jacks 10s to fold some of the time? Maybe 10s does go into the muck, but is ace-king ever going to let it go?
Right. You feel like it's wasting a strong hand perhaps, but the counter argument is, hey, I don't want to play out of position against an extremely competent opponent. And here we go with 5-bet jam. This final table continues to deliver fast-paced action.
Yeah, and a huge pot going to go puts his way here. Brechalov just has to fold now, and that's a big, big pickup for the German, uncontested.
Another 18 million chips to go with the sort of, well, about 18 million chips he won in the last pot. Now up to 61 million, clear second stack.
I'm actually kind of sad that Andrew's jumping in after the next break. I'm enjoying watching this final table.
Well, we'll just keep it warm for you, and then, you know, by my reckoning, you should be in here for the culmination.
Yeah, I'm hoping to be.
Some positives. Lasowski finding a positive. Ace-Jack, ripping it in. Brechalov, King-Jack suited, out behind.
They're not going to be able to call, though. Pretty hand. It has to go into the...
And a very warm welcome back to the very warm Mediterranean, where it is, of course, the MPP main event here at Merit. It is day 1C, and the action has been furious. Jay Harwood stepping aside, taking a break, and I will be very happy to bring Andrew Headley back into the mix as we look down. Kind of a fun table here, Andy.
Yeah, good evening, James. Good evening, everybody. Hope you're enjoying the coverage. Loving this. Enzo. So good they named him twice. Bit of the Jembas coming to my mind there. 1.18 million, 150 bigs. He's loving life. Hedi El Asmar, 92 bigs. Andras Matre also closely behind with 90. And there's a name we know very well, Mr. Ludovic Geilich, joining us on the feature. Of course, won the 10K PLO High Roller earlier this week, James.
He did, and won it in style, did our man, in a very long war of attrition, but he persevered. And it's somewhat of an outlasting affair, just in the terms of energy levels in that one late on the night. But here he is, now fully fresh, playing some Hold'em.
There he is in your shot. Good bit of banter earlier in the week there, James. Ludo wore his beloved Rangers top on stream when he won that PLO.
Lucky Rangers top.
And there was some comments saying, another sensational display from the Rangers in Europe. There you go. I mean, you don't really like the Rangers-Celtic banter, do you? So I'm probably talking to the wrong guy.
Hey, it's nice when the minor leagues have that little rivalry.
Oh, there he is. Bazinga. So we see Matrai limping here from the small with 5-6 suited. Flops best against Izar, deciding not to ISO the Junkie 9 deuce. Should be hand over very quickly.
What a cool looking character we have here as well.
Right.
I'm all about the fashion.
I believe the youngsters call it a vibe, James. Much like the shirt you're wearing. I quite like that. A little funky number.
There we go.
Yeah. Thought it was penguins, but it turns out it's skiers.
Yeah, we're in audio format, but yeah, it's a nice little overshirt number going on here.
Yeah, very nice.
One of my favorites. Had it for a long time. It gets a lot of outings. Conversation piece.
It is.
But nothing compared to the level of Yusuf Tek in there.
Look at
he looks
that.
the biz.
That is suave. First look here at Chun under the gun. Blinds 4 and 8K, so working with around about 35 blinds or so. Going to come in for a raise. From the one seat. We've seen El Asmar. I've seen him a bunch of times on the Merit streams that we do, Demp, so he's a regular here.
Hedi El Asmar, hailing from Lebanon. You see a lot of Lebanese players here at Merit. I mean, that is a short hop across the sea. We can't get much closer to another country than Lebanon.
Well, here is our resident fashion icon, Tekken. Going to defend here, Demps. Very reasonable. 9-7 of clubs. Shade north of 20 blinds. Look to flop something.
Do you think I could pull those shades off?
I mean, you need a supreme level of confidence to pull off that look. So, having known you very well for many years, an elevated level of self-importance, you would crush it.
You know, I've got such an ego that I'm going to take that as a compliment.
Yeah, there you go. It was intended as such. Coming up empty, though, Tekken. Nowhere to go, Demps, with this one, you would suspect. Into the muck they go. Oh, Tom Bedell.
My man.
What a legend, I have to say. Demps gave him the box office build-up the other day. Just, I was saying to you on break, excited to cover Tom, Ludo on the table.
Just gave you 500.
Just very charming man, isn't he? Just.
Wow. Honesty as well.
What happened? He gave him too many chips.
It looks like he's just bought in and may have been given too many chips, and he quickly offered up, hey, I've been given 500. I think that's what happened. Seems unlikely, but...
Maybe 500K to start stacking like a high roller or something, Demps, little miscommunication.
Yeah, trying to...
Oh, here we go. Yeah, what a gentleman. Well, we just gave him the build-up, and honesty is the best policy.
Something went wrong along the way there, but here he is with his 300K, which is far fewer chips than Enzo has here.
Right.
4 starting stacks in front of him. He's going to pop it up with these little ducks from early.
Yeah, I mean, very, very wide, but when we have, you know, 150 bigs, if there's ever a time to get after it, Oh,
right
Ludo.
off the bat. Here we go. I was saying Ludo was eyeing something up. And he's made it 49,000 to go.
Here we go then.
Oh, and Esau here, I see with, well, a chess piece on his stack. Is that any PTSD coming back to you, Andrew?
You're just never gonna let me live it down, are you?
After your resounding defeat at chess?
I don't know about resounding. I actually hung in there for quite a long time.
We'll take in.
You know, I was very much fumbling around in the dark, but, you know, trying my best.
Now, of course, we are joining these guys on level 7 of the day, so they have played 6 levels together. You're never quite sure what dynamics have ensued up to now, but here we go, exactly case in point. Enzo perhaps opening a lot of hands, recognizing that Ludo may be going after that a lot, and Tekken decides to stick around here with ace-6 suited. This will give Enzo, of course, a delicious price to go set mining. All of a sudden, we have 163,000 chips in the pot, heading to a flop where nobody has a premium hound.
The most interesting thing here, Tekken's range is going to look pretty strong to cold call.
Wow.
Well.
Deuce on the flop. But yeah, good point there, Andrew. Of course, you wouldn't expect Tekken to be this kind of hand. You're thinking, like, maybe an ace-queen suited, maybe a jacks-10s kind of holding. Not a spot Ludo wants to see. Although, hey, Ludo might be thinking, I get to have ace-king, these guys don't.
Oh, no, Tekken.
For 120k, just open rips. The flop, what is going on? Enzo with the snap. Maybe best serve with a little tank here if you're Enzo. You're supposed to be concerned about Ludo behind, but as it is, obviously not going to be an issue. And Tekken sees that he is all but dead, needing some runners.
Yeah, bit of a disaster, this one, Demps. It happened so quickly we couldn't reference it. Would have liked to see fold pre, or at least shove if we are going to enter this pot. As it stands, in big trouble.
And a shove pre, of course, would have been the order of the day in this instance. Would have seen him win the pot. As it is, drawing dead on the 3-turn. Yuso Tekken, unfortunately, out right at the start of this feature table. And Enzo with a bundle more chips. Guess that's how it goes sometimes. You catch a bit of heat, you see there, Ludo creates his action, get the cold call behind.
Yeah.
Opposite set, you think, right, how am I going to get paid here? And someone just jams into you. Life is good. Yusuf Tekken, no, not for him. Now, re-entry, still available until 10 levels. And of course, there is a turbo flight later. Not suggesting Yusuf should go jump and do that right now, but the option is there for him. Maybe after that one, spot a dinner first.
I think that would be the order of business. Demps.
Little walk. Maybe go find you in the shisha bar for a game of pool.
There you go.
You said you played table tennis there whilst you were waiting to come in, did you?
Just resounding victories against the other British boys.
Now, that's what I'm going to ask you. Did you use your cheat method again?
The old top spin survey. Hard to get a handle on that bad boy.
The freakish serve. It's scary. For those of you wondering what we're talking about, we have been competing in a number of tasks.
Yep.
Whilst we've not been in the booth, myself, Andrew, and Jay. One of which was table tennis. If you stuck around during the last break, you would have seen the big pool match that went down between the two of you. I graciously backed out of that one because I've seen you both play pool. I'm no match. I could be in there trying to get lucky, but table tennis, I thought I might have a chance here against Andrew. I might have a chance, and I got through. Jay, no worries. Poor kid.
Yeah,
that was easy. And then the first point against you, you kind of gave me just like a little soft serve. Got me excited. I thought, oh, I could beat him. And then next thing I know, much like your pool grip, some wizardry happened with the paddle in your hand.
I'm a deceptively quick man, fast on my feet. Look at the respect shown here to Tom.
He's still here.
He's gone very small, Demps. Kind of sick. He didn't know he was in the pot.
Yeah, I didn't see it.
Well then, very favourable board for Tom.
Yeah.
It's good, about as good as it gets, Demps, without a 10 on the board.
30,000.
I flop well as well.
It's good to continue for that small size. Try and...
And it's still my last time.
Oh.
What is going on, Andrew?
Now we do have two overcards, some backdoor straight and flush draws. El Asmar deciding the price is right.
Do you read anything into the fact that Tom didn't realise that El Asmar had flat the open pre, so therefore maybe just going after the undergun open? Or was the undergun open still such a strong range that it doesn't really change the hands he'd squeeze with from the big.
Oh, and look at this. Yeah, I mean, it is going to change things. You're likely to tread a bit more cautiously with your overall range, I think, with an under-the-gun open and a +1 call in terms of light squeezes. So if he thinks it's heads up, he can have some more of these kind of marginal hands. As it stands, deuce of spades turn.
65.
Yeah, pretty ambitious flop peel from El Asmar. You would imagine he's going to be done with his stamps unless he wants to run something outside the box.
Pocket kings. Aces. Aces? But I didn't see his...
Tom, it's on stream. He's claimed aces.
20 minutes, half an hour?
I think it's 1 hour. 1 hour. It's quite a long delay, yeah.
Loving that from Mr. Bedell.
What do you make of the fold from Enzo there? Like, getting a ridiculously good price, really. Guy behind likely to complete. I mean, just like worried that we're really crushed against.
That's the thing, and again, I hate to say it, obviously we know Tom's just joined the table, but unfamiliar with the dynamic of the table, the way it's gone. Maybe he's just playing a game where he likes to lead from the front foot. Maybe he feels like he's got a table that he can kind of pick up a lot of chips he wouldn't normally be allowed, so doesn't want to jeopardize by playing big pots on the back foot.
Yeah, that's fair enough.
It's an argument for sure.
Yeah, I thought he might just be feeling the momentum with the old 1.4 mil in front of himself. That was all.
And I mean, I don't think I've actually ever played with Enzo, but I've seen him play on a number of occasions. He doesn't tend to be one who normally shies away. He is willing to fight, isn't he? I don't know if you've got much history with him.
No. I think it's my first look at Enzo.
Okay.
He's got a lot of artillery to work with.
Yeah, he's somewhat of a swashbuckler.
That's another thing, you know, a guy with a backward cap. That also takes confidence. We were referencing Yusuk's outfit before he departed. A lot of cool customers here out at the Mediterranean Poker Party. And guys, if you are just joining, this is coverage of day 1C of the MPP main event. We're going to be covering more action tomorrow, Demps. We have the confirmation, 10K high roller tomorrow, I believe, on stream.
That is indeed the plan of play. You're just looking through here. Enzo, only the one cash so far in 2024. It was the 2K EPT Paris, which he won for 100K.
Nice.
Man on a little bit of form, you would say.
Yeah, as we see Matrai here, takes the 3-bet +1 against Ludo. Obviously aware, Ludo, very aggressive player. And has found Ludo close to the bottom of his range, King 6 of spades. Matrai timing this nicely. Well then, Tom. A lot of fireworks for him to start this feature table. Cold finds ace-queen on the button. Kind of awkward, these spot stamps, especially against these seats under the gun and +1. But look at this. Gonna cold call. Tricky spots, these ones, with a hand like ace-queen. You know, you can be in very bad shape. Typically, you'll see people either 4-bet or fold here, but Tom deciding, I have position. I can represent a lot of big hands myself.
8-7 deuce board. I try with the bear ace, but Bedell with the bear queen. Reason to believe maybe he still has the best of it should he face some action.
Yeah, this one could get interesting. Matrai now, you know, he's not going to love this stamps when you get cold called. Going to be a lot of these sort of 10s, jacks type combos going to be in there often. But he is going to start with a bet, likely thinking ace of spades in hand. Does block a pair of jacks, with something to consider. And also a backdoor straight draw to go with it. And you called it, Tom. Still happy to stick around here with 2 overs and the queen of spades himself. Board pairs the 8 of clubs, no change. And now this is the first real big decision point for Matrai. Are we going to try and blast our man off his holding? You're going to think you're up against a lot of pairs, Demps, and potentially some hands like this one. Maybe an ace-queen of clubs or something right in there. So we're not thrilled about this situation, but here he comes.
Wow, look at this. It does, like I say, it gets a little scary.
It does.
Not a great sort of situation to be in when your opponent just has, I guess, the 9s and 10s at a decent frequency. Like you mentioned, maybe some spade combos. Obviously, against spade combos, would still have the best hand of the ace of spades, but you, like you point out, got to be worried about maybe some club combos as well. Even though you've got the best hand here some of the time, it's very hard, isn't it, for him to win this on the river.
Absolutely.
Let's see how it goes, though.
I'm kind of intrigued by the size and choice on turn, like quarter pot. So what value hands do we have that choose a quarter? Like, you're kind of saying that you're really invulnerable, I think, when you choose this size. I think it's fair to say. So, like, are we repping aces here exactly, you know? Or are we just looking to deny, like, draws and some floats? But what a start for Tom.
Talking of tough spots, Andrew, I'm going to put you in one now.
Go on.
What country is that flag?
Oh,
try.
Jeepers. Jay's one of these sick humans. He said, how's your flag game? All right, wait a minute. I want another look. I'll have to wait until it comes back onto my try. But it's not one that I looked at and immediately knew. You're looking very smug, as if you just know this one.
I know this one.
Do you know this one from, like, your own knowledge, or just from covering poker tournaments?
From my own knowledge, it's the first time I've ever seen it at a poker table, and I'm pretty sure it is a...
That's a little...
I'm pretty sure it's a mistake. I don't think he is from that.
Now, let me think.
And as my try.
It's going to be like one of these small sort of Barbados-y type.
Very small country. There it is.
Right, hang on. Let's have a look.
Chat, if you want to join in without cheating.
Chat, join in.
No cheating, please, chat. Oh.
So like a really small sort of island type. I want to say like a... Wait, Barbados, is that? That's not a country, right?
Barbados is certainly a country.
It is a country, right?
Wow. Recently... Not only is it recently a country, recently became a republic, removing
look at you.
King Charles as its head of state.
Right, so it's not that. Can you give me like a little clue? Because I'm not going to get it.
It is an island nation.
Okay, so I wasn't that far off. Let's go the Cayman Islands. That's not a
Wrong
good
ocean.
guess. All right, go on. I'm not. Oh, well, let's wait and see if the chat want to interact. We'll give them.
Yeah, let's see if the chat can get it. And by chat, I mean the chat exclusively on the DTD Play YouTube channel. That is where myself and Andrew will always keep one eye, if you know what flag that is, without cheating. Show your knowledge.
All right,
show yourselves. As it is, Luda's going to try and show himself with 6-3-0 from the big, completing 4-way.
Yeah, I mean, I don't totally hate it. Like, we're going to likely be live a good amount. We're pretty deep, trying to hit a really big flop. These are the tricky situations when you flop a small piece.
Or something. If there's a marginal spot, Luda won 150k the other night. He's going to have a little look at the marginal one.
Definitely taking it. He's actually flopped best here and remains best through the 4 of diamonds turn. Now, El Asmar, like this, we're going to have, you know, some 9x in here. Can have a hand like an ace-4 suited. We can have some pocket pairs that want to bet and deny. Decides now is the time to bluff. And I think once Matrai and Bedell check it through, they don't have much of a piece here very often. So he really just needs to get through Ludo. But Ludo stands firm. Is going to keep his man honest through to the river. Assuming there's no more action behind, which seems quite likely.
Scary proposition, though, for Ludo, of course, heading to river.
Yeah.
In that there are a lot of bad cards.
It's hard to find a good one.
And El Asmar, obviously, doesn't have to just have these kind of hands. Could be in there.
Oh, what's going on here?
Oh, Ludo raised it?
Raised.
Oh, Ludo, naughty boy.
I see.
Here we go. The man is moving chips early on. We saw the free bet with the 10-7 of diamonds. Now we see the turn raise with the 6. Exactly at maybe that point. He can't be sure he's up against like draws and stuff. And maybe just liven up. Maybe knock out some 9x.
Actually didn't think about it in the moment, and it's really nice. We block pocket 6s, right, which is one of the big value hands that the small blind can have. And I think it sort of works on multiple levels. We can just deny equity to a random stab. We get to put a hand like Queen Jack of Diamonds in a tough spot, and we are going to have more 4x in general that want to raise here. Very nice, Ludo. Picks up the pot. Well played.
No one has even had a guess at the flag.
Oh, no,
we've had one guess here.
Is it right?
Coming in from GML, who says Fiji. No, it is not.
Oh.
Not Fiji.
Oh, wait a minute. I have 2 guesses here. Maybe we're on a different...
Oh, maybe I'm a little bit behind you.
I'll have Cape Verde is one guess, and Nauru. Nauru.
Nauru. That is the answer.
I mean, what? That is tough. There's no way he's got that without Googling, surely.
Wow.
Well done, Freedom Burrows.
Freedom Burrows. Andrew's calling out your...
I'm only joking. I'm sure you knew.
Your integrity.
Never. Enzo, opening here, cut off. King, Queen, through to the Jack 4 deuce, Matrai. Gonna keep him honest for at least one street. Turn is a Jack of... Interesting spot now. Matrai deciding to lead kind of makes some sense. You can fold out hands that have a lot of equity, like this one that didn't improve. Get a bit of protection against draws. And kind of slow down hands that have a slightly pipped, kind of multi-use turn probe. Well played.
Multi-use.
Yeah, multi-use.
Utility bet.
Multifaceted.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Faceted. Multifaceted. Andrew's getting flary in the chat because I flexed my flag knowledge, so you had to come at me with.
How did you know that then? When did you learn that? And where is that?
I have a weird thing with. I'm just. I know countries. I know where they are. I know.
Right.
I play or I used to play a sort of daily game, a Wordle, if you will, of nations, where you guess a nation to start the day, and it tells you how far the nation is from that nation.
Okay.
And you have to like bounce around the globe finding it, and then you see the flags of them all. And
Such an educated soul.
and basically, I have a stupidly non-useful knowledge of where South Pacific Islands are in relation to each other from playing that game. Hey, it's better than watching reels on Instagram, right? Tell me right. Tell me I'm right. Tell me I'm not wasting my life.
It's a great use of your
I
time.
mean, if I ever get lost in the South Pacific and need to know how many kilometers it is from the Solomon Islands to Nauru, you know, I've got a pretty good guess.
You've got a good starting point. Well, we saw Enzo start this hand off. 7-8 of spades. Elasmar calling from cutoff. Izar did complete from the big, comes up completely empty. And Elasmar telling you, spicy customer demps, undeterred, calls the c-bet, thinks ace high can be good. Does have that little 10 of hearts in hand for some backup. As we come through to the queen of diamonds, Enzo has a hand that he has decided to check. Makes some sense. Just decides to give this one up, Demps. Not much going for it. Decides for now to keep his powder dry. Doesn't want to barrel it off. Nice pickup for Elasmar.
Yeah, nicely done. Enzo with a lot of chips. Came in with this big stack to this future table. Flopped to set very early on. But facing some resistance here and there.
Yeah, 1.3 million. Loving life. We got any information, Demps, on the overall prize pool and the like yet?
We're smashing it during the last frame. During the last frame, we saw the number tick up past 1,000 total entries, meaning the guarantee has been matched. With still, like I say, this level and 3 more of re-entries to come, and then also a turbo flight. So
loving that.
I mean, we could be looking at 1,300 entries, realistically, possibly. I mean, I don't know, maybe more. But most of the entry is going to come at this stage of the day, right? When the blinds are bigger, players are busting. Obviously, a starting stack now is nearly 40 blinds.
Right, so still plenty of time. Ludo deciding here to take the aggressive action once again against Enzo.
Yeah, I mean, this must have been a theme that's developed so far. We see Ludo going after Enzo for the second time. This one a little bit more reasonable, but still the King-Jack suited from the cutoff against +1 a hand we often see.
Exactly.
Lean towards call.
Yeah, you can go either way. Wow, Ludo. What a flop.
Great flop
Great
for
flop
Ludo.
in a
Not
couple
just
of ways.
because he has the 3 kings, but because Enzo does not mind seeing a paired board with a deuce. 6 is rate to be best against a lot of hands here. Ludo, naturally, going to fire it a c-bet into this 116k pot. See the size he decides upon. Whatever it is, gets a swift call. 38,000 on the bet. Say Enzo snap calling his man.
Yeah,
Did you feel, Andrew, the sort of snap calls when you get them tend to be like these kind of hands where the player's kind of snapping to try and hope slow down the opponent. Like, in my mind, if Enzo's got king queen, he does the fake. Oh no, this is so
Takes
horrible.
a bit more time. I'm with you for sure.
I wonder, but Ludo's a big live read guy. I wonder how much he sees in that, and whether that would lean for him to bet a lot smaller here, perhaps.
Looks like he's followed. Oh no, he did go quite chunky. Looked like a smaller bet.
128,
Wow,
190.
Look at this.
Enzo and Ludo will have played a lot of poker together, Andrew, in tournaments, and I think Enzo has probably had sand thrown in his face enough times by this man, so he's going to keep him honest for one more. Ludo setting up a little underpot on the river with his 3 kings.
Yeah, very likely just to shove, I would think. May go a little less, try and represent the old, oh, I'm bluffing and leaving some chips behind.
240.
Yeah, he's doing that instead, deciding to just, I think Ludo just targeting a pocket pair demps. Why
And
did he
snaps.
Whoa!
Snapped by Enzo, and look at this, out of nowhere. Bang, bang, Ludo up to 1.1 million. Enzo taking a heavy, heavy beat to his stack there. But Andrew, he needs to settle, realize still has 850K. Nearly 3 starting stacks at the midpoint of day 1.
I mean, that happened fast, Demps. We were struggling even to keep up with the pace of play. Absolute fist pump call by Enzo on the river. Well done, Ludo. Big pot. Yeah, there must be some history there, Demps, because it's quite rare. You know, playing devil's advocate in general for someone to 3-bet there and just go 3 on the King X board. Obviously, he's going to have some bluffs.
I mean, if there's a man who does it,
and it is probably Ludo. That is correct.
Yes, I'm with you. Look, I never mind people making these calls because there are dynamics established and there are histories, but I would like to see more thought in it.
More time, right? Like, that's not insignificant. Basically, a starting stack went into the middle on the river. A little bit under.
Esau on the button. Ace Jack, seeing carnage ensue all around him.
Yeah, that went very quickly. Ace Jack. Pretty big hand, Freezer. Round to Tom Bedell. Great start for him so far. Wakes up with a dominated ace, unfortunately for him, Demps. We'll see how he chooses to proceed. Likely going to be a call. Does indeed commit calling chips. Now then, James, trouble ahead. Ace, king, king. Tom's certainly going to lose some more chips in this pot.
Well, for now, the amount requested is 16,000 chips. But yes, Andrew is right. This does appear to be a pretty bleak situation for Tom Bedell. Oh, hang on.
Very interesting.
Raising it up. Wow.
Yeah, we do see, as we know, in the modern realm, a lot of check raises on these paired type boards. Isar not gonna be delighted to face this raise, like relatively under bluffed. There is gonna be some Queen Jack, Queen 10. We do have a Jack in hand, some Jack 10s in there. Of course, going to be a bunch of King X and also the occasional Ace X in there. Going to have to call one street at least, see what develops.
144 in the middle as we head to the 7 of Hearts turn. Now, Tom having check raised that top pair. He's reaching for chips again.
Yeah, you do find yourself in a kind of murky spot now. You know, your opponent has told you, okay, I'm calling this check raise. Generally means they have a piece of this board.
56,000, the amount he went with. Called again, as you'd imagine, Andrew, with that ace jack in. Wow. Pulls the parachute on the end. Finds an unlikely chop. And this is a spot actually where...
Pretty interesting now.
Like, neither of them still really want to put chips in here, right? Because it kind of looks like the other one's got the king.
Oh, if Tom bombs this.
He's going half pot again, it looks like. And a snap call.
Yeah, I mean, of course, we're going to flick it in to half.
I'm actually kind of surprised that Tom decided to go for the bet there. I feel like that was one where you...
I would have loved to see a jam there from Tom. Like, just to see what would happen. Right, just to see.
For you, nice king. I'm not talking about you.
Like, Isar would have hated it, right? He's just chopping, or he's going out the door.
No way.
As it stands, very important river, that one for Tom Bedell. He's in bad shape, heading to it. As it stands, they'll chop it up. Amazing stuff, though, James, that we've already busted the guarantee. Like, kind of level 5 of 1C, still with half of that day to go, and the turbo flight that you referenced are very popular at these stops. You know, people trying to last gasp attempt to get through to day 2.
Yep, and of course, alongside these day 1s have been satellites running, for those who maybe busted an earlier flight, maybe you played the satellites. So there's some players who could still qualify into this from inside the room.
Love it.
It's a $5,000 buy, Andrew. This is not to be sniffed at. We're not playing the nightly 100 here.
This is
you know, like, I talk freely of people firing off re-entries, but $5,000.
You love to see it. Poker, especially live, is alive and kicking. And fantastic for us here as we close in on, you know, sort of 1,200 unique entries into this 5K. Magic. Tom Bedell limps the small, 7-4 off. Enzo, content to check. Does flop best, middle pair. Goes check, check. I really like this from Enzo. Bit of pot control, and we can also induce bluffs. And here we go. Tom picks up a 4. Big bet. Bet the pot on the turn. Oh, he doesn't find the 4-4 run out, James.
We just saw him play a sort of medium strength hand in a very aggressive manner. I wonder how Enzo's going to react to what is surely a big one coming in. 74,000 chips. In the middle. Tom reaching.
Don't see him folding, James.
How much?
71,000.
Great size and choice from Tom. Really like it.
Snap again from Enzo to be shown a better hand. This time, though, in a disgusting manner.
Oh, my word.
Tom Bedell up to 670K, having just entered, what, 25 minutes ago?
Yeah. Finds the run in 44. Beautiful stuff. Really like that, Demps, that river size pot. You know, we're pretty polar here. Sort of leans towards, you know, having an ace or a 4. Queen probably not going to bet the pot. Enzo, there's so many missed draws out there. We have a deceptively strong hand having checked flop back. Feels compelled to look up his man. Tom Bedell, off he goes. Beautiful.
Perhaps the fanciest bucket hat in the room.
I can't pull off a bucket hat, mate. Me and you have been talking about fashion. I have the wrong shaped head for such attire. It's not often I see you lost for words, but there you go.
Yeah. I was going to make a more general comment about bucket hats, but I decided not to.
Okay. Sean just casually going about his business. 2.5 X-rays, and here comes Tom Bedell again. You would suspect. Pocket 6s.
Yeah, Tune. Again, we'll be enjoying watching the amount of action that is taking place around. You can kind of look at this table and think, hey, I just need a little bit of a rush here and I can run this stack up.
Yeah, there's a lot of action.
Right, Tom's in there, blasting away. Enzo's made 2 like sort of snap calls, been showing better. Ludo's been in there messing around. Oh, hello. That's a flop and a half. And look at this.
Enzo, trouble.
Enzo with the bottom pair open and deciding to lead the Queen, Jack 9.
Yeah.
And shouldn't, I guess, Andrew, would just an easy call, right?
For sure. We're going to get it in down the streets, no problem, with the stack being this shallow.
His language, his facial expression, just looks like he's kind of over it. Like, doesn't look to me like he's got
Tom.
the goods. Oh,
I don't know about this one, Mr. Bedell.
Thought maybe he threw the wrong chip in there. Clearly a mistake, took it back. I thought maybe there was an accidental raise going on. Okay, top pair, top card pairs. And Enzo still fires. Scariest card to barrel on, surely, Andrew.
Yeah, I thought with Tom overcalling, you know, that Enzo can shut this down now, think, right, okay, one of my opponents at least here likely to have a queen. Instead, he's gone this kind of blocky size, almost trying to purchase a river card demps, right? Like if you are up against a hand like, I don't know, a pocket tens, albeit we have a 10, something like an ace jack, we get to realize equity, we might be able to bluff later. Well, Chun announcing himself now, deciding he needs to protect. Don't mind this with Tom behind.
And in a spot where it's not even so much protecting, but kind of if someone's actually got something here, he's going to get that right with the queen.
Get it.
Probably surprised to find that no one had a queen.
Yeah, interesting there. If Tom doesn't overcall, we might see some more real fireworks. Chun likely to slow play his hand more heads up than in a three-way pot. You referenced it, James. Enzo perhaps needs to take a breath. I mean, he was unfortunate against Tom in that blind-on-blind confrontation. Yes. And, of course, against Ludo, you said it yourself. Ludo, aggressive guy. They've probably played a bunch together. So nothing too out of line from him, but maybe just time to take a little breath. Still have the bones of 700K. Round 2, Isar. Ace 7 of hearts. Would imagine he's going to venture forward some chips. He does proffer them up.
6 raise 16.
Just for the min.
9 pass. 2 pass.
Now, El Asmar, spicy customer, James. I've played with him a lot. Went deep with him when I had the privilege of playing the Merit main last time we were here. He's so spicy, you never know what he's got. You see this peel, pretty out of line. 5-6 offsuit. And Ludo compelled to flick in one chip with the deuce 3 suited, getting the right price, multi-weight.
Yeah, Ludo doesn't need second invitation. Finds a piece of the 8-6-3, but it's not the best piece. El Asmar, one with that honor.
Yeah.
See what Isar do here. Pretty ugly looking ball, but he does have that 7 working, and against maybe perceived 2 very wide ranges. Looks like he has had a stab, because I've seen El Asmar throw a chip out. There we go, 15K, snap cool. Ludo with that bottom pair, backdoor clubs. Now, I don't want to advocate for Ludo making raises, but I know this is sort of the hand that sometimes does like to raise, isn't it? But
I wouldn't hate it.
Just maybe in the flow, though, that he's been so active, albeit showing down 3 kings in one of the spots. Does elect just a flat turn, queen of spades.
Yeah, this is going to be intriguing. Isar going to have to shut down. Now, if I was going to say if El Asmar checks, Ludo might turn this one into a bluff.
And look at this, El Asmar bets big, 75K into 100 with that pair. Kind of spicy bet here. Is this
repping a flush essentially?
Right.
And he did it very quickly. Kind of tough to find pure bluffs. It's an interesting board in that respect. I mean, he is going to have some sort of 9-10 suited stamps, I guess, something like this.
I was about to
Natural
say,
bluff.
I don't know if Ludo knows this, but if El Asmar's in there with 6-5 off from the small, then there's going to be some 7-9s, some 10-9s.
Yeah.
Plenty of hands that could be bluffing here. Way more than Ludo would imagine at this stage.
Agreed.
Much easier for us seeing that the range is that wide from the small. So let's see. I mean, it's still just hard when you've river 2 pair to ever fold, right?
It is hard. We don't close the action, but you would imagine Isar never checks a flush 3 ways on the turn, so you won't be worried about him.
Right. If Isar overcalls, you're pretty confident you've got him beat. You might have a hand like aces or kings that could still overcall here.
I think Ludo will flick this in, and he does.
And I'm going to be intrigued to see how this reaction of these players on this showdown.
I quite like the ambition from El Asmar, kind of recognizing that a 6 isn't going to win them, so we can, you know, try and bluff out an 8, right?
Or a better 6, yeah.
Yeah, I actually don't hate it at all. He's been unlucky here to run into the river 2 pair. Ludo tables it. Frustration for El Asmar.
Yeah, seeing that obviously might have worked had Ludo had a different hand. Of course, was actually ahead going to the river.
Yeah, Ludo continues to build a big stack. Obviously decided Dems, we've seen already the way he's approaching this feature. He's going to get in there. Wants to navigate post-flop. Knows these guys are playing wide ranges. And the Scotsman continues to build. Kind of like that from Elasmar, though, showing that willingness, Demps, you know, to recognize my hand's not going to win here very often. And he can kind of credibly rep a flush, right? In the small blind, he quickly called a flop c-bet, which often looks like a flush draw. Unfortunate for him.
Now you look very well at TV, 2-3. What's that? With that 2 pairs, now you look very well at TV.
Enzo. Gonna make it 3x from the cutoff.
Yeah, I don't think Enzo's going to take our advice and slow it down. It's good for us in the booth. I'd like to see fold here against over 3x with a hand like 8-6 off. But Matrai disagrees, perhaps thinks Demps if he flops a big piece against someone as aggressive as Enzo.
Well, he's got to pop to mediocre piece here.
Rubble.
In the form of second pair, whilst Enzo has found the highest pair available on this Jack 6-4 flop.
This is the problem.
Checks and faces that bet from Enzo of 35,000. And now then, Andrew, as you say, a problem perhaps.
I mean, if we are defending, then we have to check call flop. We do have that backdoor straight draw to go with the 6. This is very uncomfortable, though, unimproved.
Well, he does make the call, as you suggest. We head to one more card. An overcard may have things slow down, but from what I've seen so far, I don't think Enzo slows down.
I don't see Enzo checking. Yeah, this is the issue when you defend.
It's kind of a brick, isn't it, as an overcard? Okay, it brings some hands can continue now because they pick up club draws, but ultimately the queen doesn't really interfere with the board. It's not like someone's calling with queen 8 on the flop, is it? So,
yeah,
almost a brick.
One thing I will say is you can kind of value town yourself a good amount of the time here as Enzo if you are up against a hand that has you pipped.
And I wonder, Matrai.
Yeah.
Maybe thinking he might normally fold this, but perhaps perceiving that Enzo could well be steaming.
Agreed. This is the issue when you defend wide, all of a sudden, big portion of your stack is committed.
Oh, and that's a nice looking run out, I guess, if you're Enzo just...
And if you're Matrai, right?
Right. Obviously, Matrai perhaps concerned that Enzo had picked up a queen barreling the flop, but...
I wonder if Enzo ever goes for thin value. I mean, it would be too thin, I think.
Right, because of the 5 kicker.
Yeah. Yeah, you just end up value touting yourself against like a Jack 10. Jack 10 of clubs or something like that is going to look you up. Well done. Gets 2 barrels paid off. Easy to say from the booth, but it's one of the problems when you defend a hand like this. I guess if you're willing to get in there and not be afraid, you know, to continue, by all means. Nice pickup, Enzo.
Right. Something goes his way. I try the victim of a small Enzo recovery.
Whole load of nothing so far. Here comes Elasmar. I know he's a spicy customer, likes to get in the mix. 20k, 7-8 off. And Ludo, a very playable hand. Don't think he will fold this one, Demps. Couple of options, call or 3-bet. Likely call, I think, with the button. You never quite know with Ludo, though. Yeah, makes a lot of sense to me. Hand plays very well. He dominates some of these cutoff opens.
Now, Andrew Matrai looking down at Queen Jack. Okay, he's just decided to follow. I was going to ask you if that may have been a candidate to perhaps have a little squeeze given the wide ranges behind. But he folds, and wisely so, because Issa lurking behind with 2 10s. And
this is a fist pump.
He certainly has a chance to come out with this 3-bet here. Obviously, you know, 50 blinds. We're never wild about getting these kind of hands in. However, on a table this actiony, kind of have to throw caution out the window a tad.
I mean, this is just a bit of a fist pump. Like, Ludo is just always going to 3-bet better value.
Wow, Elasmar.
Yeah, he's spicy. Yeah, Ludo will always 3-bet his strong value hands against a sticky active player like Elasmar. He's just going to want to bloat the pot. So in general, Ludo's going to have a somewhat weak range. There will be some playable hands in there, of course.
300 then.
Well, Ludo does make way, 180,000 chip pot. We have a SPR of 2, as the kids like to say, and an all-diamond board with an ace and a king. Not what Isar's looking for, but Elasmar, of course, with the 8 of diamonds working, but he's going to face a C-bet, which kind of makes sense, right, Andrew?
I mean, you're absolutely hating life, of course, with pocket 10s, no diamond, but as the aggressor, you do typically feel compelled to put in a small C-bet, but now we are in the weeds, so to speak. Going to think that we're never good on this board. Maybe against a hand like pocket 8s or 9s with a diamond in it, right? That feels like about it. Interesting, Elasmar. Going to try and represent sort of thin value on the river instead of bet turn and have to barrel it off. Don't mind it.
I like this, right? Can rep some sort of ace-queen, flat pre, maybe some ace-10, but perhaps like a king-jack suited type of hand that maybe turn 2-pair. And this is just horrible if you're Esau, right?
I just don't think you can call. I mean, this would be sick if he finds it.
Right, what can Elasmar have when he's peeled a 3-bet pre-flop? We can see 7-8 offsuit.
Pocket 7s with a diamond in it or something like that. The problem is if Elasmar turns a hand like Jack 10 into a bluff, decides to bluff with it, we can even lose very occasionally to a bluff. I think we just have to fold this one, Demps. It's one of these. If your opponent finds a bluff with 7s with a diamond, well done.
Yeah, I find it hard to put him on a hand I could beat.
Yeah, I'm with you.
Little do we know, 7-8-0s in the range.
Like, credit to Elasmar, right? He's in there, he's deciding, right, I'm going to splash around, but I'm going to go after it when I need to bluff. Nice hand.
And wow, every pot so far here has been bigger than we predicted.
Yeah.
How long can that continue? Tune just chilling. Played one hand, flopped the nuts, got 3-way action. Elasmar, this one way better than the last.
Yeah, Tune seems to be the one who's going to be content to sit back and wait and hope to be delivered a gift or two.
Let me try. Let's see if he wants to go after the Elasmar Open. Elects not to.
I mean, I would be terrified to 3-bet him. Like, it just seems inherently pointless. He's going to come along.
Here is Tune. Option. Oh, pardon me, there's a limp from Elasmar.
Oh.
I misread the action.
Okay. Don't mind sprinkling one in.
Tune. Therefore checking to see a free flop and finding a gut shot draw on the Queen, Queen 10 with that solitary club on board, piquing the interest of both. Check from Tune. And now, Andrew, I guess Elasmar with the ace-high just decided to check back. I was going to ask if you thought he might find a bet. And
yeah, you can probably just go very small or check. Both seem to be quite viable. Here comes Tune, going to semi-bluff now. Wow, big bet. Very nice. Recognizing, you know, like a queen's going to want to bet large, a flush is going to want to bet large. A 10's going to need protection. Not sure if it goes pot, but well done.
Yep, maybe trying to price out some of those solitary hearts. Make an ace-high fold if it is in there. I'm not sure how much ace-high he may have expected.
Look at that hat, Demps. And I know you love a bit of cap apparel. Don't forget me.
It's apt given this table, the action around him, but here he is. Mention him at the top of the hand.
Yeah, you did.
Plays the nuts and he plays Jack high.
Yeah, really nice pickup on the turn. Ludo. Never seen a suited connector he doesn't like, especially with 1.2 million in front of him. Makes it 16K. Very profitable feature table for my fellow countrymen thus far. Well then, Tom Bedell, pocket 9s in the big blind.
It's a big one.
Yeah, see how he chooses to proceed here. I think either way would be fine, Demps. Call or 3-bet, both viable. Yeah, and Tom. Now, Ludo's going to call this, I would say, very often in position. You know, we have a cracker hand, so to speak, Demps. Tom there, 70 bigs deep or so, even more. 6-7 suited in position. Gonna see a flop. Oh, here we go, James. Trouble ahead for Ludo. So far, at least, 7 deuce 3. 2 hearts out there. Very favorable board for pocket 9s with a heart.
And a pretty good looking one in Ludo's seat, but we can see trouble ahead for him. Okay, Bedell with the c-bet as expected, 45, smaller than the sizes we've seen him go thus far. Ludo Andrew, I guess no real option.
Just always call, yeah. Yeah, Tom did have an option to juice this one a little more, kind of discourage the overcard floats and the like. Does have that 9 of spades, which is nice, blocking some backdoor flush draws.
And now we see another nice looking card from him in the form of that 3. No overcard materializing. We saw him get kind of funky with the 2 10s from the big blind when he first sat down, kind of keeping things live. And here he fires again. 67,000. And it's another sort of size that makes it very hard for Ludo again, doesn't it?
We are getting the kind of price here where I think we just have to call again, Demps. You know, it's the third pot. There are going to be some double barrels that just we still have beat. Ludo just has to call. It's one of those.
And here
Looking and see what happens.
Here we go then to the river. Overcard falls. Adele will check. Ludo happy to check back and take that 7 of showdown. Try and run down maybe the ace-king, ace-queen part of the range. Some give-ups. But no. 9's win.
Yeah, Ludo's saying it wasn't a good turn.
That's an understatement.
Yep, forced to commit more money.
Andrew, I heard something there.
What did you hear, my friend?
I heard the heels.
You're just like, you're like Rain Man with this stuff. Did you really?
Heels across the floor, which means only one thing, a dealer push and a level change. We're going up to 5K, 10K in this, the MPP main event. That's how things look at this new level. Ludo working away with over 100 blinds. Enzo, the one who came in with, what, 1.1 million, the sort of stack Ludo has now, has slipped somewhat, but just made a small recovery at the hands of Anders Matri, who has 50 bigs. Mihai Issa, the shortest stack, but with a starting stack in effect. Everyone here still with plenty of playability as we go forward. Tom Bedell, look at that. Late Reg, spin it up.
By the way, there's oh, go on, James.
Go on, please.
I'm saying there's a very rogue shout in the chat.
Okay.
I'm kind of loving it. It says that Tom Bedell looks like he could be Steve Warburton's dad. Right, with the old bucket hat and the swag outfit.
No disrespect to Steve Warburton's dad, but Steve wishes Tom Bedell was
I can
his
kind
dad.
of see it. Well, Tom is crushing.
Yeah, he really is. And what I was gonna say is, you know, we see someone late Reg on level 7 of day 1C and think, we make assumptions that maybe there have been some bullets fired, but with Bedell it might not be the case. I mean, he's been out there playing some of the bigger cash games here. They just decided to come in late, have a little spin in the tournament.
Yeah, you
Three-way.
Sorry, James.
Yeah, well, Ludo, I was going to say, like he's continuing to sort of force the issue, isn't he, Ludo? Jack 10-0 from +1 and picks up 2 customers. Enzo with 7 deuce off in the big. Tom with ace-7 in the small one. Well, this bet, especially at that size, Andrew, 3-way, may produce the result he's after.
Yeah, nice recognition from Ludo, I think. Decides just to go ahead and juice this one multi-way. Get rid of some of these weaker holdings, the ace-highs, king-highs of the world. Picks that one up.
The PLO high roller champion continuing to thrive here at the Marriott Royal Diamond.
Yeah, looking to make another run. Another poker luminary joins in the chat. Go on, I'm going to give you a clue. Let's see. Let's check your knowledge.
Okay, I'm going to cheat because I already saw him in the chat. I just didn't bother, you know, saying he was there.
Oh, that sucks. I was going to say he's Bolton Wanderers FC's biggest fan. And we just seen if you could.
I wouldn't have cracked the code. But
right, then. Well, Andy Wilson, hello, mate. Good to see you as always, buddy. Ludo back at it. 7-8 of hearts from under the gun. I've already seen Matrai come from 1 stamps in these seats. 3 bets.
Ah, this one. A little bit more reasonable. Ace-King coming after Ludo. And like exactly that. I think this is one of these spots where you almost suspected it might be light or lighter. So reasonable to believe that he'll get more action than he should here, given the dynamic of this table. And it has been very quick. Exciting. Ellis Smart just snap folds the ace-queen to the raise and the 3-bet. Curious, given that we've seen him in there with some really weak holdings. But
credit to him.
Again, just one of these guys doesn't like it when other players are making the action. Obviously has Ludo behind her. Seems reasonable to fold, but just maybe surprising given how much action he'd previously given. Ludo does flick it in, and the 5-5 deuce is no good for him. I try one of these spots when you specifically got ace king, isn't it, where you're almost always good, and betting just stops some good stuff happening, but at the same time maybe thinking, hey, look, there's 2 spades on the board, I can get called by some worse here, especially for this sizing.
Yeah. Small bet, order of the day, see what happens down the streets, and proceed from there. Ludo comes up, stone empty. Yeah, credit to it, El Answar. I'm with you. I mean, he's just been very happy, right? Very splash happy to get chips in the pot. Snap folded that one. It's just one of these spots, isn't it, Demps? +1 versus under the gun.
Yeah.
People just don't tend to find the sort of right frequency of bluffs, right? Just 3-bet bluffs. Recognizing ace queen, not going to do very well. Bravo to him. Saved his money.
Let's see if this pace can continue here at this feature table. It has been fast and furious thus far.
It's been very quick, actually. Quite nice for us.
Yeah, refreshing.
Yeah. Can't really recall any hands taking a long time.
Bedell, ace queen. A lovely little come up for him.
Yeah, very strong hand from the cutoff. Going to be perceived to be wider.
Oh, Enzo.
Hello.
Yeah, Bedell raising up Enzo with the 3-bet, and when action gets back round to Bedell, Andrew, just given how deep these are, I mean, is he just incentivized to just plays as a call?
I think normally we just peel here. Hand feels a little too strong to 4-bet bluff in these exact seats. I think you're going to catch a lot of worse hands getting out of line.
Well, he tends to agree.
Yeah, I like it.
Makes the call. And he sort of flashed a look when he looked back at the cards, like a genuine discomfort. I wonder if that was on purpose, because this is kind of an uncomfortable situation, even though you've got such a strong hand.
Definitely is.
We head to the flop. 3-4-4. Bedell still best.
Yeah, pretty good flop for both, I would suggest. You know, Enzo, not going to be thrilled at getting called, but does have the betting lead, has backdoors, can probably dislodge his opponent down the streets.
Well, he does
chunky.
Come out with an 85k bet. Action back to Bedell, and Andrew, for a good pre-flop, probably still good, right?
Yeah, I mean, I think we just have to call flop here, see what develops. One issue is we know that Enzo likes to fire off. So big turning coming for both. Pot swelling, 345k in there.
Really is. Turn 7 of clubs does give Enzo a gut shot draw. Bedell, of course, still with the best hand, and one assumes when he checks in flow, if he checks in flow, for Enzo with a decision point, Andrew.
Yeah, I think I like this. You know, we have 8 high, which is the first good reason to continue bluffing. You should be able to dislodge a hand, you know, like 2 overcards, nut, backdoor, ace highs, right? You should be able to barrel turn. Obviously wouldn't get rid of clubs, but you can get rid of hands like this, sort of ace, queen, ace, jack. You can make even hands as strong as pocket 9s, 5s. Like 9s is going to be pretty uncomfy here. 5s and 6s would be a nicer continue having turned a straight draw. You can just get a lot of things to fold, and credit to Enzo.
He does, and
got it done.
The sizing, somewhat interesting, going for that 3rd pot. Just almost screamed to me that Enzo was, I think, like kind of hoping he got called so he gets to bluff the river. I feel like...
Oh.
Well, the next bet was going to be all in.
There we go.
I have 3 aces, I hope.
Right, so you're... Oh, hang on. All right, I was going to let these guys continue the tete-a-tete.
You know, you sometimes see this, people get to that level where they're just like, I'm sizing this up just so I get called, just so I can bluff river. You know, I can win more this way.
Oof.
Some sickos out there.
I mean,
Enzo's one of them.
That is pretty sick with 8-6 of diamonds. But yeah, just to go a little further, like, kind of nice there to block pocket 6s and pocket 8s, which are hands that probably call turn. So we actually have a really nice sort of clean hand to start barreling off with.
It's a good point, right? The 9s have got less reason to call than the 8s and the 6s. Yeah.
Yeah, because they got a straight draw. You know, it's one of those. Very well done from Enzo.
Issa, from the gun. As our good friend Mr. Harwood would say. Pops it up. Ludo Alex.
Yeah.
Call from the small with this suited ace, and Matrai from the big calls with queen 6 and finds the goods on this queen 10 5 bet in a form of a rather vulnerable hand, given that Esau's in here with king jack.
This is an inherently very uncomfortable spot in the big blind when you find these defends and under the gun keeps putting chips in. Very tricky to play. Isar, 20k, makes sense. Go around about a third. You are betting into two opponents.
And Matrai reaches for chips, flicks in one of those 25k chips as would be expected of him. We head to the turn. Pairing the bottom card, bringing clubs in. Kind of an ugly card for both to see.
Agreed. I think this is really tough to fire off as Isar. You know, big blind going to have a lot of flushes, going to have a lot of queen X that can still get sticky. I think I like this shutdown. Doesn't mean we can't bluff river or get there.
Well, he does shut down river pairing the queen. Matrai may not have liked the turn, but he's got to love that river. Making the boat. Now, though, question of how to get action. It stands to reason that Isar can still have some hands, right? For example, all the reasons you gave us on the turn for checking back.
Yeah, I mean, Isar can check a bunch of queen X of his own, kings and aces without a club, even kings and aces with a club, right? Just sort of decide I'm probably not going to get 3 streets, and my range wants to check a good amount.
110,000 in the middle. That is the number Matrai has landed upon. So he's going for that, just hoping his opponent has checked back one of these monster hands, right? Or heroes off a 10.
Yes.
I thought maybe options to bet kind of small or even still check.
I'm not a massive fan of pot, I don't think. Like now Demps were basically repping like a king jack, jack 9 type holding. Like there aren't too many pure bluffs, I don't think, that will go full pot here.
Yeah.
Sort of polarizes himself to a bolt now though. Like a flush probably doesn't go full pot either. So basically king jack, jack 9. Like ace jack's not gonna bluff,
I
right?
might see like one of those little funky like
a little
10% bets.
Yeah.
And then just induce some bluffs.
Yeah.
And even some value raises.
Yeah. I'm with you.
Fun nonetheless. Of course, if he was up against those aces or kings that would check back, maybe the full pot does get the cry call. So
that's the flip side of the argument, definitely. And then you do put a hand like ace 10, for example, in a pretty grim spot.
Or even if there is some like kind of once in a blue moon check back flush, you know, it could be in there.
Yeah,
I mean, certainly in this room, it could be in there. We see a lot of stuff here we don't see anywhere else. Ludo.
25.
He sees ace 10 on the button, makes it 2.5 blinds. Seems like a reasonable affair thus far. And Isar with the dominated ace 9, 25 blinds. And one imagines some level of frustration creeping in with him. For now, electing a call.
Yeah, like this, you do tend to see these middle range aces just call. When it comes ace high, we have nice coverage.
Well, it's come king, king 6, and therefore both players will be keen, one imagines. Ludo elects to bet.
Yeah.
A small one at that on this kind of board. Obviously, just wants to bet range, I guess. Andrew, Isar going to stick around with ace high. So far, nothing too complex in this one as we head to the queen on the turn, where things may get a little murkier.
Yeah, pretty normal. Ludo just going for value and protection on the flop. Isar, hand is too good to fold. Now Ludo decides to barrel. We get to put a lot of pressure on a 6. Stuff like this, you know, hands like ace high. We do beat those. It's kind of interesting, you know, pocket pairs that didn't reshove pre.
Kind of surprising to see Ludo bet this one.
It is a bit surprising, actually. I guess targeting exactly a 6 when he decides to bet, I think, is.
And that's a substantial part of the range.
Absolutely.
Obviously, it does have the parachute, as it were, against the king X holding.
Yeah, you mentioned also sort of these time intels at times. And Isar, like he snap check called flop. And it's the same situation that you referenced with Enzo, I think. If you have 3 kings here, people just don't check snap call. They just don't do it. Like, it's something that we should maybe start doing, James. You know? It's one of these. He looked pretty weak.
I'm just thinking, like, this entire table is playing at breakneck speed. I mean, we're sitting here in the booth, and I'm finding it hard to just catch my breath. And even for a chance to discuss the action. It happens so quickly on this table. It's just refreshing to see. And sort of thing that it's a day one. The play is just this way, I guess. People are, especially I guess towards the end of day 1C, maybe some people just want to build a stack. Like we may be in for 2, 3, 4, dare I say more bullets.
Yeah, I'm kind of loving it. Everybody's going for it.
Yeah.
Kind of going for it. Ludo has one of these hands. I mean, this would be out of line versus under the gun.
Have you met Ludo?
I have. And he does reach.
And goes again. So Bedell with the somewhat loose open from under the gun, Jack 9 suited, getting attacked by Ludo with King 6 of hearts. Matry, right. I mean, how wide are we going to get here? Because,
I mean, you got to fold this one.
Right.
Yeah.
But if we're starting to see that we're getting these sort of frequencies, suddenly the ace-10 always become 4 bets, right?
Agreed.
I mean, not every time. We're not 4 betting every ace-10, but...
Sure. Yeah, Tom's been in there in loads of pots. Ludo's been in there in loads of pots. Does stand to reason that when you find these ones behind that normally would be snap folds, you're going to start thinking about potentially using them. Tom, very uncomfortable kind of spot demps out of position. 60 bigs deep. But we're in there.
Takes a flop against Ludo once more. 16 blinds in the middle. Bedell, the one out of position, and wow, with not just the inferior hand pre-flop, but look at this. Ludo somehow flops trips.
Yeah, the most disguised trips of all time.
I wonder if he ever gonna...
He won't check. Even though we would love to see it.
Right.
He's just not going to do it.
Small bet.
Yeah. Too much value to be had demps from pocket pairs and...
Right, and the ace
good
highs.
Ace highs, yeah. Unfortunately, Tom's whiffed hard.
I guess when we're holding King 6, we kind of unblock those ace highs as well. We're going to bet against some ace jacks, ace 10s, ace queens, all those pocket pairs you mentioned, also unblocked. So he does, unsurprisingly, elect to bet. I wonder if he flashes Tom the odd 6 here.
He's gone for the old B40. You know, I've been referencing all week. But yeah, I want to see just very occasionally, even though I know it's not a thing anymore, but just a little check back.
Yeah.
Like what, you know, let Tom catch a bit, catch a piece. But obviously, in normal poker flow, you're against an under the gun range as well, right? Which is going to have a lot of strong pocket pairs and ace-x that continue. So unfortunately for Ludo, pure whiff for our man in the bucket hat. Great run for Ludovic on this feature. Finding momentum. We always talk about momentum demps, right, in poker.
Ludo's got it.
It is a thing, right? Like, you've just won a big tournament, you're feeling great.
Yeah, I meant more.
Let's get after it.
Yeah, on this table he's got the momentum, but of course, overall, you're bang on there. Here he goes, trying with 3-4 of diamonds now. Matry sat behind with ace, king, 60 blinds. Going to go after him with far weaker than this.
Yeah, these two really starting to build up dynamic. In fairness, Matry's just had it.
Right, I was going to say, it's one of these things where Ludo can convince himself perhaps of some dynamic building, but it's a false dynamic.
Yep.
Obviously, we're on a 1 hour delay here, so all of these kind of hands won't have filtered through yet.
Yeah, I like this from Ludo. One of these hands that, you know, pretty wide pre and just really performs badly out of position versus a 3-bet. I'm sure he would have peeled slightly higher connectors. Let's that one go.
He is getting attacked semi-regularly now by Matry. Man who I strongly suspect is not from Nauru.
Ooh.
But he's rocking the flag anyway.
Well, you're the big genius that knows that sometimes they search a country, it normally starts with the same letter, and they pick the wrong flag. So what's it going to be? Netherlands? No.
No. I think
Norway?
he's Hungarian.
Oh.
So.
All right, well, I'm miles off then.
But yeah.
Look at this from El Asmar Demps. We're in the streets, limping 3-5 of hearts under the gun.
Ludo, yeah. Gotta go after it.
This makes some sense. Knowing what we know that El Asmar's range is super wide. You don't love to ISO it with the full table behind, but, you know, if someone re-raises behind, we have a pretty easy fold.
Yeah, Ludo's VPIP is...
through the roof.
Incredibly high. Tom, Queen 10. Look, Tom wants to get in the mix with Queen 10. Oh, such is the dynamic building on this table. People are playing these hands. El Asmar gets to join the party, take it three-way with this 3-5 of hearts. And we have three very non-premiums, given the seats they're playing from, in a raised pot. And a 9-deuce board. Ludo, somehow.
Any more paired boards about? I think we've had about 6 in a row.
Right, and this is the first one that Ludo's played where he hasn't got the trips, I think.
Yeah. Yeah,
Saw him with King Jack earlier, King 6 a minute ago, 3-betting these hands, flopping the joint.
Yeah, this one a little uncomfortable, but he has seen, of course, just how wide, particularly El Asmar is in there. So it makes it, you know, a little more palatable to c-bet. Tom can have some hands that cover this board okay, but just decides, I'm going to try and clear out equity, and Ludo continues the momentum build.
One on a queue, that's his stack.
We still figure to have the most premium hands right in that spot. You know, Tom's going to re-raise queens, kings, aces, as is El Answar, you would think. So pretty dry board, 9-deuce-deuce. Incredibly rep. Well done, Ludo.
So we carry on what has been a hectic table. Action has been relentless. The card's not necessarily predicating it, though, as opposed to the frame we had before where there were a lot of collisions. And Ludo dealt another hand to play, Ace-3 of hearts from number 1. Up she goes. Where does action come from this time? Fidel won't be playing, but he has 2 action men in the blinds.
Yeah, it's interesting. Everyone's going to be thinking that Ludo is just getting wildly out of line. He hasn't got insanely so.
But he's still been opening like the 3-4s.
Yeah, that one.
He is playing open, but yeah, certainly not as open as it would appear at this table.
Yeah.
Right, here we go. Let's see. Can Enzo get something going? A great flop for his king-queen on the queen, deuce 4. And Asmar, catching a piece himself, having peeled 9-deuce from the big, and it looks like he's thinking about betting, but no, he does check to Ludo, who, again, himself has reason to bet, Andrew.
Absolutely. We have that very nicely disguised wheel draw. If we ping a 5, we can win a huge one. Was intrigued to see how Enzo would approach this. I don't think we get to raise very often versus under the gun, particularly. So does land on call. El Asmar convinced now to flick in a call also, hunting that deuce 9 or club.
Interesting. We do go 3-way, as you say, and now Enzo, having not checked raise flop, decides to take the betting lead in a spot where maybe he thinks Ludo's going to check back a lot.
Yeah, kind of interesting this to lead turn. We can see neither opponent with enough to continue. Ludo's sharp in these spots, you know, recognizing, all right, I'm going to pick my moments to really go after a bluff. Enzo takes that one down. Enzo doesn't strike me as the guy to start bluffing with high frequency. Pretty non-standard, though, to lead turn their demps, right? From the
Yeah,
spot.
but I actually kind of like it.
Yeah, I mean, I don't hate it.
Right. All right, let's see if things can calm down for just a moment. I want to have a swig of water.
I know, everyone's taking every spot. Give us a misdeal or something.
I want to see what.
There you go, Isar. That's it. Take your time, buddy.
What price a walk on this table?
Well, ain't happening now, James. And Chun is the man that we did reference is kind of the only person who's just sitting back and relaxing.
But also, it kind of has a demeanor of someone who's not fazed by this craziness going on. He's not going to get down in the trenches, as it were. He's going to play his game, and here we go.
400.
He has
400, you have?
400k. The question Asmar asked, having peeled from the small, a 9-4-5 board. Now we're getting fancy here.
Yeah, a little short of behind the scenes. Very favorable board for the Kings of Chun. No diamond in hand. Gonna start looking to build a pot. I like this. Half pot seems pretty nice. I want to size up a bit here than this typical 1/3 pot that we see a lot of nowadays. Some definite bigger bets on 9-4-5. Unfortunately for him, no further action forthcoming.
Now, if you are enjoying this stream, and how could you not be? I'm going for the big one, Andrew.
Oh, here we go.
Why not? hit that little subscribe button, because these streams are going up on the regular, obviously the next few days. But of course, at DTD Player, some might be wondering, what's DTD Player doing in the Mediterranean? Well, of course, lots of the time, action is coming from DTD. Well, you have crazy action cash games with Andrew Hadley and Jay Harwood on the comms. And if you want to be notified when those are going off, then, hey, press that subscribe button. You'll be alerted.
And by the way, if you think this table's active, come along and tune into an episode of Friday Night Poker. You will see carnage on another level. As we see, Chun, well, Demps steps out a little here. This is pretty wide. Queen 10 off +1. I'm not a huge fan of it, but
maybe I got that
in the mix.
Maybe I got that perception wrong. Maybe he is starting to get a little bit frustrated at seeing everyone else have the fun and wants to get in the party.
Another paired board.
Mm.
This is a good flop for Chun. You know, we are going to be able to just bet and take it a lot. We have a lot of playability down the streets here. Got some nice blockers to the best king highs. We've got that 10 of hearts in hand, wrapping around that board in terms of straights and flushes nicely. Let's go for min bet, which I'm a big fan of. Matrai is going to have a lot of immediate check folds. Chun now improves to the best hand. Probably just go for value, Demps. Now, our opponent, you know, when they just check call this one big blind, 10 figures to be the best hand a lot. Yeah, I really like this from Chun.
To the river we go.
Oh, no, I don't think we're getting that far. Matrai.
Pardon me.
Yeah, you're all right. He's debating turn. Our hand has nowhere to go, I don't think.
I was a little distracted because I was looking through Chun's recent caches on Enebob. And let me tell you, this man has been racking up some air miles.
Okay.
So, in January, he was in Busan. Pardon me, yeah. So he, wow, how's he done this? He's moving around between, he's got caches on different days in different, on two on the same day.
He's multi-accounting live. Multi-accounting live, that is the skill.
He's either way, he's in Korea in January. He then pops across to Cambodia at the end of January. In February, pardon me, he's at the EPT in Paris.
Wow.
Next thing you know, in March, he's cashing in Da Nang in Vietnam. April, back to France. He's in Cannes, playing a series down there, the World Series Poker International Circuit. A little later in April, he smooches around the coast to Monte Carlo, where he's got a bunch of caches, and then, of course, has hopped on a plane from Monte Carlo, flown straight here, cashed the EAPT already this series. He's covering some ground, this lad.
And you know what? I can respect that. See you later. It has me rooting for him, actually. You know, if you're going to put that amount of effort into your poker travels, you deserve a big score. Tom Bedell, Queen Jack, bumps it up. Matrai, going to set mine. Seems pretty reasonable. 50 bigs effective, certainly deep enough. Isar, things really haven't gone his way, James. Likely have to defend here. You don't love it. Oh, he jammed.
Well, he's defending, Andrew, just
like, kind of
with a sledgehammer.
Yeah, didn't expect it. I mean, Matrai has got a relatively weak-ish range here, I think. There are going to be some sort of...
Right, he's still going to have hands like maybe the 9.
But we do okay against
we do
these,
okay
right,
again.
when
That's what's
called. Yeah.
Does he really ever like call and then call off with King Jack? No. Ace
So,
Jack,
yeah.
probably not. So maybe Ace Queen is a hand we've got to be concerned about running into, but outside of that...
I agree. Yeah. All right, credit to Isar. He's decided, you know what, I've had enough.
I think it's certainly a case of he's had enough.
Yeah. You know, you don't normally see the offsuit variety used. That's one thing I'll say. Queen Jack suited and stuff in these spots play very nicely as jam. I mean, not normally V+1 a small blind, but you get what I'm saying. Against players with a range that is perceived as being too wide, we can jam these hands in, get some better hands to fold, and when we do get called Demps, we flip a good amount.
There we go. Now, Andrew, I went for the big guns first. I asked for some subscribes.
Yes.
But for those of you who thought that's too much, I understand. What I am going to ask, though, is if you are watching us on the DTD player or wherever you're watching us, such as the Merit channel, then I would like to get some likes. Now, had a little look. DTD player, I've got the number in my mind, how many likes we're at.
I'm going to look too.
In 20 minutes, I will be departing, giving up my seat to Jay Harwood, and I will be going for dinner. Much like last night, everyone listening will know I enjoy the buffet, and particularly the pudding table. In an effort to not gorge myself too much, I'm setting a challenge. I want to double the number of likes we have right now. If we do that, I will visit said table. If we don't, I go hungry. Well, I won't go hungry. I'm going to eat 3 plates of food. Let's not mess around, but I will go without my sweet. So please, please, guys, let me eat my dessert. Send me to the pudding table.
I mean, that's an impassioned plea. Help the man out, folks. Now, please do give us a like. We want to bring you as much content as possible over the coming weeks, months, years, decades.
You know what?
We want to build this channel into some behemoth.
There are only 19 likes there when I pressed refresh.
Right.
I said we'd double it. No, I want 50 or else I get no pudding.
50? I'm
putting it out there. And I really, really want that. So do this for me, guys. Allow me some food. Fidel's been allowed to get to the river here with that top pair. River's a second pair, but unfortunately, Enzo had slowed down. But can he ever extend rope? He does.
Oh, I love it, Tom. Now Enzo decides can very occasionally beat like a king jack.
Right.
Nice shutdown. Very nice shutdown. Was getting snapped. May even have got raised. Credit to you, Demps, for that impassioned plea.
I'm a bit worried at the rate of the likes rolling in. I'm suspicious that people out there are after my physical health rather than my mental health.
You know I like to see you suffer, like not too much.
I didn't have a treat at lunch either, as you well know.
Saw you have a few chocolates on the way in here.
Well,
only because I was swooping
you opened the jar.
Red Bull myself.
Yeah, I walked around the corner. Andrew had his snout in the trough.
You're always outing me. It's bad for my self-esteem. Oh well, you've had 3 people backing your pursuit of a nice little sweet already. Thank you, guys.
73.
Oh, Ludo. Right, back to the action. No more talk of desserts for the time being. This is spice from Ludo. Just going for it, Demps. 2.5x open from Enzo. Ludo in hijack. King 7 suited. Just deciding that Enzo is way too wide and just wants to play in position. Wants to play big pots. Oh no, Tom. Don't worry about those graphics, folks. Tom has just called the 3-bet. Don't have an all-in call. I mean, this is pretty out of line from Tom. Maybe his first kind of misstep. King 10 off doesn't figure to play that well to me, Demps.
I'm gonna push
hang on.
back and say,
okay,
he's got the breed of Ludo. Ludo's in here with King 7. He's somehow got a situation here where he's got his man dominated in a big pot. But you know, obviously, I'm with you on that one. But this is just some street poker going on.
Yeah.
These are some heavyweights butting heads.
Now let's see if Ludo can find a way to earn this. He's not going to be thrilled with this texture.
Right.
And he is still going to fire.
The kid's got heart.
He does have heart. You know,
now, though,
if his chips go in there, he's going to battle for them.
Andy, decision back on Fidel. We've got this far with this hand. This seems like a flop that we want to see another one, right?
If he's calling pre, it's certainly not folding on Queen 9-5. Whether he ever decides the aggressive route, I'm not sure.
For now, he elects to call. Suddenly, these 2 king highs head to a turn with a starting stack in the pot and some faint hope for Ludo, perhaps, in the form of that gut shot draw.
I mean, this is a spot where we're very much in the weeds here. You don't see this spot much, so kind of a challenge to analyze. And Tom is gonna lead, it looks like.
Wow.
All right, I can't harness even a guess, James, at what's gonna occur here.
I love this. As I said, I mean, he's just seen Ludo go after Enzo so often, decides just to cold call from the big with King 10 off with a view to just doing some nasty stuff down the streets. Throw the book out the window, delete the solver. It's of no use. But if any man can solve these situations, it is Ludo.
He can't solve this, surely. Oh, he hasn't folded yet. Yeah. Credit to Tom Fidel. We're in the streets.
Love to see this.
How's
Tom
he won
Bedell
this pot?
giving Ludo a taste of his own medicine. Ludo trying to ride Russia over this table. Tom Bedell says, not over me, pal. You see the Gucci bucket hat? You think I'm worried about you?
What a hand. How's he found that?
Incredible stuff.
Well done, Tom.
It is the MPP, that being the Mediterranean Poker Party main event, and it is furious action.
It really has been breathless. We haven't had... And, like, the dealers are so competent. Look at the cards just firing back out.
Yeah, can we just, like, flip a card over and do a misdeal just to give us a second?
Right.
I barely got time to ask some more likes. I want my pudding.
He does.
I didn't have one at lunch. It's not fair. Come on, guys, like the stream.
Biscoff cheesecake, apparently, is on offer. Loving that.
Cheesecake. Ah. I see so many of you watching now. I'm not asking you to subscribe. If you subscribe, you get those annoying pings when we come on air. I get it, you don't want that. But the like costs you nothing.
Huh?
You won't be bothered by liking the stream.
A mere flex of...
Nothing comes back on you, but I just get to eat my pudding. I know you're thinking I'm fat enough already. Don't worry about that.
I like to see Demps get punished, but I also want to make this channel into the greatest poker content stream in the world.
You're in an emerging situation here where you don't want me to... You want 49 likes. That's what you want. I see.
That would be funny. Right, back to the action. Chun stepped out with the 7-4. Tom Bedell with a very nice candidate to peel the small, which he decides to do. Now this from Chun, I'm not sure about this one, Demps. I kind of like using this hand as a delay. Like if we get the chance to bluff later, okay. I mean, you're trying to c-bet here with 7-4 of hearts, no backdoors, Demps, into Tom Bedell and Enzo. I mean, do you just hate money? Like, I'm not sure about this one.
I mean...
It's mostly just because it doesn't have barrel ability down the street, in my opinion.
But on the counter, I'm aware, but the counterance would, of course, be that, hey, these guys could be in here with sorts that can't go
Hello. Wow.
Big bet.
All right, then. Goodness me.
Well, maybe he has cracked. I was giving him credit for sort of keeping to his strategy, but all of a sudden...
Now, I will give him this. If we're going to fire, we've got to fire big. Kind of trying to put a queen in a grim spot, get Jack 10, Jack 9, Ace 10, Ace Jack to full turn.
But can Tom Bedell fold this king? Doesn't seem likely.
I don't think so.
And Chun must be thinking, how have I got myself in this situation?
Oh, no.
Well, if he ever does a card that he can't follow up on, surely that's it.
Oh, don't lead, Tom.
Tom's not going to give him the chance.
I'd love to see check from Tom Bedell. Yeah, Chun, snap marks the 7 high. First little misstep from him. Credit to the heart shown. It just seemed like one of those Demps that we can just maybe just check here, maybe to try and win it later. Tom Bedell. What a beast. That hand v Ludo is outrageous.
He's had a lot of outrageous hands. That's kind of the way he is.
Oh, I'd love to see river check, though. You know, I like to nitpick a little. Just let your man blast it off. I guess doesn't want a hand like aces to check back. Pocket queens that had a boat.
Ooh, yeah.
Right.
That'd be a fun one. He's the man that's probably been driving most of the action at this table, Ludo, but maybe good for his heart that he's had a few hands he gets to fold.
I don't know if you can pick one person who's driven it most. There's about 5 candidates. We love it.
Really are.
Match right, back after it. Ace 10 of spades. Very nice looking hand, +1. All of a sudden, Tom closing in on $1 million Demps. Very profitable 90 minutes or so. No way.
The late reg.
He's riding the wave. 10-7. Oh, Tom.
That's right. Little does he know what great shape he's in. See, the ace-10 suited plays very nicely. And on a king-10-5 board, he may see a little increase to his fortunes. It's funny, isn't it? Because you're sat here tapping the table in front of me, and
I like check.
And you're like kind of running ranges, but everything you've seen it kind of just, like, this feels like the nuts at this point with the frequency at which people are playing hands.
I suppose so.
But I'm with you. I'm with you, Andrew.
That makes sense, to be fair.
But get that book of yours.
Throw it out the window.
Let's torch the thing, because the book's absolutely useless on this table.
That's true. You're right. Okay. We'll get into the merit analysis streets.
There we go. You know, you've seen it. I mean, this is...
Launch it.
I'm gonna,
100K.
I'm going to throw it out there. This table has made MPO look like the most boring version of poker. This is MPPO.
You know what, though? You're not wrong. And that being said, let's just seek more value on the turn.
Yeah, like a kind of middling size. You see, going pretty small, but...
It's one of these... You don't want to value town yourself against the king is, of course, a concern. But there are infinite draws out there.
Look at this. He's coming out with a raise.
Wow, Tom Bedell, man. And now you're just in the mud.
This is why we shouldn't bet, Andrew. You were right.
I told you, check. What a boss.
What's
going on?
You were, of course, right.
Is that a bluff or a value raise?
Oh, that's a bluff, baby.
Tom Bedell.
That's a bluff with a blocker.
Oh, my goodness. What a boss. Gets the best hand to fold very quickly. And it's true. What can you do with ace-10 there? You really want to strap in and just station this down? On a very innocuous 6th turn. Tom Bedell. Dresses snazzily and executes snazzy plays to boot. Not gonna lie, I didn't expect that, Demps. I thought he'd just call in position, right? Think, well, I can just win. Very nice. Matrai probably just thinks there, oh well, you know, I've run into 2-pair, run into king, queen. Oh, you got bluff, buddy.
Incredibly so.
Yeah.
In a hand that, like, lends itself to just calling the 30K. Right, it was a small bet. We got a second pair. We can still call. You wouldn't expect the other person to be betting second pair a second time. So you're not worried so much about your kicker. Although in this case, he was out-kicked.
Let's be honest. A phrase in Scotland, he's absolutely done him. He's done him there. Oh, Tom, give these lads a break, would you? I mean, it's this style. It's so hard to play against this style is the problem.
I wondered if Enzo was going to squeeze it up there, but look at this Ludo with 2 9s in the big with an option to squeeze of his own. And
I kind of like just set mine at this table.
Right.
I just don't think you get folds from everyone.
And in a sense,
see what Ludo decides on.
In the sense that Ludo has this kind of table, has such control over this table, it feels like to me that he could just continue, but he is going to squeeze that. And I completely understand why. Because
I understand too. So
much action. Look at these 3 action players calling an open.
There's just loads of dead money out there, right?
Well,
this is a big problem now.
Well, it's a horrible spot, though, is it not, for Matrai? I mean, obviously we know Ludo's more than capable. We know there's going to be some loose overcalls here, so he's incentivized to squeeze. But also, when you rip it in with jacks here, it feels pretty grim, right?
I think,
does he
I think he's going to jam. No, I think he will shove. No. You've called it.
Well,
I think the problem with call, the reason I'm thinking...
Oh, he has.
Oh, there we go. Yeah,
I was going to say, I think those were the high-value chips. The 100Ks do look a little bit similar to...
I think, to be honest, when... Sorry.
No, Tom was...
I think when Ludo makes it 14 blinds, it's just like, well, there's so much dead money out there anyway. Ludo's going to squeeze, call some worse, and he has called it off. Yeah, Ludo hating life, but he's already put 14 blinds in. Decides he can be flipping against ace-king.
Right then, out of nowhere, 1.2 million chips.
Wow,
118 big blind pot is underway, but understandable given all the action we've seen. In isolation, this might look a little crazy. If you have just tuned in, you're wondering what's going on. Well, it's been a lot of raising, 3-betting, whatnot that's predicated this. Means Ludo is all in with these 2 9s. Matrai loving that flop, queen 3-4. Ludo's 2 9s are live, though. We see in the top of the screen there.
Upside down.
Well, someone had to say it. It's always nice when it's the person needing it.
Can he find one of the remaining 2 9s? No, he can't. 10 of clubs completes the board. And great spot for Matrai, all of a sudden, up to 1.2 million demps. Yeah, I mean, you can understand Ludo there. I think the reason he decides squeeze, the only person who can have a really strong hand the way this table's been playing is Matrai.
Yeah.
So if you get it through him, then you just pick up whatever it was, 120k in the pot. You just pick it up.
Just 10 blinds sitting there.
Right. And the times that Matrai jams, a lot of those shoves are going to be ace-king. Ace-king suited, ace-king off are all going to put it in. He's not loving it, of course, but once you make it 140 and your opponent's all in for 500 or so, you got to just sigh it off and hope you're against that big slick. Unfortunately for him, Matrai with the jacks and doesn't run them down.
Yeah.
I wondered, like, on the flip side, you see, like, if he does just set mine, and you do connect with a 9, and, you know, 9 jack X or whatever, the other guys at the table, I think, will pay you off in a big pot, which is kind of why I thought he might call.
I was thinking more in the sense that the way Ludo has the fill this table, the kind of momentum, I didn't know whether maybe that was a spot where he just elects not to risk a big pot here and just keep kind of running them over. And but everything you say, there are just so many chips out there.
You can go both ways, absolutely.
Yeah.
I don't think you can fault either.
Obviously, it's easiest for me to pick a hole in it when it's gone wrong.
Yeah.
If the guy is just raised folding king jack down, he picks up the pot, we wouldn't be discussing it at this length, I don't think.
Even with like 10s, Matrai might fold.
I thought for a second that Enzo just folded ace-9 off from the cutoff in an unopened pot, which would have been the craziest fold we've seen at this table thus far. As it is, Matrai with ace-queen off in the big. Is he going to look to try and win another big one?
Seems like a pretty clear 3-bet against a very aggressive player in the cutoff. We're going to dominate that range. I'd be shocked if he didn't 3-bet this one.
I still have it. What to say?
Does bump it up. Very nice, Enzo. Good awareness. Ace-9 not going to play well here against 3-bet.
Covering my ticket.
Oh, we've got a little notification that says best hit the buffet, James. Maybe you've been rewarded.
Let's have a look here again. If you have just tuned in the last 15 minutes and aren't aware of how desperate I am for my pudding, you've teased me. We are at a paltry, disappointing 28 likes.
Yeah, but it's 10 more than when you put the plea out.
I needed 50. Pudding. There's still a few minutes left before myself and the players go on the dinner break. Now, for those watching, don't worry, the dinner break will be reduced through the magic of television. We are going to fast forward our delay.
El Asmar, so tricky.
Right. And Ludo. Now, once bitten, twice shy, slowing things down somewhat. This is why I might have just erred on the side of caution because I don't want to have to slow down in these spots, right?
I would have just flatted, but it's...
But then Ludo got those chips by...
Exactly.
Going ballist with the King 6 suiteds of the world and whatnot.
Action on Isar, surely not.
And actually, thinking about it more, what would Matrai have done with, like, 8s there when Ludo squeezed, right? It's possible he might have just gone, have that. I don't know.
It is a good spot for Ludo to be light, so it's one of these, you never know, devil's advocate and all that. We are going 4 ways here. El Asmar, such a tough guy to range, you know. Seems like a fist pump open. As it stands, this limp could win him a lot of chips.
And look at this connectivity
wow.
here. We got top pair, v top pair, the open and straight draw that if it completes gives someone else 2 pair. Here we go.
The 5 is the car crash card. But it depends how much money goes in from the other seats.
5, an ace, a 3. But we'll see a lot more. Even just the 10, I mean, 2 players will have top pair on the sort of broken-ish board. Here we go. El Asmar with the best of it. Comes out betting.
Very clear call, I think, for Ludo here. No reason to do anything else. Want to realize their equity. And now Matrai. Pretty grim spot. Like his style, I think I thought he was going to fold Demps. He actually made a very visible grimace, which intrigues me. Normally when you see that happen, players fold. I wonder if Gaelic and El Asmar are paying attention to that. Looked incredibly unhappy making that call. Doesn't seem like something you would do if you had a really big hand. Izar, his hand's going nowhere. Can't imagine he can ever continue. Does let it go. So then, 3 ways to this turn. Ludo hunting that straight. Ooh.
Okay. Almost a bad card when you're Ludo, isn't it? Because now, okay, I improved to a pair, but if I make my straight, it's a 4-liner. A little bit scarier. Elazmar coming out with a bet again, but such a tiny sizing, repeating the flop bet.
Now, I wonder if Ludo ever starts turning this into a bluff. I doubt it with the player behind in the small. But this 9 is a powerhouse card for him. We do block 2 pairs. Here we go. I thought he might. Love it. I really like this.
Goes after it. Has he just got 2 swift folds?
Yeah, brilliant. Well done, Ludo.
He has Ludovic Geilich winning the last hand of this feature table.
9-7 of spades. Can you leave this? Spades.
Yeah, nice.
Right.
Yeah, of course.
He's honest.
Very nice.
Tells them as it is. Well, guys, these players are going on that break I mentioned. Sad that we will lose them. We will have a fresh feature table on the flip side of the break. But we send these guys off. We see how things stand. Andras Matri with that whopping stack courtesy of the Jacks V9s in a very weird dynamic spot, Andrew. Well, for now, we will go on this break. Been told around about 30 minutes, Andrew. You and Jay will be back for more of this. The MPP main event here at the Merit.
Welcome along, everybody.
Yep, if you are joining us here on YouTube, we are streaming across multiple channels, but myself and Andrew do both have the DTD Player YouTube chat open. So if you do want to join in the discussion with us, that's where you need to be. And the discussion in the chat seems to be, that place looks amazing every time we go to the wide shot. And it is. Stunning venue. Obviously, we are somewhat biased, given that we are here on the payroll, but I promise you, this place is legit.
It is legit. As we see, Breshalov finds a legit open. Does have to tread carefully, as we mentioned, sort of second or third in chips. But a suited ace, these are the type of hands that play very nicely as raises on finals.
And especially, I guess, going after Strobel in the big blind, taking chips off that hand. Interesting, we've sometimes seen players go for more than min when the short stack's the one in the big blind, because you do want to dissuade the weakest of hands to call. Of course, King 7 was always going to play, but just maybe a little larger sizing.
Yeah, I think because he's so short.
Oh,
I think he's so short, James probably thinking, I've only got 2 blinds back, I can call off on any flop.
Well, here we go. Strobel flopping Jin, sees a bet, rips it in for the remaining 2 million. We'll get cool and get great news.
Absolutely.
That he is on track for a double up.
Yeah, immediate outs for Breshalov. Only the 3 aces. Does have some backdoors. Strobe will be happy that he blocks one of those backdoor, straight door possibilities.
3 of clubs is coming. Maybe not. 9 of spades. Just an ace will send Strobel out. Otherwise, we will continue 9-handed here at the EAPT Grand Final. And it is that ace, Andrew.
Oh, my goodness.
Breshalov finds it. And unfortunately for him, it is Adrian Strobel out in 9th place. Well, he's not hanging around. Oof. Welcome, guys, back here to the Mediterranean Poker Party, where for now, poker is taking a back seat because it is time, pardon me, for round 3 of the Merit Poker Olympics. And some of you may have noticed Andrew Headley's gone under a slight change because it is now time, finally, to welcome Jay Harwood here to Merit. How are we doing, Jay?
I'm doing great. Hello, everybody. Today's challenge, we are playing table tennis, and Andrew not here at the moment. If you've seen the previous challenges, like myself, you won't be surprised knowing that he's already warming up for this one, looking for his first victory, losing the 2 previously to this man, James.
Well, as he says, Andrew is out there grinding, but it is now time to get bat and ball in play.
Right, guys, we're back. The next challenge, table tennis. I need a win badly. It's not going well so far, Jay. This is going to be mini games of table tennis. I'm going to take on Jay. The loser will take on James. The winner is the first person to get to 5 points. And at the end, the 2 winners will play each other to find out who wins this challenge. By God, I need it. Let's get after it. Good luck.
Good luck, sir.
You're going to fucking need it,
I've
buddy.
seen you in the basketball. You're good at hitting the net.
Right,
Not.
Oh. Right, ready?
Let's go.
Oh. Oh, he's sharking at the lad. All right. Yeah, you can serve this one. 1-0, let's go. Oh. All right. Oh, we've got him.
Oh,
he's in trouble. He's in trouble. Oh. Oh, no, too aggro. Aye, 2-1. Oh,
That's
love
second
it.
serve. Do you get second serve?
No, you don't. No second.
Surely
no
that's
second
a
serves
second.
in Merit table tennis, motherfucker.
There must be a second serve.
3-1. Second serve. You're finished. Oh, 4-1. We've got him. On you.
This
Don't choke. Don't choke.
Not looking good.
Hey! Ooh. Let's go. Good game, sir.
Good game, sir.
All right. We're back. By God, we're back. You get him on film. You're next.
Good luck,
All
sir.
right then, Mr. Harwood, let's have it. Well, that wasn't at all embarrassing. I'm going for my deep squat. Oh, look, war of attrition.
That's not good.
There we go, 1 apiece. See, he's the first timer here in Merit. He's not used to the table. Oh, rally.
2-1.
It's coming.
We both want the same thing, and that's Andrew not to win in the final, so we're all good. We're all good.
Brute power. It's the power of youth. But finesse wins in this game.
I've lost the score. 2-1. 2-2. Oh, better than I thought.
Oh, you got too happy about being all square. Oh, all of a sudden, 2-4 match point.
It's not good.
Have a date with Mr. Headley. Oh dear. Well, that is the end.
Terrible debut. Terrible.
Jay, his first day here, his first challenge, and he's done the honourable thing and taken the wooden spoon away from my next opponent, Mr. Andrew Headley. Right, is it?
Yeah.
Is that,
It's a big,
you can't.
it's a huge disadvantage. What is this? This is ridiculous.
You just realised you've now
Now
seen
call
a
the
huge
floor.
disadvantage.
Call the, excuse me, call the floor. This is outrageous.
You now realise that's on camera, so they're going to edit that in, and Jay's going to have an out.
Cheating all the time. Every angle he can take. Oh, I'm James Dempsey. I'm the man. You should be ashamed of yourself. I don't have it. Where's the ball? Oh. Are you going to do the hand thing that we do every time, and I get it wrong every time? Film the back of this. I want to know if he's cheating, because I'll never get it. It's always in the wrong hand miraculously.
Right,
that one.
That one has the ball?
Yeah.
This one?
Right, come on, what's going on? Get it revealed. Fucking unbelievable, like every time. Whatever, you can have serve. I hate you so much, honestly. Ooga! I admire you, but I hate your very soul.
Imagine losing to a man in this hat. Like, imagine
I don't, it's something I do not want to even countenance as a possibility. Whoa! Oh, he's had a good start, the lads.
Oh, the first point I've ever won off you.
All right. All right.
Oh, no.
We're back.
Oh, no. He's got this secret spin serve thing he does, and I don't think it's legal. If any table tennis people know.
Could have had a career in it, mate.
Nice you've had a career in something.
Alrighty. Let's go. Let's go. 2-1.
2-1 to the man
now
who props up the table.
Watch
oh, no,
the ball.
he's going to mug me up.
Watch the ball. Be the ball. Okay? You ready?
No.
You're all backhand, I've noticed.
I am.
Something
You're going to play to my forehand, are you?
Yeah.
This serve is not legal. It's got far too much spin.
Woo.
What even is that?
I don't know, but I'm gleeful.
We've
Actually, better win
We've
from
literally
here.
been waiting the best part of a week to see a victory dance out of this man. He's gone up in the challenge. And the
I need
dance
to
has
win
come out.
because I've gone too early with the celebration.
3-1 you.
I've gone too soon. I
think you're there.
All right, let's go. Oh, wait a minute. That's a let.
Oh.
There's no second serve, Jay, but if it hits the top of the net, you get a let. Oh. Oh! Strong point. Very
He's
strong.
put himself in the game, but no, not this serve again. I'm gonna have nightmares of this bloody thing. No, it can't be legal. What is this wizardry?
It's legal, bro.
What is this championship?
You have to find a way. You have to find a way. Come on, Jay. One time. Come on.
I mean, we've all heard of Andy Murray.
We have to take
Somehow
him
the
down,
Scots
man.
can play these
Gotta
kind of
take
racket
him
games,
down.
but Andrew Headley, this guy, at table tennis, honestly, this is going to be embarrassing.
Come on, let's go. Enough of your incessant chirping. Oh! Woo! Yeah! All right. Come on, buddy, it's going to be okay. Now, come on, I'll be gracious. Good game, James. Come on.
Well done, Andrew.
Thanks, James. You're a good man.
I want to apologise to my family, to my friends, to everyone who knows me.
Your cat?
And to all the people Andrew's going to gloat to. I've let us all down.
I won't gloat. Good game. Jay, good game. Come on, I'm back. I'm back in the Olympics. Whew. Yes. Someone play the Rocky music. Play the music. Da-da-da, da-da-da.
Aquino again going to be involved. King Queen offsuit is starting to move through the gears. Has 94 million of the 313 million chips in play. And really is working with the big M. Momentum in his favor.
Yeah, such a great feeling.
And if you're the sort of stack like Kolev, you don't mind seeing the chip leader kind of pound away now, do you? It's kind of doing a good thing if he can take chips away from the likes of Umarov, stop these other stacks attacking you. And Levine, all right, here we go. Ace Queen, a little over 20. Now, again, Aquino hasn't been hyperactive.
I think he will just call this one, Demps.
Yeah,
It's also one of these spots busting now, a bit of a disaster.
Right, if Aquino had been opening relentlessly, then this makes much more sense as a 3-bet jam, wouldn't it?
Sure.
Or even maybe arguably some sort of induce, but as it is, an open gets met with just a cool and a great flop for Levine, having somewhat slow played this ace-queen from the big. Sees a dreamy looking forward. Ace-king 10, he knows this is a board the opener is going to attack, and he just gets to have way better than he's supposed to have in this spot. We know he doesn't have kings and aces and ace-king, really, bar some trappy stuff.
Yeah, beautiful development so far for Levin.
And well, a little scary with the club rolling off, of course. Checks it once more to Aquino, who kind of rates to still have the best hand decent amount here. Obviously, a bit scary. The clubs come. His opponent in the big blind can have clubs at a high frequency, but look at this.
Yeah, this is a strange decision in my eyes.
Is it a case? Obviously, you know, a lot of the time he just has the best hand here. Well, not a lot of the time, but at some frequency. But also he can just start to put, like, the raggy aces under loads of pressure here. And he still has decent equity against a hand like ace-5, right?
That is absolutely true.
Well, not ace-5, pardon me. Ace-4, ace-3, ace-2, not ace-5. We've got very bad equity against ace-5, Andrew.
If Levin has, like, an ace-4, you know, ace-7, you know, spades type hand, he's going to have to get rid of it. So it's kind of... I kind of like it a little more on reflection. I did expect just a check, though. We can just win, and you did reference the big blind's going to have a lot of flushes here.
Well, look at this. 27 million chips in the pot. Aquino has swelled this one with that second pair. Levine loving life up to now. And wow, another club on the river. Well, Levine hates this run out. Now, Andrew, given that Aquino has bet flop, bet turn being called, is this a hand that now we kind of do want to fire 3? We unblock the ace-x. If our opponent did say turn a flush, well, they might not love life
What's
anyway.
happening here?
A block.
Oh, I don't know. I don't know about this.
It's just a red rag to a bull.
I think it could be.
Is Aquino going to charge in at this?
I mean, one thing I will say, with the 4 flush on the board and the ace being the diamond, a good amount of the time Levin, when he check calls turn, will have the ace of clubs, I think. Right? When he has like ace 8, or if he defended an ace 9 with the ace of clubs, he's going to continue with that card. But this is a very curious little min bet.
Does that hand lead for
I don't think
one blind?
People find it. Maybe they should. I don't think they find it in the moment. Could be wrong. Likely you're just going to check, right, and say, okay, chip leader, try and blast me off this.
Andrew, I think he's going to go for this. He just has a look about him.
I mean, he's going to be aware now, of course, his hand is no good.
Yeah.
I think he might jam here. No, he's just going to go for a smaller
Here
raise.
he goes,
I
the
like
tickle
it.
raise.
I like it.
What a play here from Aquino, yet again exhibiting his aggression post-flop.
Oh, and he's made it just that little milky sizing, right?
milky.
As if to say, I have the nuts.
But this is like, not necessarily trying to make him fold a hand like 6-8 of clubs that maybe is called from the big blind, turn the flush. Now, basically, he's trying to make this kind of hand, maybe more the 2-pair combos, right? The ace-4, ace-5, king-5, whatever it could be in there that blocks and now hates life. And credit to Levine here. He's still thinking about this. Is he thinking, hey, would Aquino bet flop with an ace? Yes. If he had the ace of clubs, would he always bet turn is the question, or would he allow a check back, pot control with the 1 pair and the nut club? Kind of allow me to make an inferior flush, perhaps.
Really
But with this
interesting
sizing,
hand.
does this sizing perhaps even lean towards being like, hey, it doesn't have to be the ace of clubs straight here?
Queen of clubs for sure can be in there with this sizing, definitely.
So incredible stuff from Aquino.
Wow.
Gets Levin to fold and now has 110 million chips. Andrew, over a third of the chips in play.
I would suggest trouble ahead for the rest of the table. Yeah, interesting. Maybe Breshilov just perceives 60% to be more value heavy. Maybe thinks his opponent would go larger with bluffs.
Incredible. Just got away with 2 big bluffs in the same orbit. Really extending himself here. Oh, Petachuk opening up. Kolev away from the table for this one. Bad time to miss a hand. See him coming back into frame now.
I guess deciding, let's go now before the blinds hit me. I like this from Petachuk. We're going to have to find some steals. You know, we are starting to get to that very dicey stack depth. King-Queen qualifying as a raise fold.
And Lasowski, Queen 7 of hearts in the big.
Yeah, these are real dicey.
Off the short stack, though, is going to stick around.
I think the problem is Petachuk is going to be pretty tight and going to have a lot of picture cards.
Oh, hello.
Oh, wow.
This is as cold as this could get with these 2 holdings. Lasowski flopping top 2. Petachuk with top pair, loving life on the Queen 7 tray.
Oh, my goodness. This is an absolute disaster. I mean, there's no getting away from this, Demps. If Lasowski fast plays flop.
Lasowski.
Oh, he's trapping.
Hello.
Actually, don't mind
Wow, and such a wet-looking turn card that one assumes Lasowski is just going to let to bet this fairly big and leave not a lot back for the river.
I agree.
He has so many draws that could be bluffing here. May even bet at a size that means Petachuk just jams over the top.
Yeah.
Reasonable, I think, to just jam here.
I think he will shove here. You know, you're going to get called by a queen. You may even get called by a 9 Demps very occasionally.
You deny slash, you know, maybe get it in against some combo draws, but you definitely don't want to give him the free pop.
Wow, is he just slow playing this?
What? He's seen enough of Lasowski. Maybe he's thinking Lasowski's way out of line here.
Sure.
Which, if you've been watching, is possible. Oh, king on the river, albeit a club, Andrew. The club is somewhat concerning.
Wow.
2/3 pot back. We have top 2 versus 2nd and 3rd, or 2nd and 4th.
What an interesting river. Lasowski hates this card. Very comfortable on the turn with his 2 pair, but not anymore.
This just falls into bluff catch, surely.
Yeah, it does.
But it's one that we do press the call button with, right?
I think so. I mean, when we check, you know, Petachuk, this is super interesting. Gonna have like 10s and jacks in there, Demps? Or is he not just gonna bet 1 big blind on the flop?
Is there ever a chance? If let's say we do check here.
Okay.
Is there ever a chance Petachuk values?
Yeah, he's gonna jam. He's going for value.
Yeah, does just go for value. Still has a lot of misdraws himself, and like loves this non-snap, right?
He does love the non-snap. I just don't see this getting through, even though it's a scary card.
Yes, but the 4/5s, the 5/6s, the 8/10s, the spade combos.
Jack 8 of spades, type hands, 10-8 of spades.
Not enjoying it.
10-6 of spades.
And then maybe occasionally you do see the Queen 7, the Queen 9, King 9 even perhaps. Oh, pardon me, King 9. Oh, yeah, King 9 with 2 beats, sorry.
King 10, King Jack, would they? I don't think they would jam.
Yeah, it's pretty grim. They've both got such a strong hand, but on a scary board, where ranges allow them both to have far better than the hand they do.
What a fascinating spot. Pretty grim for Petachuk in that all the 10 Jack get there that would feasibly bet turn. All the club combos get there. So this is also effectively, in his mind at least, Demps, a bluff catch. Probably don't think your opponent's going to have too many 2-pair combos, seeing as we block most of them. Oh, wow.
No.
Oh.
Oh. Did you...
I mean, I don't think it's impossible that he folds. I don't think he will, but...
There was a flicker across Lasowski's face when that went in. I don't know whether he thought it was a chip.
Do you think he wants a call now, then?
Oh, yeah. I mean, you must think you're good. And he gets the call.
Yeah.
He's gonna victory slam, as it were, and get the bad news that he's out.
Oh.
There we go. Eyebrows raised. Lasowski's race is run. I was just looking through. I mentioned I've been impressed with Breshlov, the man who's under the gun here now, and the way he's approached this one is he looks down at Ace-King. And I showed a look. He was here back in 2022 for the MPP, where he came 21st in the MPP Open, 14th in the EAPT, 12th in the Malta Poker Festival event,
wow,
and 15th in the Irish Open event here. We had all these sort of brands here together. So 4 very deep but non-final table cashers. So nice to see this year he has got here with this big stack. And, wow, a great situation for him here because it looks to me like he may get
well, we did
fair amount of
just
action.
see Umarov fold 7s from +1, which I really like. You know, again, I always ask myself in these final table moments, what are my opponents incentivized to do? And Breshelov not really incentivized to get after it here from under the gun. So 7's shrinking up as we see Levin in the tank. And it's kind of grim, Demps. You don't really want to shove, right? We're pretty shallow for a 3-bet fold. Flatting doesn't appeal. Like, it feels like if this is a Keno raising, right? Or puts with the big stack raising, we can just put it in.
Yeah, this coming from under the gun. Like I said, Breshelov's played a pretty sort of snug game that I've been very impressed with up to now. Let's see, though.
Oh,
Levin is going for it, Andrew.
Wow.
He thinks he's seen enough. Has a playable one. Decides he needs to make things happen here at this FT. With all the players still to act behind. Maybe a pip wide. I think if this was ace-queen, we'd be saying it's a slam dunk.
Exactly.
And it's jack-suited even. You could argue with that.
Here we go.
Oh, wow. Andrei Petachuk sees all this action in front of him and looks down at the ladies in the small blind. Now, up against Levine. More than happy to get this in. But he does have Breshelov opening under the gun.
Wow.
This is a little dicey. Again, queens surely just too much hand. And he does go for it. And now, what is Breshelov going to do with ace-king seeing this action? What hand does Petachuk put all these chips in with, Andrew?
I think you can fold this hand. Yeah,
he does,
and he just
and
quickly
he does it
does.
swiftly.
I like it, honestly.
Wow.
Petachuk never has worse. It's like queens, ace-king plus, I think.
Yeah.
Maybe jacks very
Do you
occasionally.
think partly that was the speed at which Petachuk put the chips in?
I think he's just super aware, Breshelov. He knows that Petachuk has to have just such a narrow range.
I spent the start of this hand heaping praise on Breshelov, and then that hand comes up.
Brilliant.
Just signifying how good he really is. As we see a 10-9-3 flop. We will flip back, of course, to the action here. As Levine has just, what, 2.5 million chips back. They're surely going to go in now. Petachuk asks for it, and Levine's like, well, this isn't great, but here we go. You figure you're going to have 3 outs here.
The most interesting thing...
Let's see his face as he gets shown. Sorry to cut you off there, Andrew. He's going to feel very happy about the fold he's made when he sees it was queens. He kind of knew it was queens plus, maybe ace-king.
Probably chopping it best against Petachuk, I would suggest.
Great, great fold. But it means Levine is live, Andrew, of course. If it was a 3-all-in, would basically be dead here.
Right.
Can find an ace or 7 or queen now would do the job. Although, looking at the folded cards, there aren't many left. 3 of the 7s gone. And the river being the offsuit, non-connected, 4 of clubs, sends Levine out in 7th place. Good for 78,000. And maybe, just maybe, a little wonderment as to whether that was the time to make his move.
Final table warming up nicely, guys. If you are just joining us in the YouTube streets or watching us on DTD Player, EAPT Grand Final, main event, final table. 6 contenders for the title and that whopping $468,000 first prize. Fascinating to watch so far. Stick with us. We'll be bringing you coverage right till the end. Now, Kolev has just chipped down Demps down to less than 10.
Yeah, in that panic zone. But he won't be panicking.
Very nice laydown, by the way. Discipline with the ace-7.
Breshilov with ace-king in the cutoff. 16.5 blinds.
Oh,
hello. 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 Is this one? Obviously, has to concern himself with the player behind Aquino having a big stack as well. But he can make a non-committing 3-bet here.
I think he'll fold here, Demps. But I was wrong a minute ago. It's one of these that, like, 3-bet calling here for, what, 33 million is a bit of a disaster the times that Breshilov puts it in. Peeling is pretty unpalatable. But you have been right again. I'm not sure about this. Because I just don't think we get to fold to jam, and we do terribly, right, the times he puts in. And we don't remove, you know, like if we 3-bet King 5 suited here, for example.
Well, here comes the snap jam, Andrew. Sorry to cut you off. We'll come back to it. And he does just snap call it. He decided once 12's gone in, of course, he's going to call the additional 21. And we'll be thrilled to see ace-king rather than the bigger pairs that would likely be part of this jamming range. And just like that, Breshilov at risk. But at risk in a pot that will get him up towards that top end of the count, 70 million chips. Living in the middle of this one. This one's such a crucial pot for the tournament. And a 7, 9, 6 flop. Poets fades an ace or a king, and also, obviously, finding a nice looking board that could redraw should he need to. 10 on the turn. Well, that 8 would, of course, now result in a chop. Ace or king. The only ways for Breshilov to survive here. The man I've been most impressed by thus far on this final table. And that is what's going to happen. Breshilov busted in a pretty grim fashion. I wish we had a camera here. You guys could see Andrew's face. He feels bad, I think, for Breshilov in this one, because that one felt a little dirty from Christopher Puetz. There's a time bank chip on the floor. I wonder whose that is.
Oh.
There's more than one. There we go.
Is that like where you walk over and you've seen 20 euros on the floor and you just stand on it until people mosey on? Yeah. They mosey on away. Yeah. Very impressed by Kolev. And the longer he hangs about, he's a very dangerous player. And if he doubles, he'll be up to 70 mil now, Demps. Here we go. Aquino.
Yeah. Foot to the floor.
Very spicy.
Didn't catch the number. Okay.
Oh.
Number that means that we'd imagine ace-4 gets to take 3 at a reasonable frequency.
Yeah, I mean, he's not going to fold. The question is, do we just call? And it seems pretty reasonable. They are 30 bigs deep. It's a lot to jam. You don't really want a 3-bet fold a hand as good as this blind on blind, right? I like call. Now then. King, queen, queen. Very interesting. Aquino essentially with the kind of nut low, so to speak, Demps on this board. And knows he can't win without betting and does start with a small one. I mean, we probably got to call one. It's grim, though.
He kind of filled it, doesn't it? But yeah, we've got a cool one. And I mean, we've got the 4 hearts working as well. Not that we're thrilled about chasing 4 high flush draws on 4.
And a very warm welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. As you see, night has fallen at the Merit Royal Diamond Hotel. This is, of course, the Mediterranean Poker Party. Out here in Cyprus, we're getting into the thick of it. day 1C of the MPP main event. 5K, 5 million guaranteed, and we have smashed it. Love seeing it. This is our new feature table, as you see Meyer. 135 bigs, Jay, 1.6 million to work with. Starting stack was 400K, so he has been putting those chips to good work. Walid Habib just behind him, just under 1.6 mil. Mehmet Deniz, another player over 100 blinds. Then we have Svetoslav Nikolov, 61 blinds. And our friend Raymond Kassam, love seeing him here on the feature. 60 bigs, 723K, very healthy. Then there's somewhat shorter stacks, but nobody's short here, Jay. Everybody over 30 blinds. We have Ali Al-Kubasi, Dmitry Zakharov, and Hassanin Hashim. And that concludes another round of Merit Name Roulette.
Yeah, top notch, Andrew. I think you got all of those spot on. And something very intriguing about this feature table coming up. Average stack is around 580K. So just look at those 3 stacks at the top. There is heaps, heaps of chips on this table in terms of BBs, and looking forward to see how the big stacks approach it. Hassini at the bottom, not really in trouble. Short stack at the table, but 37 big blinds is plenty on this structure.
Yeah, plenty to work with, Jay. Agreed. Blinds are 6 and 12K now, guys, with a 12K big blind. So a couple of levels. Myself and Jay will take you through, and then Demps will come back into the booth to close out the coverage with yourself. Yes. Looking forward to this one. New lineup. And you know, I'm just biased. Go on, Raymond. We love seeing him on the feature. We've been saying this all week. Beautiful setup. Sensational stage. Shout out once more to our production team. But yeah, day 1C. Let's get into it, Jay.
Yeah. Minute before our first hand is dealt, just like to pick up on the YouTube chat. We've got Sam Bernstein commenting on your illegal table tennis serve. According to Sam, what you was doing in the Merit Olympics was actually illegal. Your palm needs to be flat, the ball needs to raise 6 inches above the table. So I think we need a rerun of that Merit Olympics.
Well, on that note, Sam Bernstein, thank you for your input, but you, my friend, can grow up. It's not illegal, it's the Merit Olympics, mate. We make our own rules. You take every single edge you can, Jay. That is true. Much like these gentlemen will be doing at the feature table.
To be fair, I think your pool cue action's more illegal.
That's very illegal. Someone sent me a screenshot, and it's me balancing the bridge on my pinky.
That is great. Right, guys, here we go. Another hour and 40 minutes of poker. 50-minute clock. Blinds are 6K, 12K.
I'm only joking, by the way, Sam. Thanks for the input. Maybe he can coach me like a new technique. I'm not gonna have that serve is vicious, man.
He gave me and Demps a problem, I'll tell you that.
I gave them a whipping. You got to do what you got to do. So we get a look at our trophy table there in the background, and our first look at Al-Kubasi under the gun. Me and Demps were referencing this. There's some right looks in this room, right? There's some snazzy dressing going on.
Yeah, we had a man first session of the day, me and Demps. Blazer on, shirt on, shades on, hair slicked back.
Well, look at this, Jay. Sorry to cut you off, but our man from the UK, Raymond, wakes up with aces hand one. That's a nice feeling when you go onto the feature, right?
Lovely sight to look down at. Opening to 25K, just north of 2 BBs.
Yeah, Hashim gonna come along from the small. Relatively reasonable against late position. Well then, as flops go, that's not a bad one for pocket aces. Ace 7-5. We don't check that often on ace highs as the razor, Jay, but this one?
Yeah, maybe versus small blind specifically as well. Like gonna have a lot of this stuff like king, queen, queen, jack, 10-9 suited. And the times that he does have like the 7s and the 5s, we get that anyway.
Oh, hello. Well, Hashim is gonna float one. Raymond loving this. Really like the c-bet size from him, Jay. One big blind, and unfortunately for Hashim, he does improve to the turn 10.
So keeping the betting lead, and now just gonna get to go bet with our top set, and may see Hashim stick around for one more now after catching this second pair.
Yeah, this starts to get tricky. you sometimes feel compelled, Jay, right, once you float one and you do improve to a, you know, a turn card as strong as this. You're like, okay, well, I do beat some barrels. You know, people are going to try and dislodge me. Trouble brewing. Big river coming. And it is an 8 of diamonds. No real draws completing, Jay, right? I mean, Hashim shouldn't have a hand like a Jack-9 here, really, ever. Hand like a 6-4 suited, about the only concern for a nutted hand.
What I will say, if he's got Queen 10 off that float slot, maybe he does float like the Jack-9 suited with the backdoor flush
I guess
draw.
it's not impossible.
But obviously, as Kassam here, we're just going to go for some value and goes for big value as well. It's
as he should.
Overbet on the river, just slightly more than pot. Now this 10 just shrivels up as Hashim.
I think worth noting also, Jay, having that queen in hand's not great, right? We want our opponent to bluff queen jack.
King queen.
Yeah, some random other Broadway combos.
Even queen 9 would be in there, opening from cutoff as well.
Sure. Very nice, Raymond. Good start to the feature. Gets 2 streets. And off he goes. I said about snazzy dressing. That's a bold hoodie choice. I'm here for it. I'm still reeling from the illegal serve accusation. I feel like Rio Ferdinand when he was told he missed that drugs test all those years ago.
Oh, God, that's throwing it back.
I know.
So that must be nearly 20
To
years.
be clear, I don't take drugs, guys, and I'm not regularly tested for them here at the Mediterranean Poker Party. Can you imagine that, Jay, on your way into the booth, just handed a plastic cup? right, Harwood.
Yeah,
off you go.
Off you go. Oh, my.
Right, I'm getting carried away.
We both are already. We've only just started. Back to the next hand.
Justice for Rio. Zakharov now. Queen 7 into the muck. Actually going to fold round. Back to Raymond Kassam, out of the way once more. As does Habib. Now Hashim has a very playable Jack-10.
Yeah, just one that always seems to open on the button here. And suited king in the small blind here for Nikolov. I think we'll be continuing. Both options available here, facing the button open.
These are just hands, right, that in these sort of early 2020s just started to become the vogue sort of peels, right?
Yeah.
People used to just fold them.
Yep.
And I don't hate folding against 30 BBs. Like, do you want to be a bit deeper, Jay, or do you think
I guess,
it matters
yeah.
much?
I think we can still play cool. I'm not saying, like, it's one that we're just going to free bet all the time, especially against 30 bigs, but it seems like a nice one to potentially flat from the small. Raise and take.
Yeah, people don't really fold anymore, right? These spots, especially in the small blind versus late position. Let's let it go, though, as Hashim stabilizes after that rocky start. Me and Demps also discussed this, Jay. Can you pull off the backwards cap look?
I think I can. I think I can pull off the backwards cap. Yeah? Yeah. I'll sometimes turn it around.
Do you? On the table, yeah?
Yeah, sometimes turn it around.
Like a dominance flex.
I don't know,
Like,
just sometimes.
I'm so comfortable.
Like, it's
I
just
will reverse
like
this headwear.
when it's been on my head for so long, I just move it around to like get a bit more comfortable. That's it.
Oh, I want like deep reasoning, not just.
Okay.
Okay.
Here he is again.
Oh, Raymond getting hit by the deck. First 3 hands, always nice. Ace King of Clubs. Likely to see this one go to the big blind. Oh. Or are we?
Al Kabusi. Or Kabasi, I should say.
Surely not.
Wow.
Surely yes. Wow. Okay. Not something you see too often, but does flick and call with the suited Jack-6 from the small blind. Zakharov, pretty unappealing King 4-0, like this laydown.
Especially multi-way as well.
People make the classic mistake there of taking the price, but their hand is just crushed a lot. Like it. Oh my word, Jay. Well, here we go. Al Kubasi, second pair and a flush draw. And Raymond with the biggest ace of all, the ace king and backdoor clubs. Here we go.
Al Kubasi here flopped a huge draw, but expect it just to go check call here when we have the pair to go with our flush draw. Andrew still beating enough hands, just happy to take the passive approach.
Yeah, I was going to ask you here what you thought Raymond would choose for size. Typically when we want to go bigger, right? This isn't like a B25 type board. Lots of interactions, very wet.
Especially versus small blind as well,
Yeah.
which is like all over that sort of Jack 9 range.
I wouldn't have hated like 2/3 pot here. In any case, goes for around about 40%. Gets quickly called, of course. And look at this. Both players now with a flush draw. Action on Raymond. Jay, thoughts on this one?
I think either or here, but I think our hand's just too strong with the top pair, top kicker, and the fact that Al-Kubasi should have all this suited ace-X that's going to have to call another street as well.
Sure. Yeah, likely would have heard from a hand like 2-pair on the flop, or even like bottom set, right? It's probably going to raise. So Raymond going to be aware that he's going to have the best hand most of the time.
And like the 7 not really changing anything in forms of like 2 pairs. It's only really the 10-8 suited that gets there.
Yeah.
So hands like King 10 now pick up a double gutter. Seems like there's plenty out there to get called from.
Yeah, it feels very much like grit your teeth and click call. Hope to improve. Can't really do much else. Big river coming here early on this feature. Al-Kubasi with a shade over pot back. And wow, Jack of Hearts. Oh, very interesting. And he finds the snap check, which I'm a big fan of, Jay.
Yep. And this is really interesting here for
It kind of
Raymond.
looks weak, right? The snap check.
Yeah, but it's very difficult here for Raymond. If he finds the check back here, I think I really like it because we don't really ever have a jack here. Our jack X is going to start checking either flop or turn.
Yep.
So therefore, if we do go for value, like it's just a lot more likely that the jack is in
Well
Kubasi's run. What a
done.
top-notch check back. Well played, sir.
Wow. Gutted to
Loses
see a jack, but
absolute minimum.
very happy that he found the check back. Yeah, that one's really interesting. I was thinking to myself, what kind of Jack X will Al-Kubasi continue? And it is going to be this one, right?
Yeah, the Jack.
Jack X of diamonds and hands like Jack 10 that improved to a gutter. Probably folds the Queen Jack, King Jang variety a lot on the turn.
Agreed, but top-notch check back, still
Well
hard
done.
to find.
Yeah, perhaps thinking that we're up against a missed diamond draw a lot that won't pay us off anyway. And, you know, the times that our opponent has a jack, we value town ourselves. Well done, Raymond.
And like probably specifically target ace 10, that's it, because ace queen's gonna squeeze free bet pre.
I think it might call for CP. I think it mixes for sure.
Okay.
But I'm with you though. I understand where your head's at.
Easy go.
Hmm?
Why should draw with pair?
Saying easy come, aces, easy go. Ace king.
Ace king check.
Yeah, very nice check from Raymond.
Very good card, Jack.
Of course, sitting there with rivered trip jacks, you're pretty gutted, aren't you, Jay, when your opponent finds that check back. As it stands, Hashim is jack in the hijack. Gonna bump this one up to 2.5 blinds.
Can't see Zakharov doing anything here. Just taking his time.
Does he know what's on him? Yes, he does. Mayor now with a massive stack. Jay, 1.6 mil. Gonna defend here, is dominated. You can understand this defendo, especially with this amount of chips in front of him. Ooh, ace 6-3. Here we go. Both players flop top pair.
Had some action flops early on the feature.
Yeah. Mayor with a pretty good ace to continue with. Of course he would continue with all. But having those backdoor straight and nut flush draw. 20k and call. Pretty normal so far.
Seems pretty clear. Nice little quarter pot from Hashim.
None of those backdoors materializing on the turn. 8 of hearts. So Hashim just got the green light, Jay, to just... I don't know about this. We can see it's going to elicit a bet, right, from Mayor, but I think that we got a bet turn in my eyes.
I think ace-jack
Build a
is
pot.
too strong. We will have some top pair checkbacks, but these are going to derive around stuff with the lower kickers or the ace-X of clubs specifically with the redraw. But I agree with you on this one, Andrew.
This Mayor is trying to induce here. Thinks his opponent has a hand that is just bet given up.
Yeah, no, we just got an easy one-chip call.
Yep. Probably thinks his hand's good. All right, as it stands, Hashim, well played, finds the river value bet.
And what that also does, it creates a showdown that the table gets to see, and they're now aware that we also can check back some stronger ace-X on the turn. So maybe the times we get to rivers with like king high, queen high there, we can still go for some bluffs because we get some credit because people are aware we will start checking some of our top pair.
Jay, right? Yep. Bet, check, bet.
The thing is, Andrew, this is the crazy thing about this game. You go back 20 years ago, the check bet, the bet, check, bet used to be the bluff line. Like it used to be so often a bluff, and then these days it seems like it's more weighted towards value. Like the game's changed in that way.
Always goes in cycles, doesn't it?
It does.
Pretty soon we'll all be 7-bet clicking at PB again. It's kind of going like that again. I've noticed it creeping back in. You never know what's going to happen out here at Merit, I'll tell you that. We had some hands when you took your well-deserved break of the day, Jay. And it was wild. It was like trying to call the action and just being wildly off pace and wrong every single time. It was great. It really hurt my feelings.
It happens a lot in poker commentary. You never know what's going on inside their head, and you can make assumptions, and sometimes they do a completely different thing. But here we go again. Once again, ace-king out there. This time for Hashim.
He's not going for this one, is he? Okay. Jack-6 suited was a bit out the realms. King-6 off would have been a wild one. Now Zakharov, King-Jack off on the button. You're not thrilled with it, Jay, against an early position raise?
Yeah, versus +2, maybe one that does mix in some free bets from time to time.
Well, you might have called it. Here we go. Unfortunately for him, he's running directly into a big hand. Credit to him, though, looking to go on the attack. Makes it 70K. Hashim, basically 40 bigs effective here. Feels like one that we just rip it into me, Jay, the offsuit variety.
Agreed. I think our 4-bet not all in range is going to be super condensed to like aces, kings, and then maybe like the ace-5 suited as the bluff. So I agree that this one's going to be getting sent, but maybe not. Hashim.
Giving respect to this 3-bet. I guess the good things that can happen, Jay, you keep in those worse aces and king X that we can get to stack off when we both connect. But now you have this tricky situation developing, 7-5-4. Zakharov doesn't like this board either, Jay.
55.
Does decide, need to try and win this one now. You know, dislodge hands like this that like kind of struggle to continue, like an ace-queen, ace-10 suited. Of course, like some king-queens, we can get rid of them.
Yeah, agreed. It's an interesting one for Hashim facing third pot here because I think ace-king probably does want to stick around for one.
I mean, if we're just calling pre, we gotta call. It doesn't feel good. But I think we just
this is the problem. Like with the flat out of position, the times that more often than not we're going to whiff the flop. So the times that we do out of position and we're met with that c-bet, very hard to continue and likely to get bluffed off the best of it. Whereas when we just send it in for the 40, we take that option away from our opponent.
Absolutely. Loving that, by the way. The first little, well, I was going to say white lie, but absolutely blatant lie at the feature. So it's never easy when you have queens. 7-5-4. Got King Jack off, mate.
He didn't say that, did he?
He did. I believe so.
To be fair, first session, me and Demps didn't even do much comms because the table talk was so good. They were just chatting about everything at the table. It was all going on.
I apologize if I've misheard, but I'm pretty sure. Loving that anyway, just, you know, having the gall to just barefaced lie when you're going to be outed in about 30 minutes' time. Action round to Al Kubasi. 9-10 off in the hijack.
It seems like one that's always thinking about getting involved in any given spot. But not this time, 10-9 off out the way.
Oh, Zakharov finds the butchers. Pocket Kings in the cutoff. Loving life, of course. I like this, kind of trying to take time, Jay, as if he's, oh, I don't know if I can open here. The classic one. And Mayor finds a playable hand. pocket fives. They are around about 50 big blinds deep.
Yeah, seems like one that happy to play cool, but is he going to go for the 3-bet? He is going to go for the 3-bet with the pocket fives.
All right. Yeah, people tend to flat these, but there are going to be some 3-bets in there. Maybe not with a hand as low as fives. I think like 8s and 9s and stuff have some more 3-betting going on in general. Zakharov loving life here.
Yeah.
With the kings.
It just seems like a nice one to just flat in position. The fives are going to be getting some bad news here. I guess we double block ace-5 suited to prevent the 4-bet jam.
Well, the 4-bet's coming regardless.
Please.
It starts getting murky now, is the situation. You know, you can be getting bluffed here. Do you ever level yourself, Jay? But it's gone chunky. 180K. Meyer now. Pretty grim spot, Jay.
Yeah.
Can't really peel this one now. Don't really want to jam it in for 50.
Like Zakharov's putting like just under 30% of his stack here as well.
Yeah. Let's get out of the way.
After 30 minutes.
Love this guy already.
Do I have to look at the stream? I can say only for you.
He didn't lie. Loving that.
Very balanced in the...
King Whisper.
This was a bit our secret.
So he lied the last hand, but he told the truth this hand? I
think so.
Oh, okay. I like it.
Oh, it's a little bromance going on.
Sorry?
Little bromance, very cute.
We're holding hands under the table when we're not in the hand. Yeah.
Beautiful look, guys, at our main event trophy table there. We will be awarding that
I had 4-4.
when we conclude our coverage on Sunday. Jay, me and you will be here, taking everybody through that final day of this 5K 5 million.
Sometimes.
Or ace king. Yes, ace king.
Like yesterday.
What about this from Hashim? 4-5 suited from Gun. 26K. Round to Zakharov. Not going to be continued. I don't think so. With Queen 4 offsuit, but having a little think up. Ace deuce of clubs for Mayer here does play cool. And Kassam here, King Queen in the small blind. And probably one just going to call versus gun. Maybe if this was MP open, LP flat, more reason to squeeze, but he is still going to take the squeeze spot here, and terrific timing because Hashim with just 5 high here after opening from gun makes it 85K.
I think I quite like this, Jay. Sort of prefer squeeze. Like when you flat, it gets kind of murky. You don't know if your king and queen are clean. Not a bad one to use as a 3-bet bluff. Hashim is a character. I'll let you in on a little secret.
Right,
I've played a bunch with him before.
That makes
so
sense.
I wouldn't just assume that it's hand over here, but he is going to get out of the way. And Mayer, problem with flatting these ones when it gets squeezed, wow, is going to call in position.
And that's probably down to the size that Raymond's
7
gone
bigs,
for
right?
it. It seems very small after the open and call out of position, like could probably
I would
go
agree
10,
with that.
10, 11 BBs here,
I
Andrew.
would definitely agree with that. As it stands, Jack 8-3. Pretty good flop for Raymond. Not on, you know, the absolute face of it, but in terms of Mayer hasn't connected, and we do, of course, block those overpairs. Block hands like a Queen Jack of Diamonds that can connect here. Likely to go for C-bet. Here it comes. And about third pot.
And now just not much that I can do here with the ace-deuce suited. Just taking that price pre.
Ooh.
Well, I say that.
Ooh.
Getting floaty.
Oh, all right. Perhaps read a little weakness into the pre-flop size, Jay.
That's what it could be.
This is spice. Raymond not happy with this. Off to the 3 of diamonds turn. First real test for Raymond here. We do still have, Jay, all those overpairs, of course, that are going to seek to go for value here. Can he find it? Does shut it down. Now, Mayer does have the best hand, but he can't know it, Jay.
Yeah, but if we're floating flop, we just float into showdown ace high? Surely not. We must have some ideas.
I think we need to bluff. Whether it's now or later is the question. He decides it's now. Goes for shade over a third, and Raymond now. Check jam would be sick. I'm not sure he's going to find it here, though.
I don't think we can do anything but get out of the way now, yeah. And maybe just down to that pre-flop size, and if we bump it up a little bit more, go 10 BBs, just flush out that ace-deuce suited, win the pot. What about Hashim, 5-4 suited, opening from under the gun? Maybe I was being a bit of the old poker stereotype. Old gentleman, sunglasses on, he's opening under the gun. I probably wouldn't take the king-queen off, because I just expect him to be a bit higher up.
Yeah, credit to Mayer for finding that float on the flop. Not an easy one to find, Jay, when you think that you can be running into some really big hands. Well done. I'll tell you something, I was telling you when you arrived, that last frame that we had with Ludo and Tom Bedell at the table was rapid. Like, I'm talking, they're playing 5 times as many hands in the time it's taken this table to play one, which is fun to watch, but we were stressed.
Stressed?
Well, it was hard to keep up with the action, right? I'm like, well, Ludo might, all right, he's all in already. I'm like, Tom was probably, oh, he's check jammed. There's a lot going on.
At least these lads giving us a chance.
Yeah,
Have
that's
a little
what I mean.
talk, have a little discussion.
So Nikolov under the gun with ace-9 of spades. Makes it 25K to go. Round to Denise. Offsuit variety of the same holding. Like this is already hand over, I'm telling you.
Really?
It's absolutely insane.
And maybe Denise thinking about going for the free bet here, but much prefer this. Like the ace-9 off, the ace-8 off from cut-off and button, prefer going after the MP opens. So just out of there and over to Hashim in the big.
A pretty dusty looking queen 6 versus under the gun. Not loving this one.
Yeah.
Never quite know with this man. There you go.
He's in.
He's in. He's going to take a flop. And very interesting flop at that. Queen, Jack 10. Hashim top pair. One of these boards, Jay.
And already,
the gun gets to go after.
Already as Nikolov, I'm just thinking about the triple on most runouts with this particular hand. It just seems too good, especially when the diamonds brick out. We get the check call, then fold on the river. So should be in his head already, just recognizing this is a board with our hand that's going to be a nice potential triple.
Yeah, the old classic block ace king, block king 9, and block 8-9, blocking all the straights. Plus, we get to have all the sets, all the 2 pairs, all that good stuff. Well, it's a very nice turn card for Hashim to see. Deuce of hearts. Just so tough, these spots.
Yep.
Let's see how Nikolov proceeds.
I just think our hand's too good as a bluff candidate, Andrew, especially like the times that diamond brick out. We just got an easy triple. And probably wants to size up here.
Yeah, very nice. 80K.
This is nice stuff. 2/3 pot, just recognizing this is our board. And our hand's just a brilliant candidate to choose. And Hashim now.
Yeah, this is grim.
Difficult spot here on the turn with his top pair. Is he going to strap him for one more street?
Oh, he is.
And I'd love to see a brick river here.
Nikolov, of course, not loving life, but the big test is imminent. River card coming. Oh, and he gets there with the disguised 8 of hearts. Makes a straight on the river.
It's just too easy, Andrew. It's just we want the offsuit 4 or something. See if he's got it in the locker.
Now, the interesting thing, Jay, you feel like if he didn't get there, he'd go all in. Now that he does get there, will he still jam, or will he go for non-all-in and try and get paid by, you know, 2 pairs, king, queen?
Yeah, maybe now we could potentially actually choose that, Andrew, a non-all-in sizing.
People do it a lot.
He may also make the assumption that the 2 pair plus of our opponent may start check shoving some turns.
That makes sense.
So maybe thinks that he can have here at best the queen or some river jack 8, queen 8 type stuff. So maybe, yeah, could be an option going for a smaller size, target that type of stuff.
Yeah, there we go. He's gone for the milker.
Very cool.
I'm not shocked to see it. I think people recognize that, you know, Hashim is going to have a very hard time, Jay, calling a shove.
Yeah, really good shout, Mr. Headley. Got it spot on.
And this is just gross now. It is the classic, though. You got to try and find the bluffs. Normally going to be, Jay, the old 5s, 6s, 7s, and the suited ace-X, right? That's basically where the bluffs tend to come from.
Yeah, I think the smaller pairs here would be in there.
Maybe like very occasionally, like a ace-10. Like, people don't use it, I don't think, but you hear what I mean, blocking some 2 pairs and the like. Wow, and he calls it off. Gets the bad news. And Hashim, part of the problem, Jay, when we defend these, right, Unfortunate, though, credit to him, found a very brave turn call.
He did?
Right, that it's really, really difficult to make. Unfortunately, it gets run down by the ace-9 of spades. The reason I asked you the question there about will we go non-all-in, like in my eyes, it's a bit of a tell. Like if we're bluffing here, like do we really bet a 3rd, right? Like,
yeah,
you hear me, right?
Yeah,
People
I do hear
just
you.
send it in there when they've got, like, you know, you don't bet a 3rd pot here with pocket 5s, right?
It just seems like a complete exploit on that river. That's exactly what he's going for. He's just condensed his opponent's range to a queen at best, maybe some river 2 pairs, and therefore targeting that proportion of Hashim's range.
I like it.
Yeah, I loved it.
Yeah.
Once you mentioned it and you actually think about it, take a step back, it makes a lot of sense.
Well, cards back in the air. Round to the button. Habib, 1.55 million, gets out of the way. Hashim, going to take a moment, compose himself, gives Nikolov a walk. Don't mind it when we've just taken a big hit.
I think it's always good when you have these on-the-line decisions, when you've just lost a big pot, to just go with that approach, go with the fold approach rather than the call. Just have a handoff, have a breather. Not saying we're going to have ace-10 there and fold it, Andrew.
Yeah, yeah.
These hands that are right on the line where you can go either way.
هي سهلة.
Oh, Zakharov, the Cowboys, 2nd time already this session.
Yeah. From under the gun. He's very deliberate. One thing I will say, credit to him, he was tanking with some hands that I didn't think was necessary at all. But he is balancing that out and tanking when he's got the goods. No action thus far. Now Hashim, Jack 10 off. Let's get out of the way. No, he doesn't. Does he? No, he does. Call.
Yeah, he's in.
Sorry, a little confusion there with the old graphic switch. Dicey waters once again for Hashim. Al-Kubasi gets out of the way with the 10-4. Could be trouble. Mercifully for him so far, Queen 7-7. Decision on Zakharov.
Doing any checking here, Andrew?
Yeah, lots, I think.
Yeah. I think it's a nice one to use.
Yeah, very nice one. Not too much to protect from, and you can let your opponent catch up or bluff. Catch up he does. Jack of Hearts turn.
I think it's really nice to check as well because we still get to get it in by the river with the stack size in question. We can still get all the chips over 2 streets.
Yeah, I mean, this is potential pain for Hashim. He's going to be compelled to call one, Jay. And as played, it's tough to blame him. Our opponent could have some delayed bluffs. And this is dicey stuff. Makes the call and improves to 2 pair, but those 2 pair are, of course, no good. Kings and 7s beating jacks and 10s.
Aaron just going to be...
Oh, did Zakharov check?
Wow.
Oh. And he's very frustrated. Somewhat surprising, Jay, to see river check. You don't really want to let a jack check back, right? Like, ace-jack's not going to value bet.
Yeah, it's
strange one.
I think it's one that we just have to go all in and target a queen, target a non-believing jack.
Hey, I'm losing chips.
Like ace king, not a thing. King 9 suited, not going to call with a gut shot on the turn. 8-9 suited, not going to call with a gut shot on the turn. So we only really lose to some slow played 7s.
Yeah. Hashim might have called off there too, with the jack and 10 blockers to like full houses and the like. As it stands, Zakharov might think he left some chips on the table. Still picks up a nice one. Round to Hashim. He's been the star of the show so far. Just going to send this one in, Jay. Around about 10 big blinds. Don't mind this. It's probably going to look very tilted here.
Yeah, I agree. I think it actually looks like we're just trying to... Here we go.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think we fold.
See 1 cut. See 2nd cut. 10 blinds.
Love this guy. He's going to call this one. Understandably so, Jay. Figures to be in pretty good shape, especially as Hashim has lost a lot of pots in a row.
Yeah, even more reason to call, I think.
Well then, can Hashim start the recovery to get back in business? All in, needs the queens to hold. Oh, 3, 6, 5. Little piece for Zakharov, Jay. Still behind, looking for another ace or 5 to take the lead.
We wait to 5, maybe.
Turn, 6 of hearts, no good.
So looking very good for Hashim here. Needs that ace or 5.
Oh, pain. Pain, Jay. 8 of clubs on the river. As we say GG to Hashim. Pretty brutal experience on the feature table.
Yeah, nothing going his way, unfortunately, and then does get it in good for tournament life and can't fade a 5-outer on the river, and actually 3 outs were in the muck as well, so there's only 2 outs left in the deck. Unfortunate for Hashim.
They brought you here, huh, for the final table. They brought extra you here for the final table, huh? Some setup hands here.
Yesterday I lose all. Here again, lose all. The king, the aces,
only
the
for the TV.
The set, full house from more far full house. Lose everything. To high roller 15, I left and bubble boy.
Hey, good.
You're not allowed to play without the small blind. Careful.
Thank you.
Round to Nikolov. Ace-5 off from the cutoff. Decides that's more than good enough to enter the fray. 27k to go. Interesting one for Al-Kubasi, Jay. 7-8 of clubs here on the button.
Yeah, and one that may be 50 too little, but like once we start getting to 60, 70 big blinds, like our free bet range becomes like a lot more condensed. This 7-8 suited, Jack 9 suited. 9-7 suited, this type of stuff does find its way in there. So interesting to see how he will
I think
proceed.
call seems pretty nice too. Not so nice when Zakharov wakes up with ace queen of spades.
Aaron, I think just going to be a nice standard squeeze here.
Fist bump, isn't it?
Yeah.
See what size he lands on. You talked about these out of position spots, Jay. You want to go pretty meaty.
Yeah, I would like to see.
Yeah, don't mind it. 9 blinds.
Nice.
Likely to get it done. Motions that he's going to eat. I'm not sure what. Eat the stack, eat the chips. How spicy is Al-Kubasi feeling? Here we go. I think it is one, Jay, that kind of wants to continue. It starts to get dicey, you mentioned, at this sort of depth. He only has about 50 effective. And what a flop for Zakharov.
Yeah, just the board as well. I think we are going to have higher frequency. Continues on as the 3-better, but is going to go for the little sneaky check here. Maybe thinking about check raise.
Actually, don't mind it. You know, we're going to have a lot of like ace-king, sort of ace-queen type hands. I don't want to get it in on the flop. Of course, with the spades variety, they would be happy enough. Turns a queen. Zakharov now deciding this is still my board. Hard to argue with that. 62K. What a friendly confrontation,
It is.
Jay.
Smiles everywhere.
I mean, what can you do here?
Just fold.
Yeah, I'm just, you know, we're always willing some madness, but that would be...
Small blind 10,000, blind under 80,000.
And very nice, Zakharov. Great start on this feature.
Seems like he's having a great
He
time
does,
there
right?
as well.
Sitting there grinning away.
Wait, snap all in. Maybe second time, snap all in.
Out of 10 hands, you get 5 premiums.
I mean, it's pretty easy, Jay, right, to have a good time.
Yeah.
When you're just crushing and winning every pot.
That is true.
I want to see the guy on the monumental downswing, having like a
Ace
real
5 is premium.
sunny disposition.
Beautiful.
You want the blood.
I just want a guy to get absolutely smashed and still be like having a good time.
It's premium.
That's a real challenge. Action. Back round to Zakharov once more. Very playable Jack 10, Jay, from the button.
Should be seeing an open.
There it is, 25K. Mayor, King 9-0, figures to do okay, of course, against button opens, but typically one we get out of the way. Round to Denise. 3-4 off. These two very deep, but decides just to let it go. Zakharov. Biggest mover so far at this feature table. So welcome along, ladies and gents, if you are just joining us. Mediterranean Poker Party now in the fullest of full swing. Live coverage here. Main event day 1C. $5,300 buy-in, 5 million guarantee, Jay. And we've already smashed the guarantee, which is great news, of course. Still late registration, I believe, up to level 10. And there's also a turbo flight going on this evening, so pretty awesome. We absolutely smashed it in the 2K. Got 3 million in the pool. There's only 2 million guaranteed. Pretty encouraging stuff to see the 5K following suit, my friend.
Yeah, it's just credit to the event that's been put on here. Was expecting it to get smashed out the park.
Yeah, here comes Habib. First look at him. Big stack. 1.5 million. 10-8 suited under the gun. Putting those chips to work. Zakharov just in every pot at the moment. Might be in this one too. Ace-4 of hearts in the cutoff.
Yeah, it seems like one that is going to continue at this stack depth. Probably just in the form of a call. Maybe if he's feeling good, might put in a small frequency 3-bet once in a while. That is just going to take the approach you expect to see.
Yeah, very reasonable. Now then, Denise. We did see Raymond Kassan take this very similar spot.
Exact spot, gun and cut off as well. So see what Denise does with the king-queen offsuit here, where he will take the aggressive route and go for squeeze with a nice hand to use, but sometimes got to be a bit wary about that gun opening range.
Everyone's very deep here, right? 80 bigs plus. Oh, he's reaching. And there it is. No one folds anymore, Jay, I'm telling you. You take every spot you can. Does also land on 9 blinds. Intrigued to see what Habib and Zakharov make of it. Pretty tough, I'd suggest, for Habib to continue. Does have Zakharov behind. Unlikely that the action gets reopened. But still, does fold. Don't mind it.
And I think Zakharov seems like the type that isn't going to want to tangle. I just think that king's check back seems like a guy that's going to be more tighter and not wanting to go to the streets and battle.
You've called it. And you know what? In a really well-structured tournament where, dare I say, there are going to be a lot of soft spots out there to find, I really don't mind it.
Yeah.
You know, you don't always have to play inflated pots with sub, strong hands, we'll call it. Like, Ace-4 suited, okay, it can play well, but we can be in really bad shape here. I don't mind it.
I think it's fine. I think it's fine, especially versus 9 BBs. The Raymond spot went 7 BBs. The Ace-2 suited had a much better price to continue with position.
Yeah, great point.
Okay. I wait.
Nikolov. So I'll make that Ace-9 suited work from under the gun. Earlier on this level, in there again. This guy's a character.
I'm loving him. I'm absolutely loving him already.
He tanks every hand, no matter what he's got. Ace-8, okay, into the muck. Oh, that's nice. Look, he's telling him, I can see your cards. Be careful.
Okay. I will try this because they are a little bit. Yeah.
Always good to see, right?
Yeah. They are like a little bit harder.
Yeah, harder.
What was that controversy that we had a couple of years ago, wasn't it? It was old Ali Msirovic, and he got kind of caught looking at the cards of his neighbor, like glancing through. You're not a social media guy.
I'm not.
I know that. Yeah, he kind of got rumbled. Yeah.
Okay.
Like this.
Yeah,
and like made a kind of sick hero call where you would never call unless you knew.
That's pretty mad.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Always nice to see, though.
Yeah, very nice there from Denise. Big fan of that, Andrew. Good stuff to see, especially on the feature as well, because the rail's quite a little bit higher. So when you are peeling your cards, can sometimes be prone to flashing one of them.
Yeah, we had the opportunity to sit at that feature table today, didn't we, Jay?
I loved the felt as well. Felt was just so smooth.
Credit to you for not bragging there. I'm really very proud of you. We see Mayer raised to 26K.
I hope this is true.
We were playing the Merit Olympics, guys, and Jay whooped me and Dempsey at the old Indian poker. 26K here from Mayer. Round to Raymond. Gonna get in the mix. Oh, and he's 3-bet, I think. Ooh.
Yeah, it's a very tidy candidate here. Queen Jack on the bottom facing LP. Fold out all these suited kings. Some King X, some Ace X do fold out a lot of better hands. Unfortunately for us, we have just run into top end of range here.
Yeah, it hasn't gone Raymond's way so far. I'm with you. Quite like this. Just unfortunate timing. Mayer with the goods.
There he
I'd
can't.
imagine he either 4-bet calls or jams.
Yeah, I prefer jam here, out of position. Just get it in, pick up that 3-bet from Raymond.
Let's show him.
Good hand.
Bit of courtesy.
Thank you.
Just looking in the YouTube streets. Good evening, everyone. Hugo Silva says, is this live? Yes, we are live. We're on delay, but this is live from Cyprus. And if you are watching in the YouTube streets, make sure you hit the like button, the subscribe button. If you're enjoying the coverage, we still have 3 days of coverage after today, and you will get notified when the stream kicks off.
Yeah, you're not going to want to miss it, guys. Tomorrow, we have live coverage of the 10K High Roller. Very much looking forward to that. Expecting a good field. Lots and lots of people are now here. Lots of the high-stakes bosses have arrived in Cyprus. Expect that one to be a fun one. Myself, Jay, and Demps will be covering that tomorrow. Of course, we'll bring you all the action from the final day of the main event. This is, of course, Hugo, day 1C. As we see Mayor, 1.7 million, Jay. Nice place to be in. Starting stack, 300K for this one. He's on the charge, makes it 26K with ace-jack. And Denise, ace-10 of hearts in the hijack.
Yeah, and it's not often in a tournament you're going to be 100 bigs deep, but like in a cash game, like 100 plus deep, one that could definitely 3-bet. But playing flat's going to be perfectly fine as well, but because of how deep we are, could potentially mix in a 3-bet with a suited Broadway. Is just going to take this approach with position on the opener.
Oh, and here we go. Nikolov finds a real hand. First decision point for him now. Pocket tens. Quite tricky, Jay, right? You are against +1 and hijack. Yeah, I quite like this. You know, if you squeeze here and someone clicks it or re-raises, you're really in a pretty horrible spot. As it stands, you have a disguised strong hand. Unfortunately for him, Denise has one of his tens. Don't mind flat, though. And that flop, queen 6-5. All players effectively with Mayor with that ace of diamonds in hand and the betting lead.
Yeah, still with Denise on direct left, so maybe do want to do a bit of check-in, but is going to put that ace of diamonds to work. Removal from some continue range of our opponents.
Yeah.
Goes with half.
Quite like it. I think if we are going to use something to c-bet, this one looks pretty reasonable. Some nice blockers to this top pair. Backdoor nut flush draw. Backdoor Broadway. Nikolov, though, aware. Strength of his hand kind of disguised pre. Gonna have to call one. And here we go, Jay. Mayor does improve to that nut flush draw.
Yeah, very nice one to see. Potential 2 cents and barrels in as well, because we're like the 7s, the 8s, the 9s all going to be in there. Even 10s, as we can see, 10s and jacks at some frequency that don't want a 3-bet. And even a hand like, let's say, Queen Jack of clubs, Queen 10 of clubs, this type of stuff is in the blender.
Yeah, very nice from Mayor.
Second barrel, and he does find the second barrel. Sizes up to
beautiful
60%. Does the trick.
Yeah, really well played hand by all. Very nice. Mayor on the charge. Great feeling, isn't it, Jay, when you know these, just these, everything's kind of going right? This semi-bluff, just snap, gets the job done.
Hello.
Hello.
And there are the chip counts. And Mayor, 1.8 million heaps to have at this stage. Average stack at the moment around 700K. But Habib and Denise with plenty as well. All three of them north of 100 BBs. And even bottom of the shop, Reman with just 34 bigs. It's plenty of chips to have on this structure. Zakharov with 87, Nikolov with 70, and Al Kubasi with 42 big blinds.
Yeah, a whole bunch of chips on this table. We could be in for some fireworks.
Okay, please reverse the blinds, 1,500, 2,000 blinds.
For the time being, everyone's sort of jockeying for position. We haven't seen any like craziness, but just some very nicely executed poker.
We like craziness though, Andrew.
Yeah. Come on, guys. Somebody punt it off. It's only been 40 minutes. Oh, the last table was fun. We saw some madness. Denise, another playable holding. King 10 of spades, +1. Bit chaos in the background. Let's open the pot. Looks like 26K. Ah, blinds are up. Can't be 26K. Blinds are up, Jay? I think they are up now.
Yep, 10K, 15K.
Okay, that
next
makes
hand,
sense. There
I
we go.
believe.
Round to Zakharov. Is going to defend here with the 3-4. Flops best on the 8-8-3. Pair board. Denise just king high. No spades working.
And probably a board if we are going to continue. We go really small here, Andrew. Could potentially find just quarter. Doubt we'll see anything more than 30K here, which would be just north of third. But he's going to go for a check. I actually spoke about this spot earlier with Demps, the like 8-8, 9-9, 10-10 brick board.
People c-bet them way too much,
yeah,
right?
Agreed, it is a spot that does seem to be over c-bet. Just not recognising sometimes all the offsuit 8x that are going to be in there from the big blind.
That seems pretty reasonable. Check some king highs. Always c-bet like the jack 10s and stuff, right? That just can benefit more from getting immediate folds. Zakharov gets the green light.
Oh, your name is 6.
Nice hand to bet with.
I said 3 par. I think he's 9.
Ah, sorry.
He loves telling people his hand, don't he, Zakharov?
3 pair, boys.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
He knows it's good. Another look there at our beautiful feature table. Zakharov having a great time. I love the little sponsorship strip round in the white lights there, the rim of the table. In partnership with Ocean Bet, Merit Poker, Lux and Pay. DTD player. It's all happening. I know the players love Lux and Pay, Jay. Pretty convenient way to get yourself regged into all of these tournaments. One app for all your bankroll.
One of the best.
Wallet needs. It's unreal how easy it is.
It's the best, honestly. It's just so helpful. Used it. We've been using it a couple of years now, but like Ireland this year is so great as well. It's so easy, especially like when you're rushing to make late reg as well, and you just quickly go on your phone. You can buy them via your phone and then go to the desk, get your seat.
Oh, it's class. They even have a MasterCard.
Six is a crazy
now.
man, so
You can, they have everything, honestly. 30 currencies.
5 is a lucky man.
Just so helpful when you go to the casino and you want to reg a tournament. Couple of clicks of the button, and then you go. Highly recommended. Round to Al-Kubasi, 6-3.
I doubt he's going to open.
Starting the mind games now.
I'm loving Zakharov. He's like talking him out of a raise already.
Oh, wow, and he is going to open.
He's talked him into a raise.
Sorry, it's okay.
Now this is spicy. Big sizing. Wonder if you can read into this, Jay, sometimes, right? Like this large size. He's timed it well. Going to take it down, runs into 2 very weak holdings. Well, these guys having a great time. Who can blame them?
Yeah, back to Luxon. One of the other great things I love, you mentioned 30 different currencies, but regardless where you go around the world to play poker, it's so easy to just quickly transfer to a different currency, buy into the event, and it's one of the most convenient apps for poker if you are someone that plays a lot and does like to travel to these stops.
After this break. Yeah, after this break, it's level. After level 12, the day's over. I just met the TV table. When we finish the TV table,
Raymond folds ace-9 suited under the gun there, Jay. Perhaps feeling a little bit snake bit.
Look at these guys.
Don't mind the adjustment at this sort of 30 big blind kind of stack now.
1 million.
Content to wait for a better spot.
Oh my God.
Not over a million, right?
1.6. 5 and 6 or so far.
Habib opens the action with ace-deuce of spades. Round to Nikolov, ace-jack. Decision on him.
Yeah, potentially both options available. Expect to see continue always. And is going to take aggressive route here.
Yeah, these guys always find it. Like it a lot with this one. Shut out the hands behind often. In position. Try and take this one heads up or just take it down pre. Interesting spot for Habib when it's back on him.
Oh my God, that's good content.
Oh my God, if I don't have a make
I would suggest all three options, Jay, worthy of consideration.
85.
Yeah, I'm not the biggest fan of cool out of position here, but maybe like small frequency 4-bet if we think Nikolov is getting after it too much could be a thing. I think the standard approach we'll see is fold. But one thing, Nikolov's not gone the full 3x here, even though these two 55 deep to start the hand, so price a bit more attractive, but there is the fold eventually from Habib. Nice pickup from Nikolov.
Yeah, very nice. Very accomplished performance from him so far. No real soft spots at this table, that's for sure, Jay. None that I can see.
Cases, okay.
If you are just joining us, guys, this is day 1C of the MPP main event. Hope you're enjoying your evening and enjoying following the action along with myself, Andrew Headley, and Jay Harwood. If you are railing us on YouTube or on DTD Player,
Only saw a picture.
of course we are coming to you on multiple different channels. Please feel free to interact. Any questions you have for Jay or myself, get in the mixer. Let us know what you're thinking. Let us know what you're up to, what you had for tea, what you're having for dessert, who you want to win, who you want to see bust. Yeah, get in the mixer. Nikolov, well, pocket kings, Jay, from +1. Zakharov, what a character. Signature tank. Four, 5 off into the bin. Now round to Raymond. Hasn't been his feature table so far, Jay. He's going to feel like he needs to defend this one.
Yeah, fine as well. 6-5 offsuit. Heads up pop, fine to defend, and head to the streets.
How can you do that?
Oh, your secret.
4 in the window. Nothing else materializes for that 6 high. Jack and 10 behind it.
That's why I play only the king.
Nikolov with that overpair. Plenty of value to be sought.
6+.
No more secret. No more
secret. Yeah, and Jack 10-4. Definite C-bet for Nikolov. With his overpair, Roman just can't do anything.
Hand quickly over. These two are like best mates.
Yeah, I played it. You know that?
Yeah.
Like,
it's ultimate, yes. It's the sixth level. It's ultimate.
Now, only play poker and maybe TFT sometime. When you get a kid, no time for games anymore.
I have 1 kid.
Me too. And one what?
And one for future, maybe 1 month.
Okay. Oh, congratulations. Enjoy the time off.
I have very understanding wife. I said for her that they want to play in poker and keeper. I'm from Russia, and he's 8 months old.
Okay.
Listen. Okay, you can go.
It was the same thing with me when my daughter was born. I went to Cyprus at 2022 and was also like 8 months pregnant.
Mayo, you've got queens, mate. I know you're having a nice chat, but you've got queens.
So we got very good women at home.
You know what? I'm kind of loving this because I don't know about you, but whenever I'm in a pot and I'm just chatting away and I open, people always go for it because they're like, oh, this guy can't have a big hand because he's just chatting away about nonsense.
I actually think
people always go for it.
I think it's the other way.
Yeah.
I think when people are chatting and then they just nonchalantly open.
I don't know. Do you think?
I think it's the other way. I feel like
but there's no way you've got aces and you're like, oh, my mates at home are playing basketball today and I'm loving it. I wish I was there.
I feel like
never
it
got
is.
aces ever. You reckon?
Yeah, I actually believe it's the other way.
Maybe people just 3-bet me to death. You know, I'll fold.
So this time I was dead. Last time I was 40%, this time dead.
That's interesting. I always think that if someone's just like chatting away with their table mate, like genuinely, I always think it's weak. I always 3-bet them and then they jam, but then that doesn't matter. You know, like one day it's gonna pan out how I planned.
Yeah, so Maya just the raise and take there. But referencing about Cyprus, and we heard this a lot, me and Demps, the first session, people saying once they've been once, they're always coming back to this venue. And you can see why it's my first time here this year, Andrew. And
good.
We'll definitely be back, whether it be for comms or to play, as we jump back into it. Al-Kabasi, the old big slick under the gun.
It's like genuinely my favorite place to play poker. Like when I came to do comms this time with yourself and Demps, I was allowed to play the 2K. Now I busted twice, but we will swiftly move past that. But whenever I come to the merit stops, you know, I get to play, I get to commentate, they look after you, the food's amazing, the location's beautiful, the weather's nice. There's loads of little stray dogs and cats around that all want to come and say hi. What else could you need? Now then, Zakharov, first potential bit of rocky waters. It's going to go for it. Everyone just takes every spot now, eh?
Yeah, it seems like it.
Every spot. 88K. Unfortunately for him, not going to be working on this occasion.
Seems a tiny size as well, Andrew. 88 here.
6 bigs, right?
Yeah.
I don't mind. I don't mind it. Like Al-Kabasi, what, 35 back? He's going to struggle to continue with lots of hands that are just opening the pot. You'd like to see a bit bigger?
I'd like to see a bit bigger, yeah,
okay.
maybe closer to 100 if I'm being nitpicky, but he's going to save himself some chips because going to be getting some bad news here from Al-Kabasi.
Yeah, you're always a little worried, right, when the 3-bet comes from +1. And yeah, it looks like just a call. Very interesting. That's a couple of times we've seen this where we would just be sending it. It's just going to call. Now then, Zakharov, can you find a way to win this pot in position? He might, Jay. 8-7 deuce. Pretty grim flop for ace-king red. Zakharov now. Backdoor straight draw working.
Yeah, still got this overpair advantage as well as the 3-bet up.
Yeah.
All the aces, kings, queens, this type of stuff, so it does seem like a nice one to continue.
Yeah, this is going to be tough now for Al-Kabasi. With exactly heart diamond, right? Like, so difficult.
Yeah,
certainly think we're supposed to continue for 1, but it's really hard to find it in game.
Yeah, versus 30%, I think we still got to strap in for 1 more here, Andrew. Especially because I think what we've seen from Zakharov, the times that he checked back the kings on the river, he seems to have played quite honestly so far.
Right.
So maybe we call, and like when he checks back turn, we feel like our hand's good, and when we just hunt for showdown.
I'm with you. Al-Kabasi, credit to him, finds the flop call.
Yeah, nice from Al-Kabasi.
Zakharov thinks he wants an ace. He doesn't want one. Turns a 4 of diamonds. No change. Al-Kabasi still best. Now then, Zakharov, when it gets checked to him, which you would imagine it will,
I think
decision point.
Yeah, difficult spot to double barrel.
Oh.
What? Is this going to be a lead from Al Kubasi?
Oh, it just jammed.
Ladies event.
What has happened here?
Small blind.
Okay. Oh, wait. Right, okay. Oh, so he's just like half stack.
He's put in all his change and left 200k chips behind.
What is going on here?
Oh, it's going to work. He has the best hand anyway, but now Zakharov just can't do anything. Cannot do anything here. Well, he's not folded yet. Ace Jack, just too weak in this given situation. Gun versus +1, 3-bet pot, check, call, flop, lead turn. We just can't ever have the best hand.
That is an intriguing line.
Set of 7.
And by intriguing, I mean it's gone right over my head, Jay.
Pair of jacks, I think.
Bet, call, blank pot, raise.
What did you hit? What did you hit?
I forget my cards.
I did not hit my cards. He's telling the truth.
No. I think he said I forget my cards.
Oh, I forget my cards. Okay.
That was interesting.
That was some line.
That's not one you see too often.
It's maybe 8, maybe 7. I think.
Well,
Maybe ace 8.
he did end up with an extra 62k in his stack, Jay, that we wouldn't have got. Tell you that much.
No. Oh no. 30 and then now 30. 1 hour.
Action back on Zakharov. Gets out of the way. Round to Mayor. It's had a very fruitful feature table. King 10 of spades from +1. Reaches for chips. 33k to go. Round to Raymond. A very tough spell. Pocket threes. Correctly ditches them, I'd say.
Yeah.
With like 23 blinds, can't do anything.
Need like 40 there, I think, Andrew. Want those implied odds.
Al Kubasi, fresh off that spicy line with Ace-King. Finds the baby suited connectors.
I think spicy underdoes it a bit.
Oh,
that
yes.
was like a Vindaloo.
Oh,
That
it
was
certainly was. Spicy Bombay bad boy of a hand. Remember that, the pot noodle?
Yeah, I vaguely remember it. I was boring.
My
I always had
student
the green
days.
one, just the green one.
Oh, the chicken and mushroom.
The chicken and mushroom was the one.
What a world. In our student days, guys, you know. Diamond in the window, followed by another one. Al Kubasi flopping a 5-high flush draw. Mayor, very interesting hand. That jack of spades on board.
Yeah, nice one.
3/5 of a royal.
Yeah, 3/5 of a royal. And funny enough, the man sat on his right actually has the royal in spades on his top.
Oh. Now then, 31k. We know Al Kubasi is continuing.
Yeah, third pot seems nice here. Wrap around that jack, 3 to a straight flush. One that maybe we could start raising here, like the 5-high, right down low of the flush draws, and we've got the backdoor straight draw to go alongside it.
Ooh, what a turn card for Mayor. Loving life. Of course, going to be a card that he hits well, but also is going to be perceived to bluff a lot.
Exactly
When he
right.
doesn't have it.
Yeah, so just going to get to fire another street here. Jack should still stick along for one more. King X of diamonds is out there to get some more value from as well. And then just charging all this flush draw, straighty draw type hands.
Yep, fist pump, turn bet, 85k. Now then, Al Kubasi, of course, hates this card. Pot has been significantly juiced. Real tough, Jay.
Yeah, especially facing this size,
I like
just over
fold.
half.
I just fold here.
Agreed.
You know, we can be up against like an ace 3 of diamonds and we're drawing horribly thin, even against some of the bluffs. Yeah, Al Kubasi agrees. Nice laydown, I like it. And Mayor, very impressive performance so far. Always helps, Jay, when the cards are cooperating too.
It does.
Like when it's going really well, you just ping the King of Hearts. When it's going really bad, it's just 5 of diamonds just pings off on the turn. And you're like, right, great, can't barrel it. Well played.
And this is like the hidden run good that not a lot of people mention. Like, running good isn't getting there or getting dealt aces all the time. It's like it's getting the nice cards to barrel on, and which are good for your perceived range and little things like that.
Yeah, like when you're running bad, the queen of diamonds rolls off, and you're like, well.
Yep. That's it.
Gonna have to get after it. Denise, out of the way, you would imagine. Round to Raymond. Looks a bit frustrated, understandably so. Looking to get something going. Habib, pocket nines. Hasn't had much to work with on this feature, really. Nothing that... Most of the action being on the other side of the table. That being said, pocket nines in the cutoff. Beautiful holding. Al-Kubasi, how spicy do we want to get? The answer is medium spice. Flicks in the call. That's not a Bombay bad boy. That's a chicken and mushroom flat, that. This is interesting. Two very wide flats.
Yeah, the queen four is pretty wide as well, three-way.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm not a huge fan of either call. Well then, Habib, he's a big fan of that flop. 9-8 deuce. Unfortunately for him, Jay.
Yeah.
I mean, Al-Kubasi does have the ace of diamonds. Does wrap around this board with the six a little.
Yeah, and three-way, we do just want to bet this one.
Yeah.
We can't check and get trappy, and especially with small blind in, like going to have all this jack 10, queen jack, queen
Come on,
10.
Habib, find it though. Find the check. I would have loved it. Just for us.
Yeah, for us, I guess.
Oh, there's no worse feeling than this.
940,000? It's a lot.
Yeah, so no action with the tops there, but like the decision to bet and not check there. Small blind will have a lot of hands that want to be continuing on that board.
Yeah, of course. Very standard C-bet. Just these days when I'm in the booth, you know, I just want to see some...
We want the entertainment.
I want to see it, yeah. I just want to see him check. Little queen on the turn.
Queen of diamonds on the turn, yeah.
Yeah. Top pair, Zakharov, nut flush draw, small blind. Of course, makes a lot of sense. Try and build a pot. They won't build it for you, as they say.
But to be fair, the FT we had yesterday had absolutely everything.
Oh my
we were
God.
spoiled.
Guys, I got to tell you, normally we encourage you to stick with us, and I hope that you do. But if you get the chance, please look back on the replay of the 2K EAPT Grand Final stream. My goodness me. There were some all-time runouts on that final, including, you know, you don't want to give spoilers, but literally the worst beat I have ever seen, maybe in my whole life.
I agree. In the booth, from
in terms of how much money was up top, in terms of how absurd it was genuinely incredible.
Back to the action, and Al-Kubasi, 3-2 suited on the button.
Loving this guy.
Come to play today.
Well then, Meyer, defendable one. Ace-6 off.
Defendable
one
and
that you
3-bet,
could 3-bet sometimes for sure.
Nice little stack depth to choose as well, like the 30 to 40 big blind remit.
Yeah.
And find it with ease, and does exactly that.
He's playing really well. I'm super impressed.
And the first time I think we've seen on-point sizing, like in my opinion, the full 4x just
really
north of.
Nice.
And this is some nice stuff
Oh,
from Meyer.
the glasses come off. As if to say, do you dare to 3-bet my button open? There he did. Well done, Meyer. You know, it's always nice to see Jay, right? Like, we've seen him have some big hands and, you know, play them very well, but it's these ones that you can really earn your money in this game.
The Austrian.
Very nice.
Putting on a show for us on the feature. And he's chipped up nicely this session thus far.
We were talking about it, Jay, weren't we? The countries that we think are like the best poker playing nations. Like the Austrians, man. Like the last sort of 5 years or whatever.
Yep.
Out of nowhere, they're all amazing.
That is true.
It's very tilting. But good luck to them. Yeah, loads of crushers from that part of the world.
Okay, the President main event turbo, please complete your hand and then raise the blinds. 2,000, 4,000 blinds out.
Well then, back round to Al-Kubasi. It feels like it's just Al-Kubasi, Zakharov, and Meyer playing every hand.
It does, doesn't it?
It does. Rest of the table getting dealt out. Zakharov, big hand on the button. Pocket nines. In he comes. 32,000 to go. Denise, king 5 off. Around about 70 bigs deep here.
Yeah, like now
Sorry,
one
60 bigs deep.
Yeah, now
Lines
one
are up.
that like we don't choose these offsuit high lows when we get to this stack depth. They're better to choose at like the 30 big blind remit. So does just go with defend, which seems good.
Yeah.
Facing the button open from the Russian.
Wow, what's going on with the sets of nines
today as well? I think me and Deb saw 2 sets of nines on our first
set number 4
commentary stint.
Great flop for Zakharov. Won't be thrilled with the 3 diamonds. Other than that, gonna be very happy. Look at this. Love this guy.
I'm loving him as well.
Oh yeah, he finds deception. This is what I wanted, and look at this. Love it. I actually don't mind this at the depth, right? Like, you can get it a little tricky here. Everyone just always c-bets these small, and now Denise, this is gonna get potentially tricky, Jay.
Yeah, and
it's not going to be able to fold here on the turn, you would suspect.
And even going to have a really tough river spot as well on a lot of rivers with just the king, because we probably wouldn't expect Zakharov to go for 2 streets of value with a worse king, and his check back flops and may not give him many ace-X either.
Certainly don't expect many sets to check back, so credit to Zakharov here. Set this one up nicely. Denise, diamond in hand, don't think we ever can fold. Yeah, you know, even if we are behind. You know, like a weak ace-X that checked or a king-queen type with plenty of cards to hit to improve. Oh, wow. 5 of clubs.
Asking you shall receive, Andrew. You wanted blood. You've got it. What a dirty river here for Denise. And
look at this. He's doing the cyan head scratch. Oh, no, you didn't. No. No, 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 Zakharov. Wow.
You have 1 diamond. Mini slow roll.
We don't like to be too critical in the booth, but sometimes you got to give an honest opinion. Really don't like it.
I thought you were aggressive.
I'm
really don't like it, Jay.
Just in shock.
He's going to get snapped as well.
He's going to get snapped. Regardless of size.
Left 150k on the table.
Of course he did. Maybe just worried about a flop flush, but
that's wild.
And the thing is, a very important thing, like if you really want to delve into it, once flop goes check, check, the flushes are going to start leading, and if they don't at this stack depth, they'll play check raise. So it's a really tight check back that, in my opinion, just have to bet there. Get some value from our hand. We can still get called by an ace-X. Potential to be some 2-pair out there. A non-believing
I might even check raise against like a small side.
Yeah, this is the thing.
Yeah. Wow. Well, happiest man in the room is Denise. Just saved himself a whole chunk of change. That's really interesting from Zakharov. Maybe just got an attack of the willies. Monsters under the bed, Jay?
Monsters under the bed for sure. There's Zakharov back amongst it this time with the 9-7 suited.
One thing I will say also, in the future, now when we bluff rivers or want to bet rivers, people are just going to snap us off, right? They're going to be like, well, if he's not value betting a set of 9s, then they can just call every time, right?
Yep. Exactly that. And this is another thing as well. Now the table have seen this, and straight away Meyer after him, just recognizing that Zakharov maybe going to be on the tighter side, and like when we get to spots not going to be value betting correctly.
I would have loved it if you just made us look like idiots and 4-bet big here. It would have been great.
It would have been.
Jack 7-5 as it stands. Very interesting. Middle pair for Zakharov. Meyer with the Queen 10. wrapping around that top card nicely.
Yeah, seems like quite a nice one to continue here. As the 3-bet up, still got all this overpair stuff, and cut-off versus button. We'll have like the Queen Jack, King Jack, Ace Jack as well in there at some frequency.
Yeah, I'd imagine, seems like a mandatory C-bet to me. He's just deciding on sizing. Love it. He's gone meaty. I like this a lot. I thought he might size up on this one a little.
Yeah, 60%. I'm not sure on this board, like what size we should choose.
I think it's in there, like some half pot to 60%ers. Like you really start to leverage pressure. You know, hands like a king, queen of spades that we don't want to continue. Ace, 10 of spades types, right? The back doors. You know, I mean, if you start putting 7x in an uncomfortable spot here, then it can never be a bad choice. Yeah, here we go.
And
very nice.
Out the way with a 7. And he said, just for the TV, shows the Queen 10, and look at the face of the Russian.
Zakharov not happy.
Oh. Out of the YouTube trending, you know? A little bit action.
I'm loving this guy. Meyer.
Sometimes you gotta have...
If you know information about my hand.
What a legend.
What a guy this is. Just catching up in the YouTube streets, people agreeing with the check back being too nitty, and an absolute hero in the check box. The Bowie effect, Mr. Wilson.
Oh, Wilson will be absolutely fuming.
He will be.
Wilson's like, what is this? B150. Yeah, I mean, we don't mean to be, you know, I always like to qualify things. Like, I think Zakharov, to his credit, has actually played very well. But there are spots we have to give our honest opinion, right? We're not gonna shy away from being honest. I mean, it was an absolute fist pump, slam dunk value bet. And he played the hand perfectly to get that value. So, you know, up to that point, you know, A-star.
Yeah.
But you got to bet.
One time you had a good hand is the one where I 3-bet you with 3-bet you like, and you went, have this.
And look at this.
You
Finds another one.
See that hand.
Let's ask Bowie Effect what he would have bet on the river. It's going to be some insane thing that no one else has thought of.
It just was in position and he folded, so I called you.
I wasn't talking about that hand.
Ah, okay.
That hand I didn't see his open.
How interesting how these dynamics are developing.
Yeah.
We've just seen him not value bet. Now all of a sudden, meaty 3-bet in position versus +1.
I can make all in. And I can have a jack.
So good. He's just in there with queens. He's just chatting away. I'm wrong, aren't I? When they chat, they have it. You were right all along. Alcubasi, decision on him. Even if you suspect here, Jay, right? Just ace-9, oh. Yeah. Into the muck legal, very reasonable.
Yeah, that hand I didn't see, he opened.
I will say one thing, Zakharov. What a brilliant character to have on the feature. We are loving it, guys. Day 1C, MPP main event out here in the beautiful Merit Complex in the Mediterranean. Myself, Andrew Headley, Mr. Jay Harwood, taking you through the coverage. I will be stepping out after this segment and leaving you and the esteemed Mr. James Dempsey to finish us off for the night.
Yep.
Really intriguing table, this one. Kind of more measured. The table we had before, I said to yourself, was pretty crazy. 5 or 6 guys at the table at any time were ready to get it in. A lot of fun.
And Bowie in the chat says, what was the SPR? SPR was 5. SPR of 5. 160 in the pot. 804 was the effective stack. So
I absolutely love Wilson.
I swear.
Like the best ever. He's like, okay, right, fine. What's the SPR? what we working with?
If he tells me we can jam for 5x pot there, I'm just shutting the laptop down.
I feel like you might be able to. Wilson solver. Right, Denise, King 8. Raymond, got a feel for him. Grim couple of hours.
It's flown by, this one.
It has. We're enjoying ourselves. Hope you guys are too. First walk we've seen at the feature. Been very impressed with him also. Nikolov just quietly gone about his business, right? Nicely executed 3-bets. We saw that ace-9, triple barrel. Little deviation on the river.
Raise you 3-bet time. Queen 10.
I fold there. If you 4-bet, we are 4.
He's still steaming about the Queen 10 hand.
He's well steamed. I want to see Zakharov.
Normally I don't
Oh, hang on, we'll listen in.
just for the TV table. So if we see again soon, just know I'm never bluffing.
It's a special.
Only for TV table.
I want to see these guys, Jay, make a buddy cop movie. Picture the scene. Zakharov is a disgruntled Russian ex-Secret Service who has moved over to Austria to seek a new life. Meyer is the well-to-do detective in the Austrian PD and needs a new renegade partner. And they will solve crimes together.
How have you just come
throughout
up with
Vienna.
a sketch on the spot?
I have a strange brain that likes to run wild.
Yeah.
I would watch that movie.
And Meyer just warned the table next time he's in a party, we'll have it. And
did he actually?
He just said, yeah, he says, I only bluffed them from the TV table, I won't be doing it again.
Ooh, and Denise has a potential 3-bet candidate, Jay. Ace-4 suited in hijack.
No, it's really beautiful.
Gonna take it. Quite like it.
Seems nice.
Bad timing once again. Mayer just has it when they re-raise him. Now, these guys are very deep.
Yeah, and
very deep.
Because of that, I probably would have gone like closer to 3.5x here with size Andrew, just taking stack size into account.
Okay.
Like, may have made this like 115 just because of the effective stack in question.
This is pretty interesting. I don't think it's cut and dried. Don't think call is unreasonable. We are like 80 bigs deep or so. And if you think your opponent plays pretty honest, could see call, Jay. Could also see 4-bet, of course.
Yeah,
looks like that's what's coming. Or is it? Yes, it is. Thought for a moment he was counting out calling chips. Now then. Glasses come down. What? No, 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 he didn't.
520?
520? That's intriguing.
It's in Russian.
Okay.
590.
590?
It's Russian. He gets ace-king lots.
Don't say anybody.
Loving that from Raymond.
That we know.
That's an interesting one, Jay.
Language.
You can just run into the nuts. I don't know. I don't know.
Not going to play a 2 million pot with you. Sorry.
Practic only here.
Ukraine or Russia? I mean, if queens or something, then we go, but out of position. Wasn't too happy with the re-raise.
Okay. Meyer goes through his thought process. Said, I'm not going to play a 2 million pot with you. Well, you might have. Unfortunately, for Denise, didn't have a really big hand to tangle with that ace-king. Unfortunately, should I say. Round to Nikolov. Round to Alkubazi. In the small, 9-3 of clubs. I've seen him and Zakharov tangle on numerous occasions.
Suited hand. Expect to just see complete from Alkubazi, but has been having some out-of-line raises.
Yeah.
So nothing would surprise me with this man.
Oh, the no-look check.
Feel like Hassan.
This guy.
No,
Unbelievable. He's actually got a reasonable hand. Pocket fours. Well, gets out flopped. Queen 9-6. He still hasn't looked. An absolutely box office guy.
Yeah, we got a bet now. Alkubazi versus a blind man. We got second pair.
One.
Oh. Oh dear.
I'm loving this guy.
The thing is, right, you haven't looked now. Your opponent knows you haven't looked.
Only one. Check call.
Okay. Feels he has to keep his opponent honest, Jay.
I think we have to continue any pair here once we announce that we haven't looked at our hand.
Oh no. Board pairs 9. Zakharov's gonna like that card. Not gonna like what's coming. What a character. Stares down his man.
Takes a 9.
This guy. Fantastic. Compelling viewing for us. Quickly gets away from it. Full pot. Al-Kubasi and Zakharov. Fantastic stuff. Can we keep him on the feature?
Can we just keep
Can
him
we
on
just
every
keep
feature?
him?
Yeah. Just let him sit in seat 5 all day. Just bring the players around him.
Yeah. Loved that. Looked at one card. Woo. Looked at the other card. Woo. Pocket fours. What a legend. Great stuff.
After the break, you will find back your chips on table 16. So you
Table 16.
Okay?
Perfect. Thank you.
Like it here so much.
To be honest, I don't. I hope my mobile phone is not broken after these 2 hours. With like 1 million messages
7, 8 plus 9 plus
and trolls.
3 plus.
Round 2, Al-Kubasi. Ace 7. Very playable from the button. Makes it 35k to go. Now then, Zakharov just in the thick of it. Pocket 3s. Button here. 40 bigs effective. Seems pretty reasonable to continue here at this depth. Flicks in a call. And these two off to the streets again. Look at them just smiling away, Jay. It's very refreshing for us to watch. Queen 8-6. Threes of Zakharov still best. He's finally gone a bit more serious. Let's check it over. Al-Kubasi now. Let's come with C-bet, Jay. I feel like I want to just let these guys commentate. Yeah, Zakharov can't continue. No set, no bet, Jay.
No set, no bet. Love
Very
it.
reasonable on this board, of course. Check fold.
All time I have a pair. One time and second time.
Next to us, we all will be on the phones watching what the others did.
I don't want to play.
And then, you did this. You bluffed me in this end.
Look at me, it's me, it's me.
Small blind, please.
Players there just referencing that they will be moving off the feature table after the end of this level. It's been very entertaining for us in the booth. Hope you guys enjoying at home.
I think we should get like a commentator wildcard once a week where we use it and get to keep the same feature table for the next session.
I thought you were going to say we get to choose who to come in the booth.
Oh, okay.
Give me Zakharov. Loving that. Have Zakharov on your left, just ruffling around. Here he is again. It genuinely feels like he's been in every pot for the last sort of half an hour. Let's raise the button. King 9. Denise, very defendable. Jack 10.
Yep, just expect call. And off to the flop.
Yeah, you would imagine so. See what he decides on. Let's commit one chip. Off we go. In the window, followed by a jack and an ace. Now here we go. Certainly a board, Jay, that Zakharov is gonna likely attack. Likely has the range advantage too. Could be troublesome. Let's see if Denise can find the slow play. Normally you do, right?
Yep.
Not really a spot where we need to block the pot when our opponent's gonna have a lot of bluffs. And we are going to run into better value often when we inflate that pot. Really like this. Oh, improves to a boat.
Not the most appetizing candidate, though, for Zakharov to continue barreling on here. Because if he did have a 10 as well, he might start checking the queen 10, the king 10, this type of stuff with straight and pair, or straight draw and pair.
Well, here comes the old big blind lead.
80.
80K, chunky, half pot. This guy's box office. Little twitch of the eyebrow. Very hard, Jay, to continue versus this sizing in particular, right?
I'd be surprised if Zakharov put any more chips in this pot.
He's cracking me up. Very rare you see somebody make that face and then continue. Denise, unfortunately for him, no further action. I would have loved to see a blank. You know, it's fun for us in the booth. This is one of these boards where the button gets to go ballistic in my eyes. Right, big blind never has aces, never has jacks or tens.
You'll see.
Rarely has even a hand like king, queen suited. It's going to 3-bet a good amount of this depth, all that good stuff. Relatively unscathed for Zakharov, though.
Oh, instead of 10, it's 2-10.
So 2 minutes left of the session. Then there'll be a short 15-minute break. So this hand, and maybe one more. And that 4s for Nikolov here, rocking it back old school. Just elects to let it go from +1. Expect our Kabasi to be doing the same in the hijack. Zakharov has found the fold button.
Yeah, round to Mayor. Does decide to fold the jack 8. Perhaps aware Raymond, sub 20 big's going to be reshoving a good amount. Decides just to let this one slide. Certainly could have raised, Jay, working with 2 million or so. Denise, going to complete pretty standard stuff, especially with that discount, Jay. We are playing 10K, 15K. Does incentivize us to stick around a little wider. I'm sure Queen 5 would have in any case. Raymond dominated again, unfortunately. Things really have not gone his way so far. Off to the 10-10-4 we go.
It does get a really nice flop to stab on, though, if we are check 2. Nice little 1BB opportunity for 15K. Fold out all these better hands, like 7 high through to king high. And then got that smidge of backdoor equity. And even against the 4, the 2 live in between us. And it's these little pots that sometimes help.
There he is.
Almost the last hand.
Play one more hand.
Credit to him, right? It's easy to go into your shell, Jay, you know, when things are not going right. But you need to stay sharp, recognize, okay, let's start bluffing with this one. Nice pickup.
Who's in the bluff?
Double.
And for me, 7-6. And flop 7-7-6.
Going to be the last hand.
Deal is in place in the main event. 1C, complete your hand, and then the 15 minutes break. Heuristic break, you're gonna make the cheapest 1,000 value chips.
A thoroughly enjoyable couple of levels of poker for us. Zakharov wins my Personality of the Week award so far. Very close between him and Tom Bedell. Big morale characters. Well, here he is. Okay, does decline the option with the king 5 of clubs. Denise finds a big hand. Pocket 10s on the button. Does have Kassan with the reshove stack in the small blind. Doesn't find anything to work with. Oh, Habib, here we go. Queen Jack of clubs, Jay. A couple of pretty strong holdings here.
Yeah, 70 effective as well as Habib, so maybe both options available facing the button open with the Queen Jack suited is just going to come with defend.
Yeah, does flick in the call. Almost even equity split between these two holdings. After the flop we go. Queen in the window, followed by a jack and a king. Here we go. Habib smashing this board. Bottom two pair. Denise, tens in hand. Open-ended straight draw.
Yeah, and I think straight away potential decision point here for Denise. I think it's one that if we do elect to bet, it could already be in the candidate to triple off. Going to be all this suited king, suited queen X, suited jack X from the big blind that would have to fold out by river. And then we do have these two tens blocking 10-9 and ace-10 as well.
Yeah, really powerful cards to hold, blocking those two made hands of straights like this from Habib. Check call, allow our man to keep bluffing. Pot control when we are indeed up against a nutted hand. Well, ace of hearts turn, Denise improves to the nuts. Habib, of course, not gonna love that card. Always find these spots interesting, Jay. The big blind should have a lot of 10x himself.
And you've also got to ask your question, like, where does Denise start value betting from? Like, would he value bet ace-jack now? Would he value bet ace-king? Or would he start checking these? And if we make the assumption that he's going to check these hands, like now his value range just condensed to a 10.
Really like the size and choice. Little third pot number. Try and keep some of these two pairs involved. You know, not too much to protect against, right? Other than potential river full houses. We have the 10 of hearts, blocking some, you know, flush draws like a queen 10 of hearts number.
Yeah, and Habib gonna have to
gotta call
once more here.
Through to the 9 of clubs on this river. Denise with the winner. Now a question of sizing. Really liked that size and choice on the turn. See what he comes with here, Jay.
Yeah, what do you think the bluffs would be here for Denise, Andrew? Because obviously, like, the ace-x going to check. It wouldn't even bet turn. Even
starts to get quite complicated. I think it's going to be hands...
Deuces, threes, fours, this type of stuff?
I think even something like a jack-8 suited.
Yeah, that makes
like
a lot of
jack-7 suited, you know, attacking hands that are slightly better than us. Maybe even a hand like queen-8 suited and stuff. But then again, you might just beat a jack, right, and not have to bluff this one on the turn. But I'm with you. There aren't too many natural bluffs, I think, is fair to say. Maybe it's just something like a 5-6 suited that takes off here and decides, all right, I'm going to try and make him fold. Decides on 105K.
Yeah, and if we think like this is where the bluffs are going to come from, the queen X suited, the jack X suited,
right?
Surely it's better to call here with like an ace rather than the queen jack blocking these type of bluffs that are in the range.
That makes sense.
So maybe like a one pair ace is going to be a better call here than queen jack specifically.
It's always really interesting. It's whether Denise finds a value bet with ace king, for example. You referenced it on the turn. I think he should. I mean, it really depends who your opponent is, right, and how you perceive them. Whether we can eke out 3 streets with just 2 pair and sets, but he gets paid off. Beautifully played hand from Denise. And Habib decides to look him up, keeps him honest. Well played, Denise. And that is the last hand, guys, of this frame. Very entertaining one it was, Jay. We have Meyer there, our Austrian, in the middle. 144 bigs, 2.1 million in chips. Mehmet Denise there, fresh off that lovely pickup pot, followed by Habib and Nikolov. And Zakharov there, 52 bigs. We have Al-Kubasi with 44 big blinds, and Raymond Kassam with work to do. We know he's a very experienced player, Jay. I'm sure he'll be looking to get after it in the last few levels of the night. Right, guys? Well, with that, we are going to take a short break. I'm going to step out of the booth and leave you in the capable hands of Jay and Demps when they return in around about 10 minutes' time. See you soon.
understand what you're saying. I just think versus Aquino, this is the man. You weren't here. There was a hand earlier. Okay. He limped 8-6 off. There was an ISO from 4-3 off in the big. He just piled it in with 8-6 off. And King 10 suited, such a good hand.
Yeah, but just raise call him then, right? Yeah. If he's going to do that.
Do we really want to raise call King 10?
Well, Pettychuk, right? Experienced reg, wants to win the title. If he doubles, he's going to be in second in chips. I do hear you, though. I think there's arguments. He could have done lots of things. Did land on raise. As it stands, Umarov finds a real one. Pocket tens. Puts now probably a hand that he would have liked to got in the mix, but recognizing Umarov's been very tight. We don't really want to 3-bet fold a guy with 13 bigs behind. Now, Aquino has one of those hands, Jay. Might be tempted to make it 4 blinds.
Yeah, if we are going to go for the 3-bet bluff, that's the size we have to choose here, Andrew, when Umarov's opened off of 15 BBs.
Well, time bank utilized.
But something I will say about Umarov, what I saw the session that I covered with James, he was fairly tight.
Very tight in this FT.
Every time he opened, he had a legitimate hold and no real attempt to stills lightly. So maybe just taking that into account, opponent in question, and we just lean towards fold and let this one go.
I'm in agreement. From what we've seen, I mean, he folded 7s 5-handed first to act, Jay, with 10 blinds, which shocked me and James at the time. So, you know, and if you've been fed that info by now, which you would think you probably have been, right? That's probably a critical bit of information. Ooh, well then. Potential strife. And look at that. Pettychuk just recognizes Umarov hasn't gotten after it.
But Kolev got a nice one to defend here off of 8 big blinds. Fine to flick in an extra BB and see 3 cards.
I think worth referencing also, of all the players who are not incentivized to open this pot, it's Umarov, right? Kolev is going to get put all in a good amount of the time. You know, as the short stack, he can ladder 40k. Could be trouble for Boris.
Agreed here, Andrew. Like, Umarov's still going to have, like, this linear range of high cards, all the ace-10, king-queen, queen-jack suited, this type of stuff.
Yeah.
So could potentially go with the bottom pair, backdoor diamonds to go alongside it.
Yeah, he may lead here. There's a few options. Could lead small, could potentially jam. Yeah, lead small, order of the day. And he's going to get the bad news, Jay. You would think 10's the type of hand that probably wants to fast play here.
Yeah, and still can get called by worse. All this like 6-7 suited, 6-5 suited, 4-5 suited, 5-3 suited that would defend from the big blind. So let's see what Umarov is going to do here.
Yeah, I mean, I think he'll send it, and it makes all the sense in the world. Pocket 10s really needs protection, and now pretty horrible spot to be in. But feels committed, Jay. We're going to be against some nut flush draws and the like, right? Maybe the occasional ace-5 suited type. Decides, I've got backdoor diamonds. There's a big chunk of my chips in. Here we go. Kolev hunting diamonds, kings, and 3s. Or he is out of here in 5th. Oh my goodness me.
No way around.
The king of clubs. Umarov, heart sinks. All of a sudden, looking for a 10. Cannot find it, and what a body blow to Umarov. Brutal time to lose a big one, Jay. Would have been up to 65 million in chips. Pettychuk, seemingly at the moment, the one managing to stay afloat. Here we go, Jack 8. These spots always interesting. He's aware, puts is short. So could attack Kolev.
cover and stack. We'll be continuing, whether it be complete or aggressive route. We will see. And looks
yeah, I like this.
Going to get after it.
Now then, Kolev. Hand that seems too strong to fold. Blind on blind.
I think it's just one that wants to call Andrew and take a flop with position on Padachuk, who should have a fairly wide range here as the cover and stack, and as you mentioned, Put sitting there now with around 15 BBs.
Yeah. Kolev. Undeterred. That's flicking calling chips. Every pot now critical, 18 million in the middle. And how about that for a flop for the Bulgarian? Top two. And Petichuk does have a gut shot.
Could be a bit of trouble
Yeah.
for Petachuk here, because seems like a hand that does want to continue here once we get to the flop with the dummy and gutter. And I think Kolev good enough to just play cool here with a hand as strong as this with position. The times we see these brick turn cards, Andrew, I do expect to see this combo go for a double barrel a lot of the time as Petachuk.
Starts us off, 4 million. Around about 20%. One of these, try and fold out. King 7 of hearts type holding, something like this, that is with the board.
And even the ace highs have a hard time continuing here with Put sat there with 15 BBs.
Turn is a 5. Pretty innocuous looking card. Neither player figures to have too many 5x.
Like Kolev gonna have this like suited 4-5 up to like 5-7, King 5 suited, Ace 5 suited, this type of stuff.
Petichuk now with the decision.
And is gonna go.
Is gonna go for it. Wow, and he's gone big.
Yeah, just shy of 2/3 pot here from Padachuk, and now Kolev gonna be licking his lips at this one. And I assume we're just gonna see call again here. Set the trap, Andrew. Keep bluffs in of our opponent here. If our opponent has ace queen, king queen, queen jack, we're gonna get the money anyway on the river. But we just want to keep stuff like the jack 9 in, the ace jack, the king jack, some spade draws potentially. And he's going to play cool. Loving this from Kolev, playing it to perfection.
Wow, and all of a sudden, half pot back. Critical river incoming.
And like, if it's an offsuit 3, 4, 6, something that has no interaction with like the king jack, jack 9, well.
Oh dear.
Well,
wow, this does muddy the waters a little.
It does. We have this jack in here, but it's kind of irrelevant. There's jack 9, of course, but ace jack's probably going to get aggressive pre.
Right.
So, yeah, we remove jack 9.
I think he's going to shove this one. I mean, sometimes you just got to send it, right?
I guess.
And with that 5 pairing, Jay, the 2 pair can be counterfeited, right? Which is something we need to note. If Petichuk has king jack or king 9 and goes for value, oh my goodness.
What a sick guy.
I mean, I think you just have to run it, right?
I guess, because all this suited Queen X is going to be in a horrible spot.
Yeah.
Stuff like a 10 that's hang on, 10x of spades is real. All this potential 8-9 of spades. Not really a whole lot of spade combos, but you've got a lot of this Queen X, Queen Deuce suited upwards that we will fold out here potentially on the river. And this is a sick spot for Kolev for tournament life.
So Jay, Petichuk repping a king or better. Like, would he value jam ace queen? Would it be too thin? Close. Feels close.
Yeah, ace queen feels very close, actually, Andrew. Like, king jack, king 9 got clear as day jam to target the Queen X for sure.
Oh!
Oh!
In it goes! Bravo, Boris Kolev!
What a call. Grim river to see, but still finds the hero. And what a hand from both there. Credit to Padachuk. Love the heart. Recognized can't win the hand by checking.
Welcome to Mediterranean Poker Party.
Whoop whoop, what a tremendous beginning of Mediterranean Poker Party. The brand new, huge poker stage was built. It's TV time. Don't forget the main thing that unites nation. A bunch of poker events running now.
And I'm from Norway.
Turkey,
Australia, the Netherlands, Lebanon, France, Bulgaria,
Venezuela,
Belarus, Iran, Ukraine, Austria, Serbia, Russia, Germany,
Armenia,
Hungary,
Kazakhstan,
Italy, Greece, Romania, Moldova, Scotland, Poland,
China,
Spain, Sweden, England,
Georgia,
Mexico, Croatia,
USA, Lithuania.
It is the Mediterranean Poker Party here at Merit. Of course, it is day 1C, and it is the, well, tail end of day 1C, the penultimate flight of this 5K 5 mil guaranteed main event. Guarantee has been considerably smashed with a turbo flight to go. Bundles of money on the line, and as we have one more frame of the evening, let's have a look at our latest lineup. Perhaps the best known on there, Jay, someone like Bart Leibert.
I'm not too familiar with Bart. I'm sure you are doing a lot more of these tournaments abroad than myself, but I'm actually not too familiar with him.
Now, Bart's in here anyway with 990k, obviously far adrift of Assel, who comes in with a chip lead on this table with 2.2 million, a very healthy 7 starting stacks. Average currently at 800k. And another name I said to you before we went on there, so we've got Timo Kemphaus on our table as well. We do technically have Timo Kemphaus on the table, but 3 blinds. A lot of work to be done.
Yeah, needs a bit of luck to go his way to spin that stack up.
And I see Konstantin Generalov on the table as well. Those who were with us at the start of this festival, remember he was on the final table of that 1K, the mystery bounty. And I have to confess, I do not recall where he finished. How unprofessional of me, Jay, but his finals merge a little bit. It was days ago. Since then, I've had to play basketball and chess and table tennis. And, no, we don't mention the ones you've won.
Yeah, that's it. That's the only thing.
All right, here we go. Fresh lineup. Let's have it. Final 2 levels of the day. Then these players can throw those chips in the bag, have a kip, and come back tomorrow fresh and ready to battle. And I mean, tomorrow's going to be a big day for these players as they work their way down deep into the money.
Yeah, at the moment, though, the aim is just to be on that bag hunt, find a bag to put your chips in at the end of the day, make sure you're in the mix and coming back to day 2.
Yeah, always gets a little interesting, I find, the kind of dynamic towards the end of the day, because I'm not talking now when we're 2 levels away, but the last 15 minutes, you'll see some players who are just exactly that, want to put the chips in the bag, aren't going to do anything crazy. And then you see those who think, oh, everyone wants to just put their chips in the bag, so therefore I'm going to step out of line. And occasionally, some bizarre dynamics occur. And I guess also that kind of depends on how your chips are relative to how they have been for the previous 2 hours, right? Those who've come up,
yeah,
I'm happy to put them away. Those who've dropped down, maybe feel the need to chase.
It's kind of like a fake bubble in a way. Obviously, not getting any money making day 2, but people just want to make day 2, especially like 2024. Take a picture, post it on social media, let everyone know you're through to day 2. It's these kind of things as well.
Yeah, it certainly is. Whether the Illust will be of opinion they can have one last punt and then jump into turbo flight, who knows? So then, play is now underway. And Matrai, okay. He was on our feature table a couple of frames back, I think, Jay, when you were on your break.
Okay.
He was the recipient of Jacks v Ludo's 9s in a rather large pot that was virtue of the table dynamic at the time. They ended up getting 50-odd blinds in pre against each other. But it made sense. Bart Leibert gonna take on Timo Kemphouse's King 8. Timo, I remember, with just 3 blinds to start this frame.
At least I made it. Possible.
So needs this one to start the spin. Needs to come from behind. And does exactly that on the flop. King high.
Not greedy, man.
So just fading aces at the moment. And the story remains the same. Head into the river. And boats up on the deuce of clubs. So
easy.
Kemphouse starting the spin.
It begins. The late night rush.
What'd you get up to? You a couple of hours off, James?
Unsurprisingly, I found myself at a buffet.
Oh, okay. I took your advice. I tried some different flavoured ice cream today. The pistachio, unbelievable.
Yeah?
Very good.
Well, I wasn't allowed to have any ice cream or sweet treats because the YouTube chat let me down.
Oh, no.
I went fishing and farming for likes and, well, didn't hit my required threshold. Man of my word.
There's always tomorrow.
There is always... There we go. Where were you when I was crying over my main course?
Folded round. And they're going to be back-to-back opens for Leibart. King 10 opening to 40.
And Wigan defending with 10-8 from the big. More than reasonable against this cut-off open. And the two head to a King 5 flop. Well, that one is all Leibert.
Aaron is just going to continue, try and build this pot. So we get to go bet, bet, bet. Goes for a small size, just shy of 30%. Takes it down.
Yeah, Bart's someone who is somewhat of a regular in these parts. First cash back in 2018. Had a deep run recently in the EPT main event here at Merit back end of last year, finishing 20th, which is, again, another sort of galling position to finish in a huge field tournament, $1 million up top in that one. His 20th place finish paid him $37K. But a man with a smidge under $4 million in life career earnings. Certainly going to fancy himself. Here is a sort of foot in both camps, one of the traveling Euro pros, but also a regular at Merit.
40.
I think this is like a hidden gem, James, because once you find it and you realise it's here, like, why wouldn't you come back? It's...
Yeah.
I can't say enough over the last couple of days. I've been so impressed by everything. And that general off here. 6-7 off. Seems okay to flick in and defend, getting 4.5 to 1 from the BB.
Kareem having tried to get one through with those deuces from early. He's going to have to do it the hard way post flop, but he will have the betting lead. from +2 and a ace 5-3 board. Actually, of interest to both. Both would love to see a 4. One more than the other.
That would be the carnage card.
Remilov has checked it over in flow to Kareem, the pre-flop raiser, who's going to bet 1.5 blinds.
Just south of 30%. Seems fairly nice. Going to have all these stronger ace-X as the EP open up. And one that could potentially already be thinking about some barrels down the street. Don't expect 4 deuce off to defend, but 4 deuce suited half those combos with our hand.
Oh, hello.
Ooh, spicy little one from Generalov.
Hello, with only 230 back. This is feisty.
Yeah, and I think with this stack depth, we're just happy to play cool here versus this size Jays, because the times that Kareem just wants to set us in, we have to fold, just don't get to realize that gut shot equity.
Whoa.
Okay.
Kareem smells a rat, or perhaps a 4 in the deck. Elects to call an additional 70,000, and now Generalov with what, just 230k back into a 310k pot, and has 7 high, and he's kind of at this point may look like his opponent just has an ace-X, and surely now has to give up.
Terrible card as well to continue barreling on, because like the ace-3 now and the 5-3 less likely, which would be a large proportion of the hands we want to value raise on the flop.
Now does Kareem, just decide to check it back, maybe try and just get his hand to showdown? Well, that's a nice card for him to see. Further reducing those combos you suggested.
Yeah, great run out here for the deuces after we choose to call this raise on the flop. And like this from Generalov, like it's hard to bluff this spot. Yes, we just have 7 high. We're never going to win with a check, but our opponent's going to have a lot of hands that are going to be able to call us off. And look at this.
Wow. What is Kareem up to here? Rips the river.
Is that like designed to fold out a 5? Is what?
Yeah.
But a 5 wouldn't raise flop? It's like strange.
Unless he believes maybe there are some 5x hands that his man raises. It's not one that we see in the in any chapter in the book.
Yeah.
But again, I am going to give my textbook caveat, Jay, and say these guys have been playing all day, and there may have been all sorts of cards turned over, all sorts of hands seen. Hey, maybe he was going for the hero value. Taking on the king high flush draw or something of that sort. I don't know. That was an odd one.
Just looking at the chat box, I want to ask the buy-in for this. This is a $5,000 buy-in, 5 mil guarantee. And Andy says Bart is one of the all-time funniest people in poker.
There we go.
And over to Lazanov with the king 5 in the calf. This side's still open, maybe a bit on the loose side in terms of chips, but we have everyone covered at the table. We have a healthy stack. So just using that king blocker and attempting to still. And still he does.
This is the Merit Royal Diamond. Not quite the last chance saloon. There is a turbo flight, but things are getting serious. Sadly, Jay, I say sadly, we've got a lot more to look forward to, but obviously we're covering this day 1C. But then we're going to push these guys to the side, let them fight out on the side of the room, because tomorrow we'll be covering day 1 of our 10K high roller, and the following day, the final day of that, before resuming coverage in the MPP main event on Sunday with the final table. So our last look at this event for a couple of days.
I find it funny that the 10K, these sort of comps, I call them the low morale comps, because they're the comp when you've busted the main, and it's the next comp you got to play because you're out of day 2 of the main, or you haven't backed for day 2. But a 10K still should get star-studded field in that.
Yeah, I mean, I think we may see sort of somewhere around the 200 runner mark in that one. So many players here. Obviously, a good number of them will be in day 2, but they'll start to bust out during the day.
Yeah.
We all know how it is. And Matrai with the ace of hearts on this Jack 10-3 limp pot.
Yeah, blind on blind either way here for Matrai. Looks like he's just going to bet and flush out some hands. But even with ace-7 high, still one that could be thinking about showdown already in a blind on blind situation. Does just go with bet. Gets the queen deuce out there.
I have to say, of course, the end of my last stint in here, I saw a rather crazy table with the likes of Tom Bedell and Ludo, amongst others. And then, not too long afterwards on my break, I saw Ludo.
Oh, did you?
But I was not in the poker room.
Oh, he busted.
Did. Unfortunately, for those who were enjoying that ding-dong battle that was going on, and it was a relentless one. Obviously, he lost a lot of chips to Andres Matrai, who's on our table here now, and then he took his remaining stack back to the floor, and he ended up busting too, Tom Bedell, as it happens. They were clashing a little bit. Ludo flopping a set, Bedell flopping top pair and a flush draw, and ultimately, with the play style, those two were incorporating, and no surprise to see the money eventually find its way in. And Bedell was a fortunate one to hit the flush, sending Ludo out. And Ludo's going to go for the max late reg, I believe, in the turbo flight.
Why not? Ship the 10K PLO earlier this week.
Yeah.
We've made our money for the festival. And a raise and take there for the Brit, Jesse Wigan. Don't actually know too much about Jesse, although residing from the same place as James and I. $38,000 in live cashes. Best cash coming for just shy of $14,000, and was out here in January.
Oh, there we go.
In Cyprus, 3 cashes here.
Had his taste.
Oh, that's a comp. Pot limit, Omaha, bomb pot, 7-handed.
Oh, yeah. Let me tell you, there are, every time I come to Merit, and we do these series, and I look, and there's a tournament on the schedule. That's not an example of it, because we all know what bomb pot is, but there's a tournament on the schedule every time, and I'm like, they've just invented a game between stop and stop, and they have like a $500 tournament in a game that, like, no one understands what's going on. There was one, I think a while back, called like Split Hold'em, where you got your 4 cards, but you had to split them before the flop, and then you played your 2 hands. But you could only play, so it was like Omaha, but you had to pre-declare which 2 cards were going with which 2 cards, kind of thing. It was bizarre.
Just a shove here from Gemalov. Should be getting through a 6 off, can't call off for 15 BBs. And picks up lines and ante. It's just these games. I love them because I love a new game because no one knows what to do, so you've got to figure it out quicker than everyone else.
I mean, a bit like 3-handed Indian poker, is that what you're saying?
Exactly like 3-handed Indian poker. And there will be some content out for that over the course of the next few days. Oh, it's been lost.
Yeah. Part of our Merit Olympics. We've gone cerebral. We were too animated, though. Apparently, you know, we got a bit of feedback that myself, Jay, and
we were enjoying ourselves, James. Well, I definitely was. I'm not sure about you and Andrew.
I enjoy when I get owned. I can appreciate it.
And over to Telazanov from gun, opens to 40.
Yeah, very healthy stack there. Him coming in with a chip lead on this table, 2.1 million. Action. Let's get around to Kareem, who having a little think. I think wisely makes way.
Yeah, 8-9 suited here for Libar is going to fold. Disciplined from the small, and will leave room for the shorty in the big with 6 BBs. Just goes with jam, knows he's got no fold equity, always getting cool, but he's out in front.
Dreamy.
Good shape.
Very dreamy scenario, as you say, with no fold equity. Certainly not against anything better. Here we go. 1 with King 8. Now trying to win with Ace 10 and really get this spin going. Started this frame with just 3 blinds. Well, a little concern with the 5 of hearts in the window, but the rest of the board not so bad.
It does bring in the dummy end get up for the ace deuce.
Well, a diamond reducing some of those outs.
So just fade in the 3 and the deuce, and there will be another double for the German.
There it is. 10 does it. Up to 10 blinds. Pardon me, 15 blinds. Here we go. Camp House of Force. Chilizanov. A mere scratch.
They chose the quietest TV table possible. Not ideal for entertainment.
Yeah, it takes a little bit to get used to.
Right?
Sometimes playing on.
You're right.
I feel like I should dance or something.
We can speak, of course.
Yeah.
But we did not speak before TV table.
Lukovic,
choice
ace
for
queen of spades.
Maybe fireworks to come.
Starts the hand with 35. Always opening this one. Makes it 2 BBs from early position.
Ooh, Chilizanov with the same hand in the big blind. Chilizanov, incidentally,
Maybe we need to bust some
showing
new players coming.
4 cashes on his hand mob.
Bring some tequila.
3 of which come in 2016, 1 in 2017. Something of an enigma, but has popped up back here at Merit.
The rule of TV table.
Everyone involved in this one with the ace queen. It's coming in with a c-bet here as Lukovic has the open up. Nice board to continue on. Still going to have all the strongest hands. But Lazanov here should be calling once. Still ahead of all this worse ace high, king, queen, king, jack type stuff, which will have high frequency continues on this board. There is the call, facing just north of quarter.
Or, for example, who's speaking most of the time, don't post big blind.
Yeah, exactly. Minimum amount of words. You get discount.
So 9 of diamonds on the turn. We'll have a fair amount of interaction with the big blind calling range on flop. So like this from Lukovic with the ace queen.
Shutting it down. For now, at least. 5 of diamonds on the river, completing that backdoor flush draw.
Aaron probably just going to be check and chop
check.
it up.
Check and 2 happy men.
Yep.
See, Chilizanov doesn't even crack a smile when he chops that, so he may only have 4 cashes on a Hender mob and them all coming 7 years ago, but this man's played a bit of cards, I'd say. He looks the business. Lukovic was deep in the APT Grand Final just the other day, finished 36th in that one. Good for 11.5K. Another regular here at Merit. As I think, Jay, you may become yourself. Having been here.
Yep.
The first time, I think. I've got a feeling the next time I'm here for a Merit series, you may be in the field.
I might just be. Definitely be back, whether it be working, whether it be playing. Been so impressed every day. All the staff, the service is unbelievable as well. Lukovic with the pocket 8s, making it 40 to go. And Lazanov letting the king 10 go in the small. And over to Wigan in the big. Jack 7 offsuit here. Fairly close one. I think fine to defend. Maybe Jack 6 would be the line that we let go.
Fendi does, and a jack in the window. It's a nice card to see. 4-5 rainbow falling out behind it. Lukovic, not the worst plot for his 2-8s.
Yeah, it seems like a nice one to continue here.
Certainly not a spot we're going to continue with every hand, though, is it? Against that big blind peel, always a little bit careful on these boards. And Wigan J, one presumes, with no reason to play anything here, bar a flat, but...
Agreed.
I've been surprised over and over again.
Yeah, it goes fairly big as well here, Lukovic. Over half.
Oh. Whoa.
Whoa.
Okay. Okay.
Just got to be the size in this to
Yeah.
turn him there, like 55%, but still we have top pair, sir.
Yeah, interesting. I was going to say, obviously, that Phil, maybe that size is designed to make it hard for some of the weak gut shots to call, right?
Yeah.
When you make it that bit bigger, you make it hard for like a 3-7 suited.
Yeah.
Stick around. But we're not necessarily trying to make a jack fold. However, if we can make a jack fold, suddenly, we're talking genius sizing.
Probably don't even expect like a 4x or a 5x to fold there.
Right.
This is the crazy thing. And just doesn't even take more than 10 seconds. Top pair into the muck just like that.
Wow. Maybe he's seen something. Maybe he feels he has a read or something, a tell, maybe. I don't know. Weird. Okay. Karim. Ace 10. Ooh, Wigan, here we go. All right. This is why you fold the Jack Sevens, because...
Butterfly effect and all that, because the cards aren't the same.
I give you the butchers the next hand.
There you go.
Off 21 from the small, in a spot where he does get to have a fair number of 3-bets, I imagine.
You will have some jams here as well off of 21, James. Like our 3-bet not all-ins are going to be hands like ace-king suited, aces, kings, queens, and then we'll balance that out with some bluffs in there as well, maybe some suited wheel aces, some king-queen, that type of stuff. And good to see that he has gone for the not all-in sizing. And sizing on point here as well, just taking the stack size into question, just going north for 3x, not like the standard 4x we see out of position, just accounting for stack, and it should be working. Ace 10 off. Should be hitting the mark for Karim.
Does indeed.
And
well, I'm still...
it was just madness, the top pair fold.
Yeah.
Good evening to Richie on YouTube. Evening, gents. What country is this held in? We are in Cyprus, northern Cyprus.
We are indeed. At the wonderful, ever-expanding Merit Complex. You have to come here every year, because if you don't, there'll be 3 new buildings that you haven't seen before and you'll be lost. Simple as that. These guys build things quick. This very venue we're in, the Merit Raw Diamond, was non-existent 4 years ago, I'd say. The very first event held in this building was the MPP back in 2022, the original iteration of this tournament. They literally just finished building it. There was still the smell of paint around the hallways. Not every room had been completed. It was like one of those. And I can think back to sort of a year or two before that, and there was nothing there. Just a bare bit of land as Karim raises it up and gets 3-bet once again, this time by Generalov with ace-queen.
Yeah, should be calling here as well as Karim for 11. 2 invested, 11 to call, ace-10 suited. Should be falling into the call remit and does call it off.
Here we go then. Karim with a chance to knock one out. Get himself up to 1.7, but unlikely. Generalov. He's hoping to hold. And perhaps have a late night spin. Who will fortune favor? Well, for now it is Karim. I think that was some sarcasm there.
So stands up The old stand-up trick.
Got to try them all.
Oh!
Oh, there we go. Ah!
There's the smile.
It is indeed. He knew. That's the smile of a man who knows what he's done. He used the stand-up equity, but still has to fade 2 outs. And they are both in the deck. And he calls a king in. I mean...
We've seen some card calling today.
Yeah?
Yeah, stand up.
he's confessing. He goes, yeah, I used the stand-up. The strong, but Kareem doesn't seem to find it too funny.
He seems like a cool customer, Kareem. Not fast, just getting on with it. Had the second best hand free anyway.
Kareem, a man whose entire Hen and Mob resume is from this very venue. Had a few deep runs in the Merit main events over the last few years. 10th in the Mediterranean Poker Cup back in 2022. 22nd in the Western Series in 23. He also got deep in the Retro Series last year, and then also cashing once more in the Gangster Series. So a man who knows his way through the big fields at Merit.
Did you say the Gangster Series?
Oh, we have a Gangster Series.
You have a
right?
Gangster Series?
Yeah. You know, a guys and dolls type theme, like 1920s, 30s Prohibition.
Oh, lovely.
The gangster scene, yeah. It's great.
So Gemerlov straight back into it. This time with the ladies, and should be getting some action from Matrai in the big blind. First look at him.
Oh, and we have now adorned him with the Hungarian flag rather than the flag of Nauru, which we gave him earlier. It was a quiz. Andrew didn't recognize the flag.
Nauru, that's a tough one.
Yeah. Gave him a few guesses.
An ace-high board, not what we like to see as Gemerlov. He's going to check the queens. I don't mind this. Not really needing too much protection, but he's going to like to see this ace on the turn. Will probably give us the green light to go for the lay continue. And maybe some merit in even checking again here versus big blind. He's just going to try and get some value from his queens.
And this is the kind of spot which to me always feels a bit grim now. You probably were keen to call about on the flop with this king 10. When your opponent checks back, you suddenly get a little bit more suspicious.
Yeah, exactly right, James, because it's just the board that we expect to see a lot of C-bets go in, like a 9-10 suited, a Jack-10, all this stuff. So sort of expect him to be in the showdown realm when he does go for the check back. And that's 7 of hearts on the river. Now down to whether we want to value bet this one or not. Target an 8, perhaps.
Yeah, I guess it's a little scary, maybe in the fact it is a hard, in the sense that it's hard to get paid off, right? A Generalov can have some hard draws and does elect just to check it back. And he can see now he wasn't getting any more, I guess, against his holding. But
yeah, wouldn't have got any against King 10. And may have even opened himself up there with the bare King of Hearts in his opponent's hand.
Kemp House popping up to 40k. Now he's in this realm of so many chips, he can even raise folds.
Yeah, exactly that. And ace-2 suited, nice one to try and get through from AP. Just making it 2 BBs. And Gemerlov here with the King-Queen. Against a 15 big blind stack, like if we want to 3-bet here, we have to just make it like 80k, 4 BBs, and it's just going to go for fold. Does look like a tight range here opening from EP off of 15.
Yeah, he's getting through a few of these hands, right?
Yeah. And even Lukovic here with the ace-5 suited.
Okay, we found a man who's going to have a little look. Oh, I'm going to try with the 2 9s.
300 total.
It's a hand he sort of...
Is the thing, how much has Kareem got in the big? Because if Kareem's got like 25, we could probably even go with jam here, because Lukovic is just going to 3-bet all his strong hands to get it in versus...
And there we go.
Yeah, this is nice stuff from Matrai. And wow, actually even 55 effective with the big, but it's really nice to use because we're happy to get it in versus the 15 big blinds, and the button call just never has any traps. It's a very good awareness there from Matrai. Nice play, picks up chips without going to a flop.
It's on the same page as you, my friend. Building a stack nicely. Obviously, we saw on stream earlier him win a huge one against 2 9s, holding his 2 jacks. Got him right up here. He was on the crazy table. This one certainly far calmer, and so far, Jay feels a little calmer than the one you just had a moment ago.
Yep.
But these things sometimes can be slow burns.
It wasn't even the poker that was entertaining last session. It was just Zakharov, the Russian, was just chatting away to everyone, having a laugh, whispering in people's ears, like just...
Some characters in this place, that's for sure. Generalov.
40. So close, but 40. Okay.
So Generalov quickly corrects the dealer. Wanted to open to 40. Did sound like all in though. I thought he said all in as well.
Would be aggressive.
Just going to be a raise and take. I heard last session as well, sorry, 2 sessions ago, very difficult for you and Andrew because the action was so fast, according to him.
That's the thing. It wasn't the fact that the action was what we'd call fast in terms of the big pots and where things, but actually chronologically fast. No one came anywhere near a time bank. We were seeing massive river bets called within seconds with under pairs and all sorts. It was, yeah. Wasn't, I don't think anyone got close to taking 15 seconds on the decision, let alone 30. It was really something else. Yeah, crazy, crazy speed of action. And like the average pot during that frame must have been so high, especially compared to the rest of the tables. I can't imagine any other table was close to it.
Aaron should be seeing an open here from a try. 8-9 suited from cutoff.
Here we go. Does open from cutoff. And the most likely man to 3-bet him is the man on the button. But it is not light. This one will be for value.
140. 140.
And goes for the 3.5x. And maybe now less inclined to continue as Matrai with the 8-9 suit. Maybe we are faced by like 120, more inclined to come along here, cut off versus button, but maybe against the 3.5x we do exactly this and just lets Kareem have it.
Makes sense a little bit to kind of size up, really define your opponent's range that little bit more. We'll see. Just lost that last pot he played. Seemed a little aggravated by that. Maybe he just wants to get another victory under the belt. Maybe inducing as well, going that a little larger, making it more attractive maybe for a 4-bet. Who knows?
Should be another open. Ace 10 from hijack. 8-9 suited here for Leiber. Out the way. And Kemphaus here with the King 6 suited.
Ooh.
In the small. Off for 10 BBs.
Jay, you pucked up.
Let's go with call.
Yeah, I do see this from time to time, and I know it's like one of these kind of hands that it doesn't seem to me to make sense, but I know that the
computers like it.
The
for
book
some
likes
reason.
it. Yeah. Well, they like it even more on king high flops. Try recognizing this Broadway heavy combo flop is bad news against small blind peeling range. So let's check back.
Yeah, and also what would be going through my head is try flatting off of 10, like maybe does have some hands like this in here, but like aces and kings may even go for that as well, trying to get absolute maximum. And now Kemphaus is going to go for some value, third pot on the turn. Getting him 4-1 here, as Matrai does have this gut shot and overcard.
It's so hard to just ever imagine how we can beat there, right?
Yeah.
Against the appeal in this board. But hey, with that gut shot and the overcard, decides I'm not going anywhere just yet.
Going to take his price. And now I think it's just going to be a clear shove here.
Right.
Because there's going to be a lot of this queen jack, queen 10, 9-10 suited, jack 9 suited type stuff that may get suspicious and hero us off.
Pardon me. I was still trying to just figure what the bluffs could be from Kemphaus, but I agree with you that the king just feels like it's always the best hand.
Yeah, it does.
But
like, because
what can we get called by?
Because we're not going to check fold this hand anyway. So like, if he's got king jack, king 10, so be it. Destined to bust. But I think we do want to go after the ace queen, queen jack, queen 10 type stuff in there. Very nice. And I don't think a lot of players find this jam, James, either, because they look at their kicker and they think, hold on a minute, probably not a good one to jam, but once you dissect the hand, it seems difficult for us not to have the best of it. And
there we go. Jay, that's what's on the line. A big old trophy that would need its own seat on the plane home. But hey, if you win it, you can afford the seat. Do you have any sort of ludicrously big trophies?
No, I don't. They're all pretty small, to be fair.
I think it's funny if you win like a small event and has a massive trophy.
Yeah,
like
yeah.
Obnoxiously large.
So Lukovic going to open. King at 10 offsuit here from +1. Some may choose to fold this one off of 35. Happy to get amongst it.
Bart is going to give him some action from the cutoff with those 2 7s. And gets kind of icky though, doesn't it? Against that +1 range, you can't really just be set mining.
Yeah, 7's just too good though, I think, James, not to get involved here. An interesting one with ace-10 here, now working with 17 as Kemphaus, and definitely one we could jam. Especially if Lukovic is a competent opponent and is going to open hands like this. And there we go, he takes it again. And this man had 3 big blinds.
Yeah.
And he should be getting this one through. I doubt 7s are going to be calling here for Leiber.
300k more, yeah, a lot of concern. Of course, that all the bigger pairs would jam, and he's almost calling, hoping for this scenario.
Yeah. And I think 8s, I'm like, ugh. Let's just sort of sigh, put a chip in maybe. 9s, obviously, we call. I just think 7s.
Right, it's not like Bart doesn't get to have better hands here, right? He can still have like the ace jacks, maybe even some ace queen,
of course.
bigger pairs
Stuff
against
we
that early raise.
flip with. But one thing I will say off of 17, if he's got stuff like 6s, 5s, 4s, I don't think these are going to jam versus +1. I think they're more inclined to just pill with position for 2 BBs. Have a little
strike
look at
gold.
the flop.
Yeah.
So I think it's a good fold there with the 7s. But look at this from Kemphaus with 3 big blinds, James, when we come back about 40 minutes ago. And now working with plenty. And Lukovic with the ladies. Oh, and a try with the jacks here.
Oh, hello. Oh, hello.
This is an interesting one.
Yeah, these 2 seats.
Yeah, gun versus +1 specifically, but is going to go for the 3-bet. One thing I will say, if we 3-bet, we have to call off. We can't 3-bet fold jacks. That does make it
my word.
And the lawyer Bart.
Careful, Bart. He picked his cards up quite carelessly then, and I could see a card from where the dealer sat.
And this is just, we're not loving it, but we have to cold 4-bet rip, surely.
Right, and is there a world this gets through? Can Lukovic ever fold his queens to the this action?
Queens.
Oh
What
my
is this?
God! What is going on here?
This can't be a real hand. Queens, Jackson, ace, king suited. And Kemphaus here, off of 24.
Well, I questioned whether Lukovic could fold queens. Kemphaus is in a tougher spot.
Yeah, I think so. Like jacks here, we'd mark for sure. Jacks we'd mark, kings we'd have to go with. Ace, king we'd fold. And queens is just a sickener. It's like right on the line after this action's occurred, and I wouldn't fault him for folding, but if he does go with it, Lukovic will have to fold, Matrai will have to fold, and Leibert's going to have to cycle it off.
This is insane. Late on day 1C here in Merit.
I think he's going to probably let it go.
I think I'm with you.
Like I say, Jacks is straight away in the bin. Ace, king folds. Kings we're like, we have to go with it. But queens seems so marginal here for Kemphaus, and used 2 time banks already. Grim spot for him.
Under the gun, open. +1, 3 bets. Hijack then, cold 4s.
Yeah, and
he's gone for it. He's gone for it, and this is surely going to take Lukovic out of the game now.
It's an easy fold for Lukovic now. James.
He's seen all this action behind. Well, I'm watching the cards get thrown into the muck. I see an ace and a king go by.
Yeah, so I think this is easy fold now with the queens. And the thing is, if you've got kings here...
nicely done. Matrai, one assumes the same. Pretty simple getaway with the 2 jacks.
Yeah.
Even though he's put in 120K.
Easy fold from a try. And Leibert's going to have to cycle this off. Basically hoping to see queens.
Yeah. I'm going to throw it out there and say he's hoping to see kings. Just make me live. Here we go then. A huge flip. Well, they've got the others out. Kemphaus has taken on Djukovic's spot, perhaps.
Yeah, and Leibert just...
1 million chip party. This man had 60K a moment ago.
This is a crazy hand. I love the fact that Lukovic hasn't said anything here and has just kept quiet as well. Not said to anyone he folded queens. Because if it does come ace or king high, Kemphaus would be drawing dead. And it's a good start.
Certainly is. In fact, just 3 live cards for Bart to find down the turn or river.
Nice turn to see. So just fade in ace or king, and this is the man that had 3 big blinds to start the session.
Incredible. That's what he's done. And the jack on the river. Not that he was ever going to get jacked in.
I'm not happy with queens. Yeah.
I had queens also. So sick.
Wow, jack on the river. He couldn't really ever put it in. But it would have been carnage if he had. There we go. Timo Kemphaus, as we say, had 60K to start this frame as we're just a couple of hands away from a level up. He now has over 50 blinds, nearly 60. Incredible stuff.
Absolute setup pre-flop.
Felt like he was close to the fold.
I feel like he was as well, and I don't know if you run it or you plug it. I think maybe queens might actually fold there, James, but it's got to be right on the line there. And as Kemphaus referenced, he said really tough spot. But he did come to the correct decision. Was up against the hand he was flipping against, and now north of 1 million chips,
Insane
which
stuff.
is good for 50 plus BBs.
Tilazanov. He's going to come into this one. Whilst the dust is still in the air on the last. Ace-9 offsuit from the cutoff. Qualifies for short. Generalov, a little tank here in the small. And I'm just looking at the clock. I'm wondering, are we at the stage where we're trying to get the button on the level up?
It could be that. Minute and a half left.
Something we see kind of later in tournaments. Not normally something you see kind of towards the end of a day one, but
these days looking for any edge possible.
Here we go. Every little helps. 9 deuce tray. Great flop for Tilazanov.
Aaron facing big blind. I think maybe a board that we can have some bigger sizes on. The 9-3 deuce. It seems like a definite continue. And does go for just under half. Lukovic out the way with his 7 height.
He's got some sort of snazzy, customized AC Milan cap here with his name down the side of it. It means you're something. So then, we are about to commence our last level of the day.
Nine-7 suited here for Tilazanov. Wigan, got to get out of there. Generalov should be doing the same.
I'm wondering if he's pausing because maybe he's looking around at this table and thinking, hang on a second, I've got guys folding jacks and queens. This isn't the table I want to be at. Let's just play as few hands as possible and get me to a redraw. Well, without the realms of possibility of that. Here we are then. Blinds. 15K, 25K. Average chips now at the milli mark. 40 big blinds. And our table, therefore, probably a little bit on the lighter side. We see a multitude sub 30. Just Tilazanov really significantly above the average chip count with double it. But now the shortest, but incredible. The story surely is Timo Kemphaus having spun from 3 blinds that level up to over a milli.
Like, he's probably coming back from that break thinking, okay, we'll quickly get this in, jump in the turbo, see if we can run up a stack for tomorrow still, and now...
Yeah, he made a joke when he sat down about, well, I suppose at least I made it to the TV table. Like, I'll get my my little moment. But it has been, well, his moment throughout the frame.
Yeah, we do love a spin story. And Telezhnov here with the 9s, and Wigan with the ace-queen. Seems like a clear jam for 18 here. Not a hand that we want to choose a 3-bet, not all in sizing. This is one that should just be sending it into the middle.
It's been bugging me. I was thinking, where do I know Wigan from? But I don't. It's just he has the faintest Joe Cole about him.
Joe Cole.
I see it. Here we go then. Wigan all in with the ace-queen over that open to Telezhnov, who I guess is going to have a not pleasant decision.
9s it has to be a call here. +2 versus hijack. Like, Wigan should shove some 8s, should shove some 7s at a frequency, and then a lot of hands that we are going to be flipping against here. And we like to take like the aces and kings out of range because they're hands that we like to 3-bet, not all in with, as that polar range off of this stack size. So, would like to see call here from Telezhnov.
Well, he hasn't really made a misstep from what I've seen, and cards are going on their back, so he has done just that. Again, we head off on a race. $1 million chip pot. Can Wigan strike at the end of the night? 10 deuce deuce is no good for him, but there are still 2 more pools. 4 direct outs. No additional. Telezhnov 1 card away from having 2.5 million chips, and that's what he's done. GG's, Mr. Wigan. Best of luck in whatever else you choose to play. Now, of course, it's not just the Turbo Flight someone has to go jump into. There are other events over the next few days. We've referenced the 10K higher order kicking off tomorrow, but some events below the 5K buy-in as well, as we kind of will eventually wind down this festival over the weekend.
So,
of course, you don't have to play poker, though. You could just go to the beach.
You could do anything. You go to the beach, you go to the spa, hit the gym, as plenty of the Brits are doing this week.
Yeah, I've heard stories about them going to the gym. I've not heard of any actual workouts taking place. In fact, all I've heard about them is talking about how they're going to go to the gym. I think we should go camp out there tomorrow and see what actually goes on.
Okay, I don't actually know, as you can probably tell, where the gym is actually situated, James. So you'd have to lead the way.
The irony is, ladies and gentlemen, he's walked past it every single day we've been here. He just doesn't even see it.
Have I?
Yeah, you have. Those familiar with the Merit Royal Diamond will know you just step out your room, you get in the elevator, down to the B3 levels, you walk to the poker room. On your right is the spa and the gym. It's right there. Eyes are on it.
Okay.
With that information, are you going to go check it out?
I'm not going to check it out. I'll come back to it in a second because I think I know where I've gone wrong here. As Camp House opens the jacks, and over to Lukovic here, who has 22 bigs.
Made that great fold a moment ago with 2 queens.
Yeah, I'm just gonna come with call here. Like, less inclined to take these ones versus gun specifically. And Kareem here may even get involved from the small blind with the suited connector. And does. And it should be a fold there from Liber. And that's a great fold, snap fold as well. A lot of people make mistakes in this situation because they think, oh, I'm getting a price now, I'm getting the pot odds. But what a lot of people don't recognize, although our pot odds increase, our equity within the pot diminishes drastically once we go 3-4 way. A nice fold from him.
Yeah, certainly. As Well, those reverse implied odds so difficult with the a6 offs. We never make that strong a hand. Here we go then. 6 high board. Seems like this should be
75.
Kemp House. But Kareem leading from the small with no backdoor flush draw or straight draw on the flop. Throwing a curveball.
Yeah, proper curveball in here. I guess he'll have the 3s, the 4s and 6s, but we're just going to check them to the aggressor.
Right.
What is he going for here?
Trying to say he's got like 8s or 9s.
Yeah,
and just doesn't want to.
Maybe exactly that. Trying to just say, oh, fold out some ace highs, king highs, but potential trouble brewing for him here. Surely got to shut down now because expect Cam House to fold out his ace highs with a player behind, like ace high, king high going to fold. So Cam House is going to have a lot of these overpairs which aren't going to be folding to a second barrel. Maybe we can target something like ace 7 suited, ace 5 suited, but it's only a small proportion of our opponent's range, so would really like to see the shutdown now after the fruity lead.
Well, it looks like he's not quite done yet. Wants to think more about this one. Yeah, this one has really taken us by surprise back here in the booth.
175.
Here we go. Half pot. Not done yet, Jay.
Has this been the MPO that you have been telling me about?
You see some things.
And Camp House just going to have another easy call here. Like still beating all this 7s, 8s, 9s that probably would be the value for Kareem. And I don't expect the 6s, 3s and 4s to donk from the small either. So it just seems like Jack's going to be the best hand here, even versus some of the hands that Kareem believes that he might be value betting.
Right. That's a key point. But Kemphouse can't be enjoying this because he just doesn't really understand what's going on, right? It's so hard to put your opponent on a hand. As you mentioned, the jacks still look good. Kareem, looking at Camp House's stack, is he really thinking about going again at this, Jay? Yeah. 700,000 in the pot. The deuce coming in, of course, any 5 is straight, but very hard, you'd imagine, for 5 to be out here. Unless Camp House has maybe... Ooh, hello. What is going on?
Yeah, for 270, getting like 3.7 to 1 on a call. This line does just look like a whole load of nonsense. Maybe some of the time he will rock up with like a king 5 suited, ace 5 suited that was bluffing. But does he like go for third pot here ever with stuff like 8s and 9s? Probably not, but it's just a really strange line, James, and there is the call.
Shrug call.
Camp House is up to 1.8 milli. 3 big blinds, up to 90 now. Sorry, not 90. Blinds have gone up. We're at 25k, but 70.
I'm not speechless, but I'm just confused, Jay. Kareem just decided he was obviously going to run one there. It's obviously unfortunate that he runs into not top of range, but not far from it in the 2 jacks.
This is what you were speaking about yesterday. It's like some people are like, this is my time, this is my hand, I'm just going to try and win this pot.
I think we saw before he entered a couple of pots, didn't win them. I seem to remember him losing obviously the ace-10, the ace-queen after hitting the 10, and he just, I think maybe some frustration creeping in, and he's like, well, I'm fed up with missing, I'm just going to try and bluff one.
Yeah, ill-timed, and now Camp House with a chunk of chips. Some spin from him. And over to Generalov here. Doubt we're going to see Jack 9 do anything. Seems like maybe he is just trying to slow things down a bit. Already has day 2 in his sights with 40 minutes left of the day.
Wow. This is insane stuff. What an incredible run. I keep saying it, I sound like a broken record. Timo Kemphouse. You ever believe the spin would go like this?
Just getting walks as well. Everything going right for him. And speaking of walks, actually, I think I recognised why I haven't seen the gym, because I don't take that route. I go down to the lobby, I walk over this nice little bridge with loads of plants in there, I go down a lift, and that's how I get there, yeah. But I think I actually know where the gym is now after you mentioned that. But saying that, I'm taking a longer way to get to the comms booth, so that's more walk-in.
There we go.
I'm burning calories that way.
Comms booth is actually quite far from the poker room. We're in a different building. I say different building. They're all connected. General off. 2 9s under the gun. Man who had that ace queen via ace 10. Got out flopped, found help on the turn.
Jack 8 suited out the way, and over to Kareem, 10-9 off. King 7 offsuit. Awkward one from the big blind. Does have his opponent covered. And need to be wary with these type of hands facing gun. Likely to be in a dominated spot. And not the best flop for hand as general off, but good flop for perceived opening range, and is just going to continue range on the ace-queen high board. And should be getting the job done versus Telezonov's holding.
Посадит? Уже не 112, уже меньше.
And La Salsa in the YouTube chat says, is Canet still in? He was on our feature earlier and busted in like 20 minutes.
Yeah.
I'm assuming he's flicked back in, James.
Oh, I would imagine so. He's not come here to fire one.
Yeah, saw him bust on the feature earlier on in the day.
Yeah, that was a really interesting spot actually earlier in the day for those who were with us. He opened up on the button with ace queen. Appealed by the big blind, came 10-9-6. He checked back, turned the queen, went check to overbet, then got check raised. Stuck around, saw a brick on the river and felt compelled to call off the rest. We're shown 9-6 for a flop bottom two. But a pot that swelled, kind of, not out of nowhere, but anytime you overbet and check raise, things get real murky.
Yep.
Oh, hello. Speaking of murky.
I like this from Telezonov. This is actually quite nice against the stacks still in the pot here. Lukovic opening off of 20. Could have even potentially gone for jam here as Telezonov. Would have definitely jammed 9, so 8s can't be that far behind. But just going to go for the 3-bet here, effectively saying to Lukovic, if you want to tangle, you got to put all your stack insert. I'm going to get that through. Playing well.
Very well. And Key seems to be running nicely too.
Looks like a serious customer as well.
It really does. And like I say, I looked at that header mob and I'm already thinking like, hang on, there must be like another entry in the header mob somewhere, because how can this man only have 4 cashes and the last one be 2017? This doesn't make sense.
Well, this is the thing about poker. You have people that sometimes don't play much live, and then once in a blue moon they do, and they're crushers online. You also have people that play tournaments once in a while because they're cash game grinders, and they're very good in the cash game streets. You got all these different variables that could be the case, but been impressed by the man from Kazakhstan.
I think I'm going to go with that latest suggestion that Cash can play, because he seems so comfortable at a live table. Doesn't seem like a, an infrequent live player. His demeanor. He sings clay on a regular basis.
Aaron Kemphouse back at it. King 8 suited this time from cutoff.
Oh, he's having the time of his life, Kemphouse. General off again. Just burning some time, I think, trying to get through to day 2 and the ritual that comes with it, because this is a torrid table to be on from what we've seen of other tables today.
300 case, right?
Certainly going to be some nicer seats in the room.
Ace, Jack, 7, all hearts here. And seems like one as Kemp House that we can do exactly this. This is nice, 1 BB on the monotone boards, the ones that we are going to choose the small sizes on, but weren't expecting the Jack to fold there, facing 1 BB. Lukovic, give some credit.
Lukovic, of course, the man who earlier got a Jack to fold post-flop on a Jack 5-4 board when he was sort of just probing with his 2-8s, never thought he'd be making better fold. This one a slightly different scenario, of course. Second pair, 3 hearts on board. If you are just joining us, where have you been? Missing out on a lot of action today, Jay, in this MPP main event. Just 30 minutes left on today, so you've got some time, if you have just got here, to get a little taste of what we have to offer.
And if you are enjoying the coverage, guys, wherever you may be watching from, the Merit channel, the DTD player channel, make sure you hit the like, the subscribe button. And we still got 3 more days of streaming, so if you are subscribed, you'll get a little notification come through when we are live. And so far, been a fantastic week on the feature table. As Kemp House opens here, over to Matrai. Ace 3 offsuit and 24 here.
Going to peek at 3. 9-9-4 flop, not the worst for Matrai to see. Holding that ace high.
Yeah, we spoke about this type of board earlier, like the 9-9-4, one that does tend to be overly c-bet. Just the big blind going to have a lot of this offsuit 9x, and should be calling once here as Matrai still with the ace high.
Yeah, this almost feels to me like and correct me if I'm wrong, Jay, but the kind of worst hand to c-bet with, given we almost make everything better call, almost make everything worse fold. I mean, sure, some king-jack suitors with backdoors are going to stick around, but not much else, right?
Yeah, no, you're spot on. Make a credible point there. Like, so much better, like the 10-8 suited, the jack-10, this type of stuff, when we can create some folds from better hands. And does go check, check, turn, and probably going to be check, check again here on the river. I doubt Kemp House is going to try and dislodge a 4 after choosing to check back turn. So be surprised if we saw anything else here, James, other than check, check.
Matrai ever have any reason to try and sort of bet out a better ace? That would be the only reason for betting, right?
Yeah, but I think it's just a bit too optimistic. Like, we show down and beat enough hands versus hijack opening range, and there is the check, check. And small one goes Matrai's way.
Yeah, very nice to have you all with us this evening. I'm actually quite sad, Jay, because this is my penultimate day of streaming with you guys here. I'll be taking day 1 on the high roller and then leaving you guys to finish not just the high roller, but the main event. I won't be in here to watch it.
To be fair, James, it's been great to do work with yourself. I've heard you for years over the telly, years and years, and now sat beside you, enjoyed my time in the booth with yourself, and hopefully it's not the last time either.
I certainly hope so too. And I'll be keeping a little eye on the stream whilst I'm away. Tulizanov at it again. Ace 9 off. He dealt some reasonable ones. He's really thrived as well. Kind of overlooked somewhat in the Timo Kemp House come up, but we began this frame with him on around 2 million, and he's added another 500K to that stack. Very nice end to the day. If it were to end now, of course, I don't want to jinx things. It does feel like sort of certain players at this table are getting all the juice.
Yeah.
Some are just getting punished. We'll try one of those. There's some tough spots.
Yeah, this one seems pretty clear though. Just should be calling. Too many BBs, I think, to jam. Close to 30. Not one that we want to 3-bet, because if we get jammed on, we have to fold. And it's just such a nice hand with great playability, so it does land on call.
And a ghastly looking Queen 7-4. 2 diamonds, 1 spade flop. Exactly what I was sort of referencing, that some players just aren't getting any juice.
Yeah, and with diamond in hand, could see c-bet from Telesnov, but he's going to check back here, and it's a king on the turn.
There we go. I moaned it in for Matrai.
Yeah, and could actually be a bit of trouble for Telesnov now, because it is a card that may choose to represent here.
Right, and there's some credible hands.
Yeah, like
I could have, right? Hand like 8s.
Yeah, the pocket pair is exactly what I was about to say. These sort of pocket pair holdings, and even like a hand like 2 live cards, for example, just flushing out that equity as a win. But very nice check from Matrai, just assessing the situation. Knows this is a card that will connect with Telesnov's range, and the times that it doesn't, he will put in some delayed c-bets. Nice.
River pairing 4. Because of course, I mean, the 10 kicker no longer playing from a try. Only the one hand, obviously that'll make a difference against in King Jack.
Yeah, maybe one now that we can check. We still do beat some stuff with that turn. Maybe Jack. Did he just shove?
Did he all in? Oh my word! Oh my word! The 2x pot.
Whoa.
Wow.
Now this is interesting here.
Matrai was just ready to press call, wasn't he?
Yeah, he was. And now...
Oh, well done.
It didn't even take too long.
Passes the test.
I thought we were going to see some time banking going on there.
I guess he's just thinking, hey, look, does Tulazonov ever check back queens and then take this line?
Yeah, and do we really go that size with ace, king,
that's
king,
the thing.
jack? We don't.
That's the thing. I mean, on the river, the only hand really is the ace, king, and I don't know, it doesn't feel like that takes that size. I mean, it may.
I don't think it can, and I think ace, king just wants to extract value from a queen, a worse king. Not going for the 2x pot, but king 10 suited calling pretty quickly, but I think it's just maybe the queens that we have there then.
Yeah. Incredible, incredible. Just as I was sort of mentioning that Matrai had been running bad and Tulazonov had done no wrong, things switch right around.
Not working out on that occasion, but good to see that that's in the locker, because usually when you're faced with a 2x pot bet on the river, in a live setting especially, it's usually the goods, but does have a bluff in there. And action again here. So we've got 23 BBs for Generalov here in the hijack. Ace, queen suited, facing gun. And maybe some argument for jamming, especially versus Camp House, who could be one that's going to be opening a few pips lighter, even from gun. It seems close. Does play cool.
Yeah, again, I feel like sort of somewhat employing a survival strategy here just to get the redraw. This table is incredibly tough, certainly compared to what we've seen out on the other tables today, and understandably so. And a little bit of a live pro move in that sense, you know, you recognize these situations, you can just get yourself through the day, maybe take the slightly more passive options in these spots. You can see then, does check through to Generalov. Kareem, of course, the fly in the ointment here, having called from the small blind.
like Gemelov going to have a little better this one. 60k.
Yeah, I guess not really trying to make any better fold, but just trying to take 4 cards out the equation. Effectively buys a showdown. Oh, pardon me, buys a river as well, of course. It's unlikely you'd see a lead out on the turn. But does Timo Kemphaus ever come out with a raise here now on this flop?
Potentially, James. Could be an option to set up a nice turn jam.
75.
Yeah, does exactly that. And now Gemelov going to have to relinquish the ace-queen, unfortunately for him.
Yeah, he's taken this ulterior line, and it's kind of ended with, well, sand in the face. But it could have been a whole lot worse.
It could have been. It could have been, because I think some players will just ship this one in against an aggressive opponent, even from gun. And now still sitting with 20 BBs to try and do something with for the last 22 minutes of the day.
And as if to complete the story, Timo Kemphaus is now the table chip leader.
You can't write it, can you?
Here we go.
It's like one of them stories, you have your poker pals, you go out on break, how you getting on, how many chips you got. So last break he's probably with his friends, how many you got? Oh, I've got 3 bigs, I'll be out soon. And then at the end of the day they're like, did you buy back in? And he's like, no, I didn't buy back in, I'm chip leader.
Yeah, he's like, oh, well, we've got 3 bigs left and later range is just closed. Oh, well, I'll be in the turbo flight. No need. You're going to get the full night's sleep.
But does seem like one that really does want to find this bag and make day 2. Gemelov just taking his time with each decision now, slumming things down.
Hey, I'd be doing the same.
Yep.
I like it.
All right, we've got Lukovic here with the King 10 suited off of 14. Seems like one that will be doing some jamming.
That's right. Ace-7, not going to be played. Neither will the King-4. Ace-Deuce from the small, also one that will surely find the muck, and it is just Timo who also clears out the way. Lukovic jams and survives. I'm loving just watching this sideboard here on our tournament clock. For those who've never played at Merit, you see the sort of standard information on the tournament clock as you would anywhere else, but on the left-hand side of the screen, there's just a constant rotation of player names that are still in the tournament. And it's always just nice to see these names we see all the time in Merit tournaments and sometimes from elsewhere in the field. And it feels like every page I'm seeing names I recognize and people I'm going to be excited to see in the rest of this tournament. I saw my favorite is still in the mix that I don't think you've had a chance to see yet, but Georgi Shklukia, when he's the local legend. I say local legend. He's from Georgia, but you know what I mean.
Okay. Yeah, not come across him yet. I actually hope I don't with that pronunciation of his name that you just had to throw out there. That's a difficult one for the...
Gia. His nickname's Gia.
Yeah, okay.
He's my favorite player, let me tell you, Jay, because once here for the Party Poker Live Millions, and a long final day was forecast. It was a very, very deep final table. And I was on my own in the booth. I thought, oh, this could get draggy.
50.
He knocked every single person out inside of 4 hours.
Wow, every single one. How many were back? Was this just for the final table?
Final table, yeah.
Oh my word.
And I was like, okay, Gilbert, you can be my friend. And every time I've been here since, he's always been on the streams of Merit, and he's just relentless.
Yeah.
Very aggressive, very fun guy to watch. Very jovial at the table, like you mentioned, LEC, that kind of stuff. Makes it far more enjoyable to watch. Real superstar here.
Yeah, it's nice when you have a player like that for entertainment purposes on the feature. And sometimes you get that happen for an FT early finish. Still catch some sun at the beach.
Yeah. Plus, he taught me a little hack in the steam room here about how you get it to re-steam by using the shower head and tricking them. Yeah, he's a good dude. He's got it all. Timo from the button. An understandable one. Gemerlov just...
Yeah, facing button one we can defend, but the way Gemerlov has approached this last sort of 30 minutes, wouldn't be surprised to just see him let it go and move on to the next hand, but good to see.
Yeah,
That's fine to defend.
I think they're sort of still playing the hands as they come, just trying to play...
A lot slower.
Yeah. If I have to die, I have to die. Well, he may have to die on this one. Queen,
Yes.
Jack 6. Top pair. House with that open ender. I guess kind of a board we could do a bit of both on.
Yeah, I think it's just going to continue here. So it goes small 35k. I think versus big blind specifically as well, there's going to be a lot of turns, like the brick turns, that are going to be like this, for example. Very nice one to choose. Deuce of diamonds that we can potentially put the double barrel in here. Target the Jack X, the 6X, the ace highs that call once. And then we've got a delicious triple candidate on the non-club and non-diamond rivers as well. So seems like a good spot already to potentially go for the triple here. On certain runouts, as Canvas. Let's see what he does. Like, don't expect a queen to fold, but maybe we can flush that out by river, but is going to go for check.
Flush draw from the flop completes.
I just think a lot harder now to dislodge Gemerlov off like a Jack X here on the river. Don't think he's going to be folding a queen after turn does go check, check. Canvas going to have extremely wide button opening range. Maybe Campos check in turn here, actually, because it's not nice to get check jammed on and not realising that equity of overcard and up and down, which does actually make a bit of sense when you think about it.
Wow, I was going to say, if he does bet, do we come with the overbet? And here we go.
2x pot shove.
Asking the question of Gemerlov, trying to get him to fold. Well, certainly the Jack X and now some of these queens.
Yeah, this is naughty from Kemphouse. And basically making an assumption here that Gemerlov's going to start leading all his two-pair plus, so we get to that situation of the best hand he can have at this river as a queen. Like, if he had some sort of two-pair, he'd probably value bet himself. A flush would value bet as well. So Kemphouse just deducting that Gemerlov going to have a queen at very best here, and the Jack X going to fold to this sizing, and the queens are going to have a tough time calling. But check, check, turn, key component of this hand, because we're not worried about something like king, queen, ace, queen here. As Gemerlov, we're worried about stuff like flushes, a rivered set of fours.
Ooh.
Ladies and tournament will be restarting in 30 seconds.
Yeah, this is a real knife-edge spot for Gemerlov, and I wouldn't like to guess which way he's going to go. It's a horror spot against Timo Kemphouse, a player you know is capable. Right at the end of the day, wonder if that's weighing into the decision as well. He does lay it down.
Let's it go.
Timo Kemphouse continues to run over this one.
Yeah, very nice move from him, and once again, probably just a bit of an exploit there. Not expecting his opponent to check any two-pair plus on the river, and it's difficult to call, even with a queen, for your tournament life, facing 2x pot, and nice move set.
It's funny as well, because I think if he's done one thing potentially wrong at this table for us, Timo, would be maybe the hand that got him the majority of the chips, the queens, against the open, the 3-bet, the cold 4-bet. We thought he might find a fold. He instead got it in, and that was what got him the monstrous stack.
I might even have a look at that one later.
Here we go.
Might even plug it and find out, because I actually think queens are probably supposed to fold there. Gun +1, hijack.
1C, complete your hand, your run, and stop dealing. On 1C, stop the clock.
Maybe even more so, actually, James, as well, because once the 4-better puts in that amount of chips, we have no fold equity either. So even against, like, the 30% part of that range, we still got to incorporate that in. We must 1 in 3 times against the hands we dominate.
Yeah.
But we'll find out.
Here we go.
Aaron. King 10 offsuit. Some people will let this one go from under the gun, but I'm going to try it opening. And Kemp House relentless. King Jack offsuit. Going off the gun of Matrai and going to pick up more chips, and just momentum, a huge thing in this game.
Well, as well, you heard in the background, announcement.
4 hands, chef.
We are
Last 4.
at the end of the day. Players will play 4 more hands before bagging and tagging. And then getting a reasonable amount of sleep before the return tomorrow at midday.
Last 4 hands for tonight.
Okay.
Of course, I do believe that we have a little date tomorrow, potentially at the poker table.
We do.
For our highly anticipated, at least between the 3 of us, final showdown. You, myself, and Andrew, we're battling out in a 3-way sit and go, in which you two are going to completely outplay me, but I'm going to shove it in and get there. Made a career of it.
So Lukovic gets a nice spot to shove his jacks here. Do just expect this to get through so often when Kemp House is being relentless last 15 minutes of the day and does snap fold. Yeah, it's going to be a fun one, James. 3-handed poker, nowhere to hide, sir. You'll need to get amongst it. None of that waiting for aces or kings in a 3-handed setting.
Damn it, how does he know?
Once you will complete your last 4 hands, I'm going to give you bets, all the chips that you put in, writing down name, surname, and chip count, and also your nationality. Your ticket goes inside the bag. And your day 2 is going to restart tomorrow at 12 at noon.
No, Tulazanov going to take up the slack. Seeing as Kemp House is having a little handoff. Kemp House, look at this guy, huh? Loses 1 hand, gets 3-bet once, and just shuts up shop. What's that about?
So final 2 hands of the day, and what a day it's been. Guarantee was smashed out the park.
Yeah, very, very impressive. You know, everyone behind the scenes, part of the MPP, the Merit team, all thrilled at what they've managed to accomplish here. And as well they should be.
Yeah, they deserve to reap these rewards because of this festival that has been put on. Great all round.
Now, of course, one last sort of chance for us to remind you. If you do want to be notified of the streams over the next few days, then please do go ahead. Click the subscribe button here on YouTube and you will get your little notification to let you know when we go live tomorrow. Will be, of course, that 10K high roller. Jay will be coming in after the first break. We'll let the players get settled, fill up some tables first, and then we will...
I'll have some champagne to drink anyway after the sit and go, so...
Oh, here we go. Fancies himself, guys.
So defendant from Leibart here. Bit of a loose one from Lukovic, raising into this 8 big blind stack in the big from Calf. Does flop the top pair, and 2 overcards and a gut shot here for Leibart. with this SPR. Wouldn't be surprised these two hands getting it in.
Looks like it, doesn't it?
Yeah. Especially with Turbo Flight still potential to reg for that as well. Shouldn't really look at it like that, but when we have two overcards here and a gut shot and backdoor heart, seems too good with stack size in question.
Yeah.
And maybe losing Libart here, but decent amount of equity.
Yeah.
He'll like what he sees.
A fair fight. He'll take the spot. 10-Jet Queen, running hearts, or Libert will be off to that Turbo Flight. Well,
I see.
the back door has been unlocked.
Queen Jack 10 heart, and it's a queen. So Libert, he starts his own spin.
Cover me, yeah? No,
Back to 20 BBs, and Lukovic asked if he covered him. He's still insert.
That's good news.
Just sub 10 BBs, taking it into the last hand of the day.
Thank you. Last 10? Yeah.
Been another good day at the office, James.
Been beautiful. As I say, we've seen some stuff.
Same chip, like 5K and 100K, it's same.
I don't know why we use these chips.
They are
I thought you had
similar.
400.
At one point.
Wow, Djukovic loving life. He's still in. He thought he was calling off for his own life. Instead, he survives. We'll bring a little bit back, a little bit shorter, pardon me, in the the starting stack, unfortunately, assuming he survives this one, which he does.
A bag's a bag.
Bag is a bag, indeed. I try King, Queen, O, going to try and maybe win the last one of the night.
Yeah, has to open.
Scary lineup. Kareem's shown a willingness to get involved. He bags 500k, but oh, is he going to want to go back to back?
Yeah, 10-9 suited. 20 BBs. Maybe some room for calling in here as well.
That's what he will do.
Yeah, we'll lose Kemphouse. So last hand of the day between Matrai and Libart.
Well, there is a flop with some potential for all. Ace, Jack, 8. Libert with the open-ender. Matrai still with the best hand in the nut-no pair with a gut shot to Broadway himself, and he's going to bet pretty chunky here. It's like half pot. Making sense, I guess, Jay, into the small blind range, right?
Like, going to have a lot of this, like, Queen 10, Queen 9 suited, maybe. And, like, also means, like, all these 7-6s. Actually, the 7-6s, 5 should shove pre off of this stack depth, so ignore that. But 8 of diamonds turn. Not loving this one, though, as Matrai as a double barrel, because if 10-9 of clubs is in the range, then we expect maybe the 7-8 suited, 8-9 suited, King 8 suited to potentially be in there, although just one combo left, the King 8 suited from our perspective. So does check it back. Think this is nice.
Well, again, a card that improves the board somewhat, and both players' ranges potentially in the spade.
Yeah, and just 10 high for Libert. May feel like he needs to bluff at this one. After turn goes check, check.
And if he does, would Matrai necessarily always fold? Just in my mind, I'm seeing those Queen 10s, the Queen 9s.
I think so. Like, King Queen's not really a good... King Queen, no spade. I can't really think of a worse catcher. Yeah, we beat Queen 10, 10-9, Queen 9, but our opponents still potentially can have some suited ace-X that didn't elect to jam that may go for value after check, check, turn. 8-9 suited, this type of stuff in there as well. And, of course, all the ace-X of spades as well that didn't elect to jam pre. So it seems like when we weigh up the value and we weigh up the bluffs, the value's just heavily outweighing the bluffs here. But it is an occasion that Libert does actually have one of these bluffs, and Matrai is thinking about the hero call here with King Queen. He seems confused.
Looks like one of those milky sizings, isn't it? 85 into 300. He hasn't. I guess as a part of the value range that would want a bet a lot bigger, so maybe he's thinking, hey, like, this guy's got a flush, surely he goes bigger.
Yeah, but I think the suited ace-x would get to go this size. Maybe we split our sizes into 2 sizes here, like the suited ace-x. We go for the small, and then the 8x and the flushes. We go bigger. What a call. What a call from Matrai with the King Queen.
Well, well, well.
Rose on the cape, last hand of the day. Sick hero.
That is a great call on the final hand. Finding his opponent, as you point out, Jay, with one of the few bluffs he can actually have. And, well, he's going to leave Bart with, I believe, just bang on a starting stack. There you go, confirmation. He has played all day. He's come back with that starting stack. Timo Campos, of course, the talk of the town. 2 million in chips. And Matrai, well, there we go, Jay, up to 1.6. Fun frame.
Yeah, really nice session for us to close out the day. Been enjoyable all day. All the featured tables we've got to cover. We've had action, we've had entertainment, but as James just mentioned, the talk of the town, Timo Campos, 84 BBs he will be taking into play tomorrow.
Incredible stuff, really is. Well, there is, of course, still that turbo flight to go, and Poker News are, of course, bringing updates for this event. So if you do have some routing interests out there you've not yet seen, please do head on over there. You'll see all these players in here bagging up. All those counts will, of course, be posted online on Poker News. A reminder, tomorrow, see the time there, 4:20 local. That's when we will pick up coverage of this 10K high roller day 1. We'll play that one over 2 days on stream, and then we return to this, the MPP main event final day, where we will hand out the largest prize of the series. All right, guys, well, from myself, Jay and Andrew, that is it for our coverage this evening. And we will see you all here tomorrow afternoon.
Thank you.